A strange cat stares ahead with an unreadable calm, as if it already knows trouble is coming. In 2017, at a coastal town outside Gyeonggi, that cat strolls above a busy street while students head to school below. The blue-haired transfer student moves through the crowd without a word, and the locals immediately start whispering. Two boys trade puzzled looks, deciding the new kid is odd before they even get close. Soon the rumor spreads that he is their class' new transfer student, but the bigger shock is that he never talks. One boy laughs it off at first, while another studies him like he is trying to crack a locked door. The transfer student only deepens the mystery, staying silent enough to make everyone else fill in the blanks. Even the black-haired boy starts asking what that silence is supposed to mean, as the whole street feels awkward around them. The brown-haired student can only fumble for an explanation, clearly realizing this silent transfer is already making waves. By the time the group keeps walking, the blue-haired boy's silence feels less like shyness and more like a warning. The blue-haired transfer keeps moving, and a driver suddenly realizes the boy is stepping straight into his path. The man yanks the wheel hard, while the student slips past the car without even flinching. The driver is left huffing in disbelief, furious that the kid moved like nothing mattered. The transfer boy's back stays loose and calm, which only makes the roadside panic look even sillier. One onlooker finally spots the real problem. The boy's leg is the only thing giving away any weakness. A cat wanders into view, and the whole disaster instantly starts looking less like a miracle and more like bad luck. The crowd tries to process that tiny cat, but the driver is already raging at the student for causing the scare. The glasses-wearing man grabs at the transfer boy's shoulder, accusing him of staging a cheap insurance scam. Long-haired bystanders keep staring, shocked that the boy still refuses to react like a normal person. At last, the brown-haired boy points out the cat again, and the silent transfer's smug little warning lands perfectly. The boy stays unnervingly quiet, which only makes everyone around him feel like something is seriously off. Panic spreads on the street as the crowd and the driver scramble to understand why he darted in front of the car. Yena rushes in first, checking on him and demanding to know what went wrong. The glasses-wearing man immediately blames him for a sham, calling the move an obvious tactic. Yena studies him for a moment, sensing he has his own reasons, even if nobody else buys them. The old man and the others press harder, forcing her to apologize and admit the boy looks guilty from every side. Yena finally folds, begging for mercy and insisting Jian is not the kind of kid who would pull something cheap. The cat he was shielding turns out to be the real culprit, and even that little creature looks smug about it. The cat suddenly erupts into chaos, hissing and flailing like it wants revenge for being blamed. With the culprit revealed, the crowd can only stare while the whole mess turns embarrassingly small for the driver. The calico cat snaps into a frenzy, and the boy flinches as the little disaster finally starts paying for its own mischief. The cat darts past his legs, leaving him rattled and shouting at the sudden chaos. Yena appears again, watching the aftermath with that same cool, unreadable expression. The others freeze as the blame begins to crumble, and the whole thing turns awkwardly quiet. Jian forces a shaky smile and waves it off, still looking half battered and half relieved. Yena barely reacts, then starts to walk away like the commotion is already beneath her. The boys stare after her, surprised by how cold and striking she feels from a distance. One of them decides she is not just attractive, but completely out of reach. He keeps talking up her quiet, gentle vibe, as though that somehow makes the mystery worse. Yena keeps moving ahead, and the boy behind her realizes she barely talks at all. The boys immediately compare her to that ordinary guy, and the verdict somehow makes her sound even more untouchable. Yena strolls past without a word, while the rest of the street gossip keeps orbiting around her like she owns the place. By the time they reach school, the whole class is already moving around her, and her quiet presence keeps pulling eyes. The blue-haired boy sits there like a statue, while the others start whispering about meditation, as if that explains anything. Their chatter turns into admiration, and one girl proudly snaps his picture like she has captured something rare. She even treats the photo like a souvenir, while he stares back with the kind of face that says this is already getting ridiculous. Yena leans in close and says he has only been here a month, yet he has already fallen into the same strange routine every day. She keeps pushing, showing off the picture and casually saying he can delete it if he dislikes it, which only makes the teasing feel sharper. He finally warns her not to take advantage just because she helped earlier, but she coolly reminds him that he gave permission. With a soft smile, Yena thanks Janan by name, and the boy realizes she has him cornered with that same calm confidence. The classroom door rattles open, and trouble starts walking in before anyone can stop it. Seo Taksu strides inside with that smug bully swagger, dragging attention like he owns the room. The commotion spreads fast as everyone turns to look, and the atmosphere tightens around the blue-haired boy. Up front, the bully sizes him up with a lazy stare, already enjoying the chance to embarrass somebody. He even has the nerve to demand the photo through chat, acting like the whole class is his audience. The request lands, and the blue-haired boy stays cold, while the nearby brown-haired classmate gets pulled into the joke. Seotaksu leans closer and keeps mocking them, turning a simple exchange into a public humiliation. He grabs the boy's wrist to prove his point, insisting the hand is soft enough to belong to a girl. The blue-haired boy recoils in disbelief, trapped by the bully's ridiculous confidence and the crowd's laughter. But Seotaksu only grins wider, bragging that the girl-like touch might make him fall for it. Blue-haired boy keeps his stare ice-cold, refusing to flinch under the crowd's pressure. Yena steps in to stop the teasing, snapping that the whole joke has gone too far. The bully only laughs louder, patting the blue-haired boy's head like he owns the room. He turns back to Yena and brings up yesterday's karaoke invitation, as if that settles everything. Yena answers with a tired excuse, clearly fed up with his relentless pushiness. He refuses to let it slide, dragging her boyfriend into the mess and boasting about waiting for her. Yena coolly tells him to skip it today, already choosing distance over his nonsense. He still refuses to back down, lingering over his phone while the girl beside him watches in silence. A classmate starts cleaning up as the lecture finally turns back to the room, but the tension still hangs in the air. Outside, the class goes on as if nothing happened, while the bully keeps talking like the whole world should listen. The match resumes on the school field, but the real heat is already building between the players. Blue-haired boy looks spent, catching his breath while the others keep circling the ball. Yena strolls in with a fan, acting far too relaxed for someone watching all this chaos. She keeps teasing him, and he stays silent, which only makes her bolder. Sitting beside him, she toys with him like she is testing just how much patience he has left. Her smug little smile says enough. She knows exactly how to rattle him. Blue-haired boy finally turns back with a cold stare, but he still refuses to give her the satisfaction. On the field, Seotaksu demands the ball like he owns the whole game. Another player panics and tries to force a pass across, but the defense is already collapsing. The ball rockets through the scramble, and the play turns into a messy fight for control. Seotaksu's face hardens as the ball slams in, and the field finally starts to crack around his ego. The scramble explodes upward, with the shot and bodies colliding as everyone fights for control. Jian ends up in the middle of the mess, panicking and apologizing while trying to explain he only meant to pass. Blue-haired boy gets clipped in the head, and the impact leaves him stunned enough to mockingly call it ruined. He shrugs it off with a grin, but the confident act only makes the chaos look even more ridiculous. Soon the others are waving it off and pushing the match forward again, pretending the whole disaster was nothing. A brief calm follows, with food and a drink waiting nearby while blue-haired boy lies back and rests. The door suddenly bangs open, snapping the quiet apart like trouble had been standing outside the whole time. Jian is back to pleading for mercy, still sweating through the humiliation as Seotaksu looms with smug intent. And just when the teasing peaks, the clippers come out, because the poor guy is about to get a much worse haircut than expected. Seotaksu grins with the clippers ready, mocking Jian for panicking over a haircut he never wanted. Jian keeps pleading while the others close in, and the whole court starts feeling like a trap. Seotaksu leans in harder, acting like a bloodied lesson might finally knock some sense into him. Jian drops to the ground with a miserable groan, and the humiliation lands exactly where Seo wanted it. Behind him, blue-haired boy rests, while Seo smugly decides the man should have been pushed sooner. The black-haired onlooker turns, sensing something off, just as the tension shifts again. Jian snaps in fear and yells that the shock scared him, while Seo only looks more satisfied. Blue-haired boy reacts with a confused glance as Seo grabs Jian by the shoulder and drags him back into it. Jian looks rattled and asks if he had really been eating lunch alone here, as if even that matters now. Seotaksu stares him down with a sly smile, already enjoying how badly this little stunt is going. Seo's clippers bite in, and Jian recoils while the smug bastard calls the trim a creepy masterpiece. He keeps talking through a grin, making it clear the humiliation is only getting started. The buzzing grows louder as the first lock drops, and Jian stares ahead like the nightmare is already real. Hair flies everywhere while the crowd starts reacting, and Seo looks thrilled by every second of it. The mess spreads fast, with people calling the result amazing and way better than expected. Seo proudly presents the cut like a finished work, then turns and demands a verdict from the blue-haired boy. Blue-haired boy answers without blinking, saying the model matters too much for a good masterpiece and the face has to match it. That lands like a slap, and Jian's face tightens as the blue-haired boy drives the insult home. He makes it worse by saying the result suits him perfectly, and Jian's expression turns downright haunted. Seo only bares his teeth and laughs, acting like that answer just proved he can still push this even further. Seotaksu grins over the clippers, already acting like this humiliation is his masterpiece. He presses the blue-haired boy for permission, but the answer is already baked into the cruelty. The crowd closes in as the pressure rises, and the boy stays cold while Seo keeps needling him. Seo leans in with a sneer, promising to make the cut look good no matter how ugly the situation gets. The clippers come closer anyway, and the blue-haired boy finally gives him a hard stare instead of fear. Seo keeps talking big, but the warning in that look clearly says he is pushing too far. The gray-haired bully tries to laugh it off, pretending the whole thing is harmless while still holding the clippers high. He backs the boys into the same ugly game, acting like everyone around him should accept the prank. Seo finally decides to move, dragging the others along as the teasing turns into a full retreat from the confrontation. Even then, the tension lingers behind him, because this little show has only made the blue-haired boy look harder to break. Seo keeps filming the aftermath, turning the whole humiliation into proof for himself. A sharp snap later, he proudly records the ruined haircut like it is a trophy. He mutters that evidence has to be left behind, then sneers at the half-finished mess. The smug act cracks as he checks the phone and realizes the joke has gone too far. Jaeon finally gets singled out again, while the blue-haired boy answers with nothing but ice. That cold stare hits harder than any insult, and Seo starts recognizing the difference. The bully backs off a step, admitting the blue-haired boy is not like the others. For once, even he has to concede that Jaeon's silence was worth thanking. Before the tension can settle, the sky opens up and rain pounds the whole campus. Students rush for cover and crowd under umbrellas, turning the whole scene into one more chaotic escape. The rain drives everyone into a frantic scramble, and the campus turns into a sea of umbrellas. Yena stands apart in the downpour, while the silent black-haired boy slips past in the crowd. Her pale stare sharpens under the rain, as if she already knows trouble is closing in. Blue-haired boy remains alone and unreadable, ignoring the chaos like none of it can shake him. Soon enough, the crowd parts again, and the name Jian gets shouted through the storm. Seo's boys corner the blue-haired boy, telling him Seo Taksu wants a meeting and expecting obedience. Seo Taksu appears with his entourage, looking far too pleased with himself for a man standing in the rain. He keeps grinning and mocking the situation, acting like the humiliation is still under his control. Yena finally snaps, demanding they stop dragging Jaeon into this mess, while the blue-haired boy stays ice-cold behind her. Seo Taksu leans in with a smug reply, still pretending this little rain-soaked ambush is his show. The storm drags on as the phone skids through the rain, and trouble keeps closing in. Yena spots the wallpaper and realizes that the blue-haired boy's face has somehow ended up on her home screen. He only stares ahead, still refusing to let the chaos shake him. Seo Taksu hears that and smirks, acting like the whole mess still belongs to him. Yena snaps back, brushing off his posturing and exposing how flimsy his bragging really is. She pushes harder, reminding him that his cruelty has gone too far while he keeps looming over them. Then she turns to Jaeon and tells him to leave fast, since this fight has nothing to do with him. Even soaked through, she keeps that steady, dangerous look, like she already knows who needs to back down. Seo's boys keep hurling crude insults, trying to poison the whole scene with cheap intimidation. Yena finally cuts through the noise, furious that they still do not know when to stop. The blow lands hard, and the rainy chaos finally starts turning ugly. Blood flies from Yena's mouth, but she still refuses to look broken. Blue-haired boy stays back, watching the mess without flinching. His eye sharpens, quietly measuring the bullying instead of backing down. The tension keeps climbing as the insults and rain hit at the same time. Seo Taksu towers over Yena and keeps spitting out crude threats. One of Seo's boys taunts blue-haired boy, trying to drag his girlfriend into the humiliation. Another leans in, mocking Yena's looks while she stays bowed and drenched. Seo Taksu grins and keeps pushing, acting like he can hand her away as a prize. Blue-haired boy only stares forward, still refusing to give them the reaction they want. Under the rain, Yena realizes the rumor has turned into another cheap accusation, and the humiliation only gets nastier. One of Seo's boys shouts that the whole thing was set up, trying to blame everyone but himself. Yena keeps her chin down, but her glare says she is done pretending this is harmless. The harassment turns physical, as a boy grabs her by the shoulder and starts yanking her around. Another savage blow lands, and the crowd only gets louder, like this mess is somehow entertaining. Blue-haired boy remains still, watching the scene with a look that warns he has measured enough. Yena, bloodied and exhausted, snaps that this really is the end for him too. He answers by clutching her shirt and escalating the threat, acting like she has no right to leave. Yena dares him to try harder, and the challenge only makes him lash out with more force. The hit lands hard, but she still refuses to fold, keeping the entire crowd's rage pointed at himself. The black-haired bully clamps onto the blue-haired boy, but the boy stays cold as the rain keeps pouring. He shouts for Jaeon, and the panic finally cracks through the noise. The blue-haired boy answers with a steady stare, already sensing the next move. The bully spits out his warning about crossing the line, trying to act in control. Instead, he gets slammed hard enough to reel back, and his confidence starts collapsing. The blue-haired boy fires back that the man is not even worth the fight. Another sharp blow lands, and the bully's face twists as the humiliation gets worse. Yena screams for Jaeon to come to his senses, refusing to let this spiral any further. The blue-haired boy shifts his footing, ready to press the advantage without hesitation. Bruised but upright, he stands in the rain, and the whole crowd realizes he is still not breaking. The gray-haired bully loses his temper as the blue-haired boy snaps back and drives in another brutal blow. Blood and rain blur together while the punch caves into Jeon's chest and keeps the pressure on. Seotaksu stares through the bruising, stunned that the blue-haired boy is still glaring back. The bully snarls for him to die already, but the next hit only deepens his humiliation. He swings again through the rain, and the blue-haired boy refuses to give him even a flinch. Another crushing strike lands, and Seotaksu finally starts looking less like a tyrant and more like a punching bag. The impact rockets through his body as his face twists in disbelief, no longer in control of anything. The blow drives him down hard into the wet ground, leaving him sprawled and wrecked. Around them, the Seo boys freeze in shock, realizing something has gone badly wrong. Their panic spikes as they stare at the fallen leader and call out for Taksu, now exposed and cornered. Yena freezes in the rain as Jaeon calls out to her, while the blue-haired boy looms nearby and the pressure closes in. Jeon stares in shock, bleeding and rattled, finally realizing the situation has turned uglier than expected. The blue-haired boy snaps back into motion, driving a brutal kick through the storm and refusing to slow down. Seo's men erupt in panic, shouting that the bastard has gone too far as their confidence starts cracking. One of them lunges in, but the blue-haired boy stays composed and meets the rush head-on. The clash turns violent, and the first strike lands cleanly enough to leave even the bullies stumbling. A hand grips a metal rod, but the hesitation says enough control is slipping fast. Jeon jerks back as the weapon swings past, and he realizes too late that staying near this mess was a terrible idea. The blue-haired boy keeps pressing forward, smashing through another attacker before the crowd can regroup. Another body drops under the rain-soaked assault, and the Seo boys are left scrambling as their whole intimidation game falls apart. Jeon freezes under the rain, and the fear on his face says the fight has already gone too far. He stammers for answers as Jeon lies battered and barely able to react. Blue-haired boy stands over him without hesitation, while Jeon finally realizes who he is dealing with. The next Udar lands hard, and Jeon gets folded back into the soaking pavement before he can recover. Jeon screams through the pain, his humiliation now matching the damage. Yena rushes in and grabs blue-haired boy, panicking as she begs him to stop. Even then, he keeps breathing hard and pressing forward, refusing to calm down. Lightning tears across the sky as the rain keeps hammering down, and the whole scene turns even more brutal. Blue-haired boy stays bent low, soaked and bloodied, still burning with fight despite the strain. The storm only makes him look harsher, while everyone around him understands this mess is far beyond control. The strike lands clean, and Jaeon can only gasp as the rain keeps hissing around them. Yena's face tightens with dread as she calls out to Jaeon, already sensing the damage. A hand clamps onto the soaked uniform, but the fight has already slipped too far out of control. Blue-haired boy turns away with his backpack hanging heavy, still charged with violence. Jeon lies wrecked on the pavement, while Yena kneels nearby, trying to make sense of the carnage. Alone in the storm, blue-haired boy keeps walking forward like the rain itself can't slow him down. The darkness swallows him as he presses on, and the whole scene feels buried under pressure. Somewhere in the downpour, a black-haired boy shouts for Jaeon, trying to cut through the chaos. Yena spots the problem fast, grabs her umbrella, and rushes off toward Taksu's call. Behind her, the black-haired boy blurts out that Taksu looks furious, proving the trouble is still spreading. Yena steels herself under the rain, realizing things have gone far beyond a simple scolding. With her umbrella raised, she starts moving fast, her face tight with worry. For a brief moment, she freezes in silence, already sensing the trouble ahead. Her grip tightens, and she commits to pushing deeper into the storm. All around her, the boys keep moving through the downpour as the chaos spreads. Yena darts forward between umbrellas, urgency replacing hesitation. She peeks out and spots the situation worsening, which only sharpens her panic. Blue-haired boy answers with violence, landing another brutal hit as Seo's side starts buckling. Blood on his face only makes him look meaner, like the beating has just made him hungrier. Seo's last rush comes up short, and the fight tilts even harder toward the blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy keeps driving his fist through the rain, and Seo's side is already crumbling under the pressure. Watching from under her umbrella, Yena stiffens as the crowd starts panicking, and the beating turns uglier. She slips through the storm alone, clutching her umbrella tighter as the danger keeps closing in. Every step lands heavy in the flooded street, but he refuses to slow down. His battered face only sharpens his stare, and the fight keeps bending in his favor. Yena spots him again, and extends the umbrella like a warning, still trying to stop the mess before it spreads further. For a brief second, her eyes narrow with resolve, and the fear gives way to a cooler, harder focus. Rain runs down her face as she steadies herself, ready to face him head-on. Her hand tightens on the umbrella grip, and the hesitation finally breaks. At last, she stands in front of him in the downpour, tense but unflinching as the confrontation finally lands. The blue-haired boy still stands in the rain, bloodied but unbowed, while the threat behind him keeps pressing in. Yenna rushes up with her umbrella extended, trying to stop the mess before it swallows him whole. He turns and walks off anyway, leaving her staring after him as the storm keeps hammering down. Her fear hardens into resolve, and she braces herself for the confrontation she can no longer avoid. By the next day, the school sits under clear skies, like the rain-soaked chaos never happened. In class, everyone starts noticing that Taksu and his boys are missing, and that alone says plenty. The room turns restless when someone asks where Jijian went, because his absence feels too sudden to ignore. Yenna, now with a bandaged cheek, admits the place feels wrong without Jijian around. Far from the classroom, the talk turns stunned and uneasy, as if even the bikers can hardly explain what just happened. It has only been a couple of days since he was out drinking with Taksu, so the silence around that night still hangs heavy. The rumor lands hard. Taksu is in the hospital, and even his crew sounds stunned. At school, the boys crowd around for details, trying to piece together how bad it really was. Jaeon finally admits Taksu's face was fractured, and that he was told to stay away from the hospital. The question shifts to the fight itself, and Jaeon reluctantly says 4 people got beaten up. Kang Doyle hears the name of the culprit, then coolly sizes up this so-called mysterious transfer student. Jaehan explains that little is known about him, which only makes the loss sound more humiliating. Kang Doyle snaps that Taksu should never have lost to some unknown guy, calling the whole thing embarrassing. Jian tries to defend himself, saying he held back because 5-on-1 felt too cheap. The excuse only makes things worse, and the answer he gets is pure contempt. Before he can recover, the beating starts again, and the boys make sure he feels every bit of that shame. Kang Doyle coolly presses for the culprit's school, still treating the whole mess like a joke. Jian stammers that nobody knows, because the transfer student barely speaks at all. The beatdown resumes before he can breathe, and the boys punish every word of hesitation. Under the pressure, Jaeon finally starts describing the unknown guy piece by piece. He struggles for the right words, then admits the boy stands out enough to be noticed anywhere. Reluctantly, he adds that the transfer student has the kind of looks girls would chase. Jian keeps going, calling him skinny, model-like, and suspiciously rich-looking. Blue hair and pale eyes seal the image, while the quiet stare makes him seem unnervingly charismatic. That only gives Seo Taksu and the others more ammo, as they go after Jian for falling over some pretty face. Even so, Jian ends up framing him as a rare type of fighter, the kind nobody forgets twice. Kang Doyle's fury boils over, and even his own outburst sounds ugly enough to scare the room. By the next day, the school resets to an eerie calm, pretending yesterday's chaos never happened. Fresh faces drift through the gate under the student council's banner, but the peace feels staged. Inside the lockers hall, blue-haired boy moves alone, quiet and unreadable as ever. Jian peeks out from hiding, realizing the transfer student is already here, and already dangerous. Kang Doyle corners the question again, and Jian starts panicking under the demand to explain himself. Blue-haired boy steps in close, making it clear Jian should stop pretending and answer honestly. Jian breaks completely, sweating through his fear as he scrambles to justify every humiliating word. With nowhere left to hide, he chokes out that this whole mess has turned into a nightmare. Even the locker handle clicks with tension, as if one wrong move could set everything off again. Blue-haired boy's eyes narrow, catching a strange shift in the locker hall's silence. A phone sits waiting where the pressure has clearly been building. It wakes up with a jolt, and the whole setup starts looking suspiciously convenient. His face stays unreadable, but the gift feels like more than a gift. The screen reveals a free phone, cheap on the outside and useful enough to keep him connected. A notice follows, promising an old handset with quick replies, and a way to answer worries fast. He studies the offer in silence, already sensing there is a catch somewhere in the kindness. Nearby, Jian jerks up in alarm, his nerves snapping at the sight of him. The poor guy thinks he has been spotted, and that fear hits almost instantly. Blue-haired boy turns back toward the lockers, phone in hand, looking far too calm for the panic he just triggered. The purple phone arrives in her hand, and the setup already feels a little too convenient. Blue-haired boy studies the cheap old handset in silence, still calm enough to make the gift feel suspicious. Jian jolts at the sight of him, instantly convinced he has been spotted. Blue-haired boy turns away from the lockers with the phone in hand, looking unnervingly unbothered. A wandering phone gets noticed, and the first crack in the smug setup appears. Jian stares in confusion, realizing the device is just some ancient model and not even locked. Before anyone can process it, the phone is launched straight through the air. Jian catches the blast instead, buckling under the hit as the attack lands cleanly. The shock rips through the corridor, and the nearby boys recoil in disbelief. Jian collapses under the pressure, now realizing the wrong target just made everything worse. Jian gets slammed from behind by the flying phone, and the hallway finally realizes something is wrong. As the attacker rushes past with the handset, Jian staggers under the hit and fumes at the sudden interruption. The poor kid can only curse the mystery strike, already losing his temper over how badly this has gone. The pressure keeps piling on until he grabs his head and groans that everything has gone to hell. Far away from the chaos, Yenna and her classmate joke about a poodle's baby, acting far too cheerful for the mess around them. Yenna softens for a second, admitting she wants to adopt it, but her father would never allow it. Her friend calls her out for drifting again, and Yenna sheepishly insists she was still listening. The teasing gets sharper when the girl accuses her of thinking about Jinyan again, and Yenna denies it too quickly. Yenna blushes harder as the mockery continues, then snaps that they should stop making fun of her. That finally catches her off guard, because whatever she expected, this was clearly not it. The blue-haired boy stands there in silence, still looking like trouble has already found him. His sharp stare hardens, like he has sensed something move just out of reach. Nearby, Yenna pauses mid-gossip, her expression turning curious instead of carefree. That curiosity quickly slips into surprise, as if she has finally noticed something important. Yuri flusters over the armful of rolled papers, still teasing Yenna even while both girls freeze. Then Yenna breaks away and hurries down the hall, calling for Jian with sudden panic. Across the building, the two spot each other through the windows, and the distance suddenly feels smaller. Before hesitation can settle in, Yenna reaches him and throws her arms around him without warning. The classmates in the background stare in stunned silence, clearly not expecting that kind of reunion. Yenna clings to him with tears in her eyes, checking if he is okay after all that chaos. Yenna clings to Jian with tears in her eyes, grateful he pulled her through the chaos. Jian answers with a small, stiff thanks, still too flustered to act cool about it. Nearby, the girls keep teasing him, and the gossip only makes his face burn harder. Someone tells Jaeon to write it down, and he freezes around the phone like it already knows too much. A fresh note lays out his background, his lateness, and the fact that girls keep liking him. That alone makes the situation feel oddly dangerous, as if someone is judging whether it is enough. Out on the street, blue-haired boy keeps walking, ignored by some and watched by others. A man on a bike smokes and stares him down, already deciding the boy stands out too much. Another adult with glasses checks his phone and starts piecing together who the boy really is. Blue-haired boy keeps moving past them, while the scrutiny closes in from every side. A bespectacled rider barrels through the rain, already cutting a sharp figure in the chaos. Blue-haired boy keeps walking ahead of the traffic, looking far too calm for someone under that much scrutiny. His stare hardens, sensing the attention closing in from every side. The scooter swerves past him, and the street feels crowded enough to turn ugly fast. Nearby, the black-haired student finds Jaeon and immediately drags him into the mess. Jaejeon freezes, realizing he has been spotted again and has nowhere to hide. The glasses-wearing man smirks, certain Jian is staying silent for a reason. Blue-haired boy turns toward the call, still wary as the pressure keeps building. Kang Doyle then starts probing the transfer student by name, enjoying the intimidation. Jian only tightens up further, trapped between the gossip and the threat hanging over him. A boy hears Kang Doyle's legend and learns this school never tolerates weaklings. Kang Doyle sneers that Baekdong High is nothing compared to his school. Then he casually names himself as if the city already belongs to him. The blue-haired boy stiffens, but keeps listening as the pressure closes in. Kang Doyle waves him on, framing the summons like a harmless invitation. The mock kindness vanishes fast, replaced by a sharp order to move. A sharp tug on his backpack makes the warning feel a lot less friendly. The glasses-wearing man joins in, insisting the boy should get on already. Kang Doyle keeps leaning in, treating the whole thing like a forced ride. The blue-haired boy finally turns back, realizing this invitation is really a threat. The black-haired crowd snaps first, while the blue-haired boy keeps walking below them like their rage already arrived too late. One of them yanks at his bag, and the threat stops pretending to be a joke. The glasses-wearing man and the other rider pile on, screaming for them to grab him before he slips away. The blue-haired boy just glances back once, measuring the distance as he decides not to run blindly. Behind him, the chase kicks into motion, and the scooter launches after him with ugly determination. The glasses man slams into the wall and curses through the impact, proving this little pursuit is already going badly. Farther ahead, the blue-haired boy keeps moving through the narrow stairway, still refusing to panic. The black-haired rider forces the dirt bike over the steps, tearing after him with reckless speed. He roars for the boy to stop right there, but the blue-haired boy is already outpacing the noise. By the time the dust settles, only the abandoned bag is left behind, and the chase has turned into a humiliating mess. The blue-haired boy keeps his footing as the chase tightens, while the rider behind him starts losing control. The glasses man slams in hard, and the stolen bag goes flat as the pursuit begins collapsing. He takes another brutal hit, and even the bike becomes a hazard instead of a weapon. The racket sends the pursuers tumbling, leaving the man in glasses scrambling on the ground. The dirt bike flips awkwardly as the black-haired rider realizes this mess is spiraling out of control. Below him, the glasses man stares up in shock, already regretting every second of this chase. The panic spreads fast as the two losers bark orders at each other and realize the blue-haired boy vanished. They spin around the stairway, screaming for the missing target while trying to guess where he ran. Meanwhile, the blue-haired boy has already slipped into the alley and stopped, calm as ever. One look from behind is enough to catch the last pursuer searching in vain, and that confidence gets mocked in silence. The two pursuers roar after the escaped target, still convinced they can corner him, but the stairway only makes them look worse, because he vanishes again and leaves them cursing the maze. He suddenly appears ahead of them, and their shouted warning only draws them deeper into the trap. One reckless lunge goes horribly wrong, sending the black-haired rider crashing into the chaos below. The blue-haired boy ducks the grab and turns the pressure back on them, leaving his pursuers rattled. Even when they close in, he stays eerily calm while the bespectacled man starts losing his nerve. The black-haired pursuer grabs at him anyway, demanding to know why Jaeon keeps getting dragged into this mess. His frustration spikes as the blue-haired boy slips out of reach again, and the chase keeps collapsing around him. From above, the target's shoe hangs at the edge, while the two losers below scream in disbelief. Then he stands there above them, cool as ever, making their frantic threats look completely pathetic. The blue-haired boy stays perfectly calm, while the chaos behind him keeps spiraling out of control. With the chase still wrecked, the alley maze and tangled streets make their failure look even uglier. Seotaksu's side keeps whining about the failed summon, already sounding desperate for a win. The bespectacled rider and his black-haired partner realize they almost had him, and that makes the loss sting harder. Their boss explodes in fury, tearing into them for not bringing back one stubborn bastard. One of them tries to explain the alleyway trap, but the excuse only earns more abuse. Meanwhile, the blue-haired boy stands above them all, so relaxed it borders on insulting. Back at school, Kang Doyle keeps pressing Jian about the transfer student, and Jian panics under the glare. The blue-haired boy checks his phone, while the thought around him is that he is late to school, popular, and still refusing to talk. And that silence only makes the whole thing feel more ominous, like he already knows everyone else is chasing the wrong story. Kang Doyle narrows his eyes, already unimpressed by how badly the search for the transfer student is going. Seotaksu snaps at Jaeon for the sloppy job, furious that his crew still cannot deliver. The pressure spreads fast, and Jian and the others are left frozen under the boss's glare. The loudmouths keep squabbling, but the failed chase has already turned their confidence into embarrassment. Back at the alley, the furious riders keep demanding answers, only to look more pathetic by the second. Kang Doyle cuts in and orders them to let the target go, then sends them to bring him through the back gate after school. Jian immediately realizes that even that basic task is being pushed onto him, and the panic hits harder. Seotaksu doubles down, barking at Daesik to take charge while the rest of the pack stays nervously on edge. The black-haired leader settles back with a chilling calm, already planning to meet the boy again tomorrow. Daesik tries to hide his fear, but it is obvious he knows this mess is about to get even uglier. The next day arrives, and the same cheap soda sounds the start of another awkward round. Jian corners Seungmin at school, acting friendly while demanding a drink for himself too. Seungmin snaps back and refuses to be bullied into buying anything for him. Jian stares blankly, realizing that little plan has already gone sideways. Blue-haired Seungmin stands off to the side, quietly taking in the scene. Jian rushes up again, slinging a loud greeting at him with forced cheer. He keeps smiling through the tension, tossing out another sugary compliment and a can. Seungmin stays silent, clearly not buying the act for a second. Jian quickly explains that he is not with Taksu's crew and only came to clear things up. He even pretends the humiliation feels refreshing, thrilled to see Taksu finally getting beaten down. Jian hands over the drink with forced cheer, trying to keep the act alive. Seungmin ignores the grin, and Jian's smile starts looking painfully fake. The smug scheme keeps slipping, and Jaeon realizes this is turning awkward fast. One of Seotaksu's boys barks at him to stop messing up, but the panic is already spreading. By the next bell, school life rolls on as if nothing happened. At lunch, Seungmin is still out cold on his desk while everyone else worries about food. Even from above, he looks completely checked out, as if cafeteria noise means nothing to him. Then he stirs, forcing Jian to notice that the transfer student is finally moving. Seungmin gets up from his seat, and that alone is enough to draw every eye in the room. Jian peeks in and finally understands why nobody saw him in the cafeteria at all. Seungmin steps out from the dark doorway, looking far too calm for someone who just stole the room's attention. Instead of joining the cafeteria chaos, he heads straight for a bench and spots a phone waiting there. The screen wakes with a message teasing him about eating bread again today, and someone clearly has been watching. A nervous girl clutches her own phone, cheeks burning as she realizes her message actually reached him. Seungmin reads it without changing expression, already sounding harder to read than anyone around him. His reply comes back simple and dry, admitting he eats alone too and has seen her on the rooftop before. That small confession lands harder than it should, because now the conversation feels a lot less accidental. He keeps staring at the screen, and the next line makes it obvious he finally understands why she reached out. He turns slightly, still unreadable, while the message finishes explaining that she wanted to talk to him. Somewhere above the wall, an arm lifts into the sky like the sender is already trying to get his attention in person. The sender's hand still hovers in the air, and he finally notices the girl's awkward courage reaching him from above. Her message keeps spilling out, admitting she is terrible at meeting people and has heard he never talks. Seated alone, he reads it with that same unreadable face, yet the conversation is already pulling him in. A stunned pause follows as her next line singles him out, and now he knows exactly who has been watching. Jian suddenly barges in, grinning like this was a lucky accident instead of a carefully timed intrusion. He barrels ahead anyway, bragging that he came for bread and casually asking whether the transfer student was eating alone. The offer turns into a trap with a smile, because Jian pushes for them to eat together and acts far too pleased with himself. The two settle onto the bench, chewing in uneasy silence while a girl above keeps staring at the strange little pairing. She nearly chokes on the shock of it, still watching as the blue-haired boy stays composed beside Jian's loudness. Even with lunch underway, the odd silence lingers, and he keeps holding his drink like none of this can shake him. Jian breaks down over a bread roll, admitting he has no friends and sounding painfully honest for once. He explains that's why he's stuck with the Taksu boys, terrified of being left outside the circle. Then he pushes the idea forward, trying to turn their shared outsider status into friendship. The blue-haired boy listens without giving him anything back, calm enough to make the whole plea feel one-sided. Jian's confidence starts collapsing as he realizes the act is not working at all, tears still hanging on his face. He scrambles to keep control, but the blue-haired boy is already standing, leaving him to reach after him. Jian freaks out as his careful little scheme falls apart, realizing all that effort may have gone to waste. He forces the issue anyway, clinging to the boy and insisting they should still be friends. Even when the blue-haired boy tries to move on, Jian lunges after him and refuses to let go. By now, he is practically attached to him, dragging the whole conversation into pure embarrassment. Jian drops to the floor, staring at his phone like the whole plan just got body slammed. Daeshik's messages hit hard, and the order to bring the kid to the back gate only makes the mess worse. In class, the teacher's warning lands while Jian looks ready to bite through his own panic. He still decides to run, clutching his bag and betting he can fix this before it collapses completely. But by the time he reaches the hall, the target is already gone, and even the crowd feels like a joke. Jian rushes into the classroom, only to find it empty, his confidence finally turning into real dread. Somewhere else, the blue-haired boy just stands alone by the window, calm as ever. Jian spots him and realizes the whole scene has split apart, leaving him to chase a ghost. That tiny glimpse is enough to make his eyes widen, because the kid is already slipping past him again. And with that, Jian finally understands the embarrassing truth. He is the one getting dragged around now. Daeshik's furious message lands like a curse, and Jian's panic spikes even harder. He freezes over the phone, sweating through the embarrassment as the reply keeps coming. Jiangyan still refuses to quit, catching up and blurting out that the target has not left yet. He scrambles to sell the idea, even dragging his mother into the excuse about finally making a friend. Then he pushes harder, claiming his mother wants to meet the blue-haired boy, and even works nearby. The transfer student only stares ahead, looking half tempted and half annoyed by the whole performance. Jian doubles down on the guilt trip, insisting a little time together should not be this difficult. Yena appears in the hall, and the mood shifts as her quiet stare cuts through the nonsense. Jian finally offers the shortcut to the market through the back gate, desperate to keep him from slipping away. And just like that, the two start moving together, with Jian chasing a sliver of progress at last. Jian apologizes to the blue-haired boy again, but the look in his eyes says he is already regretting how hard he pushed this. Still, he keeps walking beside him, one hand on his shoulder, and the other gripping his phone like backup for the next excuse. A message lands that says they are already passing the back gate, and Jaeon's lucky break finally seems real. Seotaksu catches the update with a grin, clearly enjoying the chance to stir trouble before the transfer student gets away. Out in the open path, the two boys move forward under that pressure, while the crowd behind them keeps swelling with noise. The blue-haired boy stays calm and unreadable as they pass through the commotion, never giving anyone the reaction they want. Then the tension snaps, and he slips through the attack with frightening speed, leaving the others to swing at air. Seotaksu lunges in too, but the blue-haired boy twists past him so cleanly that the grab only catches frustration. That only makes Seotaksu uglier, and he spits out another warning, trying to turn a stumble into some grand lesson. In the end, he talks down to him anyway, sneering that waiting has no value and expecting fear to do the rest. Jaeon's shout finally echoes through the chaos as the black-haired attacker barrels in from the side. The blue-haired boy takes the blow head-on, yet the impact barely shakes his cold stare. Seotaksu sneers in close, enjoying the moment as if the fight already belongs to him. He starts talking down to the transfer student, acting like skill and restraint are just excuses. Instead of flinching, the blue-haired boy studies him with that same unreadable calm. Seotaksu's boot suddenly drives up, but the move looks more desperate than dominant. The blue-haired boy twists away again, and the swing only sends the bigger boy crashing backward. A phone slips free and skids across the ground. Another small loss in this messy little humiliation. For the first time, the blue-haired boy's expression shifts, as if something unexpected finally catches his attention. Even then, he does not panic, which only makes the whole scene feel worse for the ones chasing him. Seotaksu barrels in with a wild swing, still convinced brute force will settle everything. The blue-haired boy slips the blow again, and the bigger guy eats the counter instead. The impact sends him sprawling as his phone skids away, turning his swagger into pure embarrassment. Taksu snarls through the humiliation, still trying to act like he owns the whole fight. The transfer student rises anyway, cold-eyed and unshaken, like the noise around him barely matters. Taksu keeps mocking him, but the grin is already starting to look forced. The blue-haired boy lifts a hand to his face, finally showing that the hits are beginning to register. Off to the side, Jian panics and blames the chaos on Hwang Daesik, ending this quickly. Black-haired boy too charges back in, yelling for the transfer student to block this too. The attack lands cleanly, and the blue-haired boy is knocked backward as the chase keeps getting uglier. A hand clamps down on the backpack strap, turning the bag into a shield at the last second. The green-jacketed attacker crashes in again, but the blue-haired boy absorbs the hit and barely flinches. Even while airborne, he twists around the impact and keeps his backpack between himself and the blow. He lands hard, still gripping the bag, already reading the next strike before it comes. The attacker mocks him for using the backpack to cushion everything, like that should somehow save his pride. The blue-haired boy looks up coldly, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. With one sharp motion, he snatches the bag back and strips away the attacker's leverage. The bully panics as his tricks stop working, realizing the transfer student has already turned the fight around. Before he can recover, the blue-haired boy slips under him and drives forward with ruthless speed. A final blur of motion leaves the attacker stunned, while the transfer student stays calm as ever. He plants his foot and tightens the backpack strap, already bracing for the next rush. The blue-haired transfer student twists through the pressure and keeps stealing the attacker's rhythm. That smug confidence cracks fast as the green-jacketed bully realizes the tide has turned. In one brutal pull, the transfer student drags him off balance and sends him crashing down. The bully erupts in rage, furious that the backpack trick is still ruining his pride. Instead of backing off, the blue-haired boy surges in and launches another sharp counter. The attacker reels under the force, staring up in disbelief as the fight slips farther away. A clean kick slams in next, and the bully finally starts panicking for real. He screams through the humiliation, shocked that this supposed transfer student is flexing this hard. Before he can recover, another vicious blow lands and leaves him completely rattled. The next kick crushes through his guard, and the green-jacketed bully's confidence shatters on impact. The transfer student keeps moving, driving another hit in before the bigger boy can even regain balance. Down the alley, Jaeon freezes in horror as the fight turns uglier than he ever expected. The bully slams into the ground, groaning through the pain while still trying to cling to his pride. Blue Hair turns away with icy calm, leaving the wrecked attacker to choke on his own humiliation. His phone skids free nearby, but the transfer student only keeps walking like the fight already belongs to him. The bully's rage boils over as he lunges back up, desperate to stop the damage to his ego. He comes in wild and reckless, but the transfer student meets him with a brutal counter. Another kick snaps the attacker back, and the phone flies loose as his body folds under the force. Even now, the stubborn fool crawls forward, still acting like that phone somehow matters more than the beating. The green jacket bully grits his teeth and decides to make this all about Dougal, even if it leaves him battered. His hand jerks toward the fallen phone, desperate to snatch back some dignity before the damage spreads. Across the alley, the transfer student stays cold and unreadable as a scooter suddenly cuts into the chase. The green jacket bully yells for the meetup at Sightgill Park, trying to sound dangerous while clinging to control. Blue Hair barely reacts, already treating the threat like something beneath him. Jian rushes in, checking whether the transfer student is hurt, panic cracking his voice. The transfer student stays silent, letting Jean's fuss wash over him as the worry only grows. Jian realizes the stolen phone could expose everything, from private messages to the boy's whole life. He spirals harder, warning that the situation could turn ugly fast if the wrong people get hold of it. Blue Hair only watches, because now the stolen phone has become a new weapon in this mess. Blue Hair coolly pushes the meeting to Sightgill Park, like the threat barely matters. Jaeon freezes beside him, already realizing this whole stunt is getting out of hand. Blue Hair treats it like a joke and slips away, leaving Jaeon to panic harder. Jaeon stares after him in disbelief, stunned that the transfer student actually walked off. The blue-haired boy keeps going without looking back, forcing the others to chase his pace. Jaeon explodes over the stolen phone, realizing it was never just a phone anymore. Up at Sightgill Park, the waiting boys lounge like they own the place, trying to look dangerous. Blue Hair steps into the wooden stairway, heading straight toward the smug little trap. One of the punks sits smoking under the Sightgill Park sign, pretending to stay relaxed. Blue Hair keeps walking past them, and that confidence starts feeling a lot more threatening than theirs. Blue Hair barely reacts, letting the threat bounce off him like a joke. Behind him, the waiting crowd tightens up as he keeps walking without even glancing back. In the park, the bullies hold their ground, while the man with glasses and the others size up the approaching mess. Kang Doyle still looks ready to bite, but even he can feel the confidence cracking around the edges. The transfer student finally steps forward, straight-backed and cold, as if the whole trap is already beneath him. The ambush boys wait under the pavilion, pretending they are not already nervous. Seotaksu grins at the phone, still trying to look in control while the smugness turns forced. He starts talking about the call as if it matters, but the silence around it only makes him look worse. Blue Hair passes by again, unfazed, and that only sharpens the pressure on everyone trailing behind him. Seotaksu checks the phone one last time and realizes the whole stunt has left him with nothing useful at all. The blue-haired boy keeps walking without flinching, already guessing the whole stunt depends on a few texts. Nearby, the black-haired boy smirks at the phone, still acting like this mess came from some girl. In the park, the blue-haired boy stands at the center of the trap while the others watch and wait. He reaches out anyway, cool enough to ask what the point of all this panic really is. As the group closes in, he cuts straight to the truth and calls out that the whole thing started over a phone. The black-haired boy pushes harder, trying to turn suspicion into gossip and make the girl part matter. That only sharpens the blue-haired boy's focus, and he gets even more curious instead of backing down. Cornered, the black-haired boy blurts out that he sent her a text because seeing her with someone else was frustrating. He admits he only wanted to stir things up and force the situation to move, which sounds less clever by the second. The last clue lands in the pink backpack, where the missing phone is finally revealed, buried like a cheap little secret. The girl with the pink backpack stops cold, staring at the message on her phone as the setup finally hooks its target. A single bait text lands first, harmless enough to look casual and dangerous enough to start everything. Then the real intent slips out, turning the message into a blatant invitation to Sightgill Park and a rotten little power play. The black-haired boy smirks through the nerves, telling himself the trap will work if she really comes after reading that. In the park, the blue-haired boy keeps his cool and presses the issue, making the bluff sound weaker with every second. He pushes even harder by calling out the missing phone, and the black-haired boy starts to lose that smug edge. The culprit finally snaps and admits he only texted her because seeing her with someone else got under his skin. Around them, the waiting crew stiffens as the backup crowd realizes this ambush is already slipping out of control. Kang Doyle and the others look increasingly uneasy, while the man in glasses keeps watching as the stunt falls apart. Jian's worry says it all, because the whole mess has become exactly what everyone feared when the trap began. The blue-haired boy remembers a middle school classmate, and that old connection only makes the trap feel even nastier. In Sightgill Park, the black-haired bully leans in with cheap confidence, acting like the verdict was already decided. The blue-haired boy answers with nothing at all, which only leaves the bully staring into his own nerves. That silence gets mocked hard, because the bully clearly expected fear, not a cold stare. He then waves the missing phone around, promising to return it only if the blue-haired boy can survive the gang's pressure. The blue-haired boy calls out their little setup as transfer student ignorance, while the surrounding crew starts to reveal itself. He keeps pressing, pointing out how this neighborhood's ranking fights turn ugly fast. Then he twists the knife further by saying the moment Taksu got involved, he stepped into a ranking fight for real. Taksu finally spits out the truth behind the revenge game, admitting the whole stunt was born from jealousy and spite. And when the first real strike comes down, the blue-haired boy still refuses to lose his cool, making the bully look more desperate by the second. Seo Taksu's rage finally cracks through the silence, and his face twists as the first rush of violence starts. His crew lunges in from both sides, but the blue-haired boy stands there like the whole ambush is beneath him. The mob swings hard, yet the attack only gives him the opening to read their timing and slip the pressure. One clenched fist comes flying back, and the fight shifts from intimidation to punishment. A pink-haired attacker gets blasted across the face, proving the crowd's numbers are already failing them. Even with the others closing in, the blue-haired boy stays cold-eyed, forcing them to keep guessing. Another pair of strikes crashes in, but he keeps moving through the chaos instead of getting swallowed by it. His stare sharpens, and that calm look says he has already seen the next opening. He snaps into motion and drives through the defense, turning the ambush into a mess of bodies. By the end, the blue-haired boy is still standing, while the others are left reeling under his counterattack. The first rush backfires, and the blue-haired boy slips the pressure instead of folding. A fist slams through the opening, turning their threat into punishment. One pink-haired attacker eats the blow head-on, and the crowd's confidence starts cracking. Even with more bodies closing in, the blue-haired boy stays cold and unreadable. Another strike lands, but he keeps moving, refusing to be boxed in. His stare sharpens, and the others finally sense he has already read their next move. He bursts through the defense, sending the ambush into total disorder. Watching that, one observer can only wonder why he is still defending so calmly. The remaining boys panic at his silence, while the blue-haired boy only grins through the chaos. The mockery keeps spreading as the attackers realize too late that he is making them scream instead. The boys swarm in, yet the blue-haired student stays boxed in without flinching. A brutal hit lands across his face, but he still refuses to fold. The black-haired attacker starts barking at Jaeon to show some skill, already smelling blood. He snaps at the others to move, acting tough while the crowd keeps closing around them. Another strike crashes in, and the blue-haired boy finally takes the punishment head-on. He hits the ground, bloodied but still glaring through the pain. The attacker looms over him, thrilled that the transfer student is finally reeling. A hand grabs a rock from the dirt, and the mood turns even uglier. With a rock raised high, the black-haired boy swears he will make the bastard scream. But that only proves how far the ambush has fallen, because now he is the one scrambling for control. The black-haired thug keeps the pressure on, pinning the blue-haired boy down with smug confidence. With the crowd still closing in, he drives in another brutal hit and shows no mercy. The blue-haired boy finally eats the blow head-on, bloodied but still glaring through the pain. Even as the attacker talks tough, the transfer student only looks more exhausted and cornered. A hand yanks at his shirt, and the black-haired boy leans in like the fight is already won. But the blue-haired boy keeps staring him down, making that grin look a little less convincing. The thug doubles down, insisting this will keep going until the transfer student breaks. Nearby, Jaeon peeks from cover, realizing the ambush is turning uglier than expected. Across the park, the purple-haired girl walks straight toward the waiting crowd, unaware of how messy this has become. Jeon keeps watching her from the tree line, and the whole setup feels like it is about to snap. The black-haired thug tightens his grip, still shoving the battered transfer student while clutching the stolen phone. He smugly texts for mercy, but the words only underline how badly his side is losing control. His grin fades fast as the transfer student keeps staring him down through the blood and bruises. Across the park, the purple-haired girl keeps walking alone, calm enough to look dangerous by accident. The thug leans in with one more taunt, certain the boy will break if he just pushes hard enough. But the girl is already being used as bait, and the message waiting for her is just another ugly trick. One of the mob finally rushes in, while the blue-haired boy barely reacts, still reading every move. Nearby, the purple-haired girl reaches the crowd at last, phone in hand, and the trap starts to close. Fingers fly over the keyboard as the message is sent, locking the whole mess into place. Then the attack misfires, and the thug stumbles forward while the purple-haired girl slips past without even looking twice. He seizes her wrist before she can pull away, and the trap finally turns physical. The thug leans in with that smug grin, treating her fear like entertainment. He tightens his grip and drags her along, still acting like control is his. She fights the pull, but he snaps at her for trying to run after coming alone. Hidden nearby, John freezes when the shouting starts and the names begin to surface. He peeks out again, still hoping nobody notices him in the middle of this mess. The thug mocks her with the boy's face, while Jaeon stays buried behind the tree. Jaeon blurts out that he brought her here, and the lie sounds even worse out loud. The crowd closes in under the crush of legs, with the blue-haired boy still pinned at the center. At last, the whole ambush lands around him, but the trap has already started slipping out of their hands. Bloodied and cornered, the blue-haired boy stares ahead, still refusing to break. Across from him, the purple-haired girl realizes too late that the whole thing was bait. Under the rain, she steps toward him anyway, and the tension only gets uglier. The crowd keeps watching as the pressure around the blue-haired boy tightens. A hand rises from behind cover, and the ambush feels one step from snapping shut. The purple-haired girl stands alone now, gripping her phone as the mob starts circling. The blue-haired boy looks worse for wear, but his eyes stay sharp enough to keep resisting. Seo's boys jeer at the purple-haired girl, amused that she really walked into their trap. Seotaksu grins from above the chaos, thinking the humiliation is still under control. But her shaken stare says otherwise, because the joke has already started turning against them. Purple fingers tremble over the phone, and the message is sent anyway. The bait lands cleanly, and the crowd starts waiting for her response. Around the blue-haired boy, the circle tightens, and one thug already hates the silence. She stares back without giving them the satisfaction, which only rattles them more. The black-haired punk loses patience, snapping that both of them are just strange. Another thug leans in, promising a reward if they can force the pair to talk. The girl's attention turns into a new demand, and the blue-haired boy stays bloodied but unbroken. The group doubles down, grinning as they decide silence is just another weakness to exploit. The purple-haired girl finally flinches under the pressure, and their teasing turns nastier. Even as they crowd closer, the joke is slipping, because she is no longer looking nearly as shaken. The thug keeps pawing at her hair, smugly prying for a reaction, while the purple-haired girl freezes under the pressure. The blue-haired boy stays bloodied and unreadable, making the crowd's little game feel less fun by the second. A black-haired punk calls out for Jian, and the taunting only gets louder as the trap tightens. He keeps pressing the blue-haired boy, barking for some kind of answer like patience is a joke. The battered boy still refuses to break, and that silence only makes the crowd nastier. Jian panics when the others turn on the girl, while the blue-haired boy watches from the front, still refusing to fold. Hiding behind a tree, John chokes out a desperate plea as the situation keeps slipping out of control. The purple-haired girl gets grabbed by the chin and shoved into the spotlight, but she is no longer backing down. Even with the crowd circling, she snaps back hard enough to make them hesitate for a split second. That hesitation costs someone dearly, and Jian ends up standing over a knocked-out thug as the ambush starts collapsing. The blue-haired boy takes a hard hit, yet his eyes stay sharp through the blood and pressure. Another blow lands cleanly, but he barely flinches, already reading the rhythm of the attack. The black-haired punk and his crowd start losing composure as the blue-haired boy's resistance finally turns dangerous. Jaeyan freezes at the sight of the chaos, while the blue-haired boy keeps standing between him and the worst of it. Pink-haired thug gets driven down next, and the ambush begins collapsing into pure panic. The black-haired punk still tries to mock Jian, but his grin looks a lot less confident now. Around them, the boys keep circling the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl, shouting for them to be crushed. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl both hold their ground, and the crowd's momentum starts breaking apart. Feet slam through the dirt as the attackers rush in, only to stumble deeper into their own mess. By the end, the blue-haired boy stays crouched in the middle of the wreckage, while the purple-haired girl stands beside the chaos. The black-haired punk lashes out first, and the hit lands hard enough to jolt the whole fight. Around him, his crew charges in, only to find the blue-haired boy still standing in their path. Even while getting swarmed, the blue-haired boy snaps back with brutal timing and drives one attacker down. The black-haired punk's expression finally cracks as the counterattack catches him by surprise. Before the others can recover, the blue-haired boy buries another strike into the next thug and keeps the collapse moving. The blue-haired boy stays on top of him, and the punk starts buckling under the pressure. A new attacker in glasses rushes in shouting in panic, but the blue-haired boy barely blinks. He answers with another clean blow, and the green-hooded man's charge falls apart mid-step. The blue-haired boy keeps the momentum, dropping low and leaving the attackers scrambling for balance. By now, the ambush is a joke, and the one who started it is the one getting cornered. The blue-haired boy twists free as the chaos tightens, and the others start hearing his panic for the first time. He slams one attacker flat, turning the ambush into a humiliating pileup. The green-hooded man stares in disbelief, already realizing the situation has slipped away. Another thug rushes in, only to eat a crushing counter before he can even reset. The blue-haired boy keeps pressing forward, and the black-haired punk's confidence starts rotting fast. A leg snaps into place against his face, and the smug grin finally turns ugly. He answers with a heavy body shot, leaving the attacker folding under his own momentum. The blue-haired boy follows with another brutal blow, and the punk reels as the pressure keeps climbing. A new voice hisses that he is a rare find, and the grin on the black-haired punk's face turns feral. Then he laughs like a madman, still trying to act superior, even as the whole ambush keeps collapsing around him. The blue-haired boy drives a knee in hard, and the bigger thug folds with a miserable groan. His hand still trembles from the hit, because even that much force could not stop the collapse. Then the blue-haired boy buries another strike into the black-haired punk, and the smug axe starts dying. The punk screams insults through the pain, but his face already says he knows this is going wrong. A fresh blow launches the blue-haired boy forward, and he powers through with cold, relentless pressure. Another attacker tries to rush in, only to get blasted back before he can even find his footing. Blood and panic smear across the thug's face as the blue-haired boy keeps hammering downward. With both arms raised, the battered target looks less like a threat and more like a man begging for mercy. One more impact slams him flat, and the ambush loses whatever confidence it had left. By the end, even the fallen brute lies there stunned, while the whole gang starts realizing the fight is already over. The gang surrounds the fallen Seotaksu, and their shock turns into ugly panic. Blue-haired boy keeps driving into them, and the mob starts buckling under the pressure. One hit later, he is already forcing through their line like their numbers mean nothing. Another rush gets smashed aside, leaving the attackers stumbling in every direction. Even the black-haired punk starts cracking, screaming threats while his face says otherwise. Blue-haired boy answers with one cold look, and the bastard's confidence keeps shrinking. The girl in the rain freezes up as the threats shift toward Jaeon and everyone nearby. When the pressure tightens, the purple-haired girl is dragged into the mess and starts panicking. Rain pours down as she stands cornered, with Jaeon's name hanging in the air again. Her fear breaks into a full scream, and the whole scene feels ready to collapse. Blue-haired boy's eye stays cold as the ambush tightens, and the next strike is already on the way. His shoe plants hard, and the attackers start to realize their line is breaking. Purple-haired girl freezes in pure panic, trapped under the pressure as the shouting turns sharper. He lashes out through the black-haired punk's guard, and the arrogant one starts sounding less brave by the second. Another brutal hit drops a purple-shirted attacker, proving numbers mean nothing when timing is this cruel. Blue-haired boy keeps driving forward, while the mob around him begins to buckle and scatter. The black-haired punk finally snaps, screaming in panic as the purple-haired girl shrinks beside him. His next blow crushes another attacker flat, and the whole group looks ready to fold. Blue-haired boy rises through the chaos, bloodied but still hunting, while the others flinch at every move. By the end, even the loudest of them is left admitting he was wrong, and that was already too late. The first hit lands clean, and the blue-haired boy's face twists under the force. Blood and shock spread across his expression, but he still refuses to fold. Jaeon finally breaks and screams for them to stop, while the black-haired punk keeps charging. A hand flashes the phone back into play, and the trap starts looking as petty as it is cruel. The blue-haired boy wears the blow, and answers with that same cold, unreadable stare. Another taunt follows, but the arrogant grin is already starting to crack. He rises through the wreckage anyway, while the others start dropping around him. One last punch snaps through the air, and the crowd's courage collapses with it. The black-haired punk finally panics, yelling as his own confidence turns to fear. Even now, his shaken glare says it all. The fight is gone, and he knows it. The blue-haired boy drives a brutal punch through the punk's confidence, and the charge finally starts breaking. The black-haired teen's grin hardens into a shaken stare, as if even he knows the tide has turned. Behind the chain necklace and pierced ears, another bully tightens up, suddenly far less cocky than before. The target keeps moving through the pressure, while the attackers hesitate just long enough to look pathetic. One slip is all it takes, and the blue-haired boy sends the next man crashing down without mercy. Another desperate strike lands, but it only looks uglier now that the blue-haired boy refuses to fold. The blue-haired boy answers with a savage counter, and the park crowd's courage starts evaporating. His opponent gets launched backward, stunned by how completely the setup has collapsed. The blue-haired boy stands battered but upright, breathing steady while the others lie scattered around him. Even the fallen punk can only stare at the damage, finally realizing the fight is already gone. The black-haired punk keeps sneering, but his bravado is already rotting away. The blue-haired boy is still down, yet the punishment looks uglier on his attackers now. He toys with the battered target, acting like the result is already decided. A chest-mounted phone takes a hit, and the plan starts looking shaky fast. More of Seotaksu's crew gathers on the stairs, dragging their feet as fear spreads. Even their leader is rattled now, glaring at the blue-haired boy like he can't believe this is happening. The blue-haired boy stays cold and unfazed, while the green-jacketed brute openly panics. One careless strike comes in, but the blue-haired boy reads it instantly and answers back. The counter lands clean, and the black-haired punk finally realizes he just got baited. By the end, the blue-haired boy has slipped the hit and made the whole ambush look pathetic. The bully's arrogance keeps climbing, as if he has already found the target's weak point. Even his own bravado turns hungry and possessive, while he calls for Jaeyeon like the hunt is still his. Out at the park, the blue-haired boy sits battered and unreadable across from the purple-haired girl. Her face tightens with fear, but he stays cold, making it clear the ambush has not broken him. He lowers his gaze, and the pressure in the air says he is already thinking several moves ahead. The girl freezes under that stare, clutching herself as the confidence drains from her expression. A foot twists on the boards nearby, and the whole setup starts to feel like it is slipping. Then the purple-haired girl turns and runs, finally sensing the danger too late. The blue-haired boy straightens on the bench, noticing the shift and reaching for his phone. A message flashes that medicine is on the way, and the chase gives him one more opening to wait. The blue-haired boy's battered stare hardens, and the bullies start realizing he is still in control. Rain or not, their threats keep piling up, with the girl trapped between panic and the pressure behind her. He only narrows his eye further, making it clear he is already reading their next mistake. While he rises off the bench, the phone stays in his hand, and the park turns silent around him. The phone slips onto the wooden seat, almost too conveniently, like another trap waiting to snap shut. He walks away without looking back, leaving the device behind as the others start second-guessing everything. Jian blunders in next, awkwardly insisting the transfer student is some huge deal. He keeps talking himself deeper into trouble, already sounding less confident than the situation deserves. One of the boys blurts out that the blue-haired monster might have won anyway in a straight fight. Then the chaos spills wider, and even the phone rack becomes part of the mess as the next strike lands. Jian stares at the phone, already realizing Aryam may have handed it to him after all. The thought hits harder up close, and his confidence starts to crack. He looks back toward the park, where Yena's sudden appearance only deepens the confusion. Across the path, the purple-haired girl freezes as the pressure keeps closing in. Jian fumbles with the phone, panicking as he wonders what to do next. A brutal impact sends him reeling, and he decides to stop hesitating and run. So he breaks into a desperate sprint, chasing the chaos before it slips away. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl keeps retreating, terrified of getting dragged in again. Jian races past the park railings, clutching the phone as if it might explain everything. Then the screen lights up in his hand, and the next surprise nearly stops him cold. Jian stares at the message about medicine, and the guilt hits harder than the night air. Aryam asks if his wounds are okay, while he freezes under the pressure of answering right. She snaps at him for disappearing, and now he knows exactly how badly he messed up. Jian panics over the reply, wondering whether to comfort her or leave her hanging. Her name finally appears on the screen, and the possibility of answering stops him cold. He realizes he knows her far too well, which only makes the choice more dangerous. Aryam thanks him for helping, then pushes for something more personal, bit by bit. Jian nearly loses his nerve, torn between ignoring it and making her feel rejected. Out by the bench, Aryam keeps waiting, trying to become Jaeyeon just long enough to get through to him. At last, she stands there with the glowing phone, wide-eyed, as the tension finally lands. Aryam finally gets a reply, and the tiny okay only makes her stare harder. Her face flushes as she realizes the silence is breaking at last. By the bridge, the boys keep chasing the gossip as the recorded fight spreads. They call it insane, then point at the blue-haired boy tearing through them alone. One of them recognizes the transfer student and starts connecting the pieces. Jaeyeon reels at the news, realizing the guy she likes is already drawing attention. Aryam spirals, furious that he might be rejecting her, then admits she feels relieved too. The confusion only deepens as she keeps wavering between embarrassment and attraction. Nearby, the others joke that the clip would explode online, already planning to post it. Jian just freezes, caught between panic and the realization that this mess is getting bigger. Black-haired thug keeps barking at Jian, while the smaller boy reaches for what he dropped and begs for it back. Jian bends over an apology, already looking like this humiliation is spiraling far beyond anything he can control. Seo Taksu stands with his crew, and the whole gang looks ready to keep feeding on the chaos. His name lands hard on Jaeyeon, because the moment finally confirms who has been steering this mess. Jian stiffens in fear, then starts fumbling for a way to answer without making things worse. Taksu only presses harder, smug enough to act like the situation still belongs to him. Jaeyeon trembles as the exchange keeps closing in, his nerves fraying with every word. The pink-haired boy gets smashed in the face, and the ambush starts turning ugly for everyone involved. Someone swings again through the blur, and Jian can only freeze as the violence rushes past him. In the final beat, Jianjian curls up under the pressure, knowing the trap has fully swallowed the room. Taksu still stands over Jian and orders him to pull himself together, but the bruised boy can only bow under the pressure. Jian panics when another boy checks on Seungmin, then blurts out that everything hurts because of them. The gang laughs off the slap as a small victory, mocking Kim Jinwoo's bad temper like that somehow makes this cleaner. From behind, Taksu keeps sneering about the fighters causing trouble, while the crew trails after him like obedient shadows. Jaeyeon hesitates and tries to speak, only to get flustered as the black-haired boy turns on him with impatient questions. Blue-haired Sungmin walks beside Yena, and she immediately notices his face is still cut and bruised. Jeon watches them move ahead with her, and the sight clearly leaves him annoyed at how close they have become. His expression tightens as he realizes Aryam is one thing, but Yena is already getting pulled into the same pattern. The suspicion deepens, and he starts to wonder why everything keeps circling back to that blue-haired boy. Purple-haired girl steps in behind him, and Jeon freezes again as another unsettling presence catches him off guard. The purple-haired girl turns back, already sensing that Jeon's strange interest is becoming a problem. Jaeyeon spots her and blurts out Aryam's name, trying to act casual and failing instantly. She keeps walking, and the distance between them says enough about her unease. His face tightens as he realizes getting close to Aryam has become his first priority. Across the street, the dark-haired troublemaker checks his phone and quietly keeps the scheme moving. The upload button gets tapped, and the humiliating footage starts going live. In class, the boys chuckle over the prank as one of them keeps the victim pinned for more fun. Their laughter spreads through the room, turning the whole thing into a sick little performance. Then the pink-haired boy steps in and slams a punch into Jeon, wiping the smugness off his face. Another hit follows fast, and Jeon is left taking the punishment as the others keep laughing. The boys keep gawking at Seo Taksu, and the joke lands so hard it turns his pride into a target. In class, the crowd keeps laughing while Seo Taksu sits there looking flatter than the punchlines around him. One of them starts ordering him around like a trained dog, and the whole room eats it up. Seo Taksu actually follows along, stunned enough to let the humiliation keep rolling. The others keep barking instructions, and he awkwardly shuffles after them, already losing control of the prank. By the stairs, his confidence is gone, and he blurts out directions, while the boys keep pressuring him from behind. A sudden strike leaves him reeling, and the smug grin finally gets knocked clean off his face. He stumbles forward in a panic, realizing too late that the whole setup has turned against him. Even as he charges ahead, the boys behind him keep sneering, and the ambush starts looking like a joke on him instead. Seo Taksu's face twists in shock as the chaos catches up, and his own scheme starts collapsing in real time. The blow lands hard, and Seo Taksu finally takes the hit that wipes the smugness off his face. Before he can recover, the blue-haired boy keeps him pinned and turns the prank into a mess. Jeon spots them and panics, calling out as the chaos starts swallowing the stairs. Yena rushes in beside the boys, and for once even the loudest ones look unsure. She notices the real punchline at the back of his head, and Jeon admits the others did it as a joke. Their nervous laughter only makes it worse, while the blue-haired boy stands there cold and silent. Jaeyeon keeps apologizing and thanking him in the same breath, already spiraling. The blue-haired boy walks off with his backpack, leaving the whole crowd to sit with the embarrassment. Inside the school, the tension finally thins, but the rumor of that humiliation still hangs in the air. Outside, the building feels strangely quiet, as if the joke has already died, and nobody knows how to laugh anymore. The whole mess is already spilling into the gymnasium, where the building's calm feels one bad second away from breaking. A black-haired boy peeks in, and that look alone says the trouble has found the right place. Inside, the blue-haired boy answers with a brutal strike, and the first thug crumples before he can even recover. He keeps moving without hesitation, tearing through the next attackers as the floor turns into a pileup of panic and bruises. One of them screams in disbelief, while the blue-haired boy keeps coming, making the whole group realize too late that this is not their kind of fight. The crowd still tries to act tough, barking for the others to corner him, but the confidence is already starting to rot. Seo Taksu lounges like the chaos still belongs to him, only to find the room is already laughing at his loss of control. He shrugs off the tension with a smug excuse, pretending the whole thing is still some harmless joke. Then the truth comes out through a phone screen, exposing the transfer student video and turning the prank into something much uglier. The clip keeps playing, and the blue-haired boy's beatdown of the group leaves no room left for excuses. The clip spreads fast, and the comments explode as everyone starts asking who the transfer student is. Even from the sidelines, the boys realize the school, the uniform, and the location all look familiar. Seo Taksu and his crew lean in, pretending this is entertainment while the views keep climbing. Their confidence starts to crack when they see the footage is real and not some staged joke. The rumors turn sharper as they point toward their own school, and the mood shifts from curiosity to dread. Seo Taksu still tries to sound amused, but the hint of a beating hanging over him makes that grin look flimsy. The crowd keeps digging, and one boy yells for everyone to pay attention as the transfer student question hangs in the air. Another answers that the rumor says Taksu was hospitalized because of him, and suddenly the joke stops feeling so funny. Seo Taksu keeps pushing back with a smug look, demanding to know what class the boy is in. The answer lands hard. Class 5, and now even his crew starts wondering whether the transfer student really got Taksu first. Seo Taksu grins, and tells his crew to dig up more on the transfer student, already treating the rumor like entertainment. The school sits under a bright calm, but the silence only makes the coming trouble feel sharper. By lunch, Jian starts dragging the blue-haired boy along, while the others hover nearby and keep the pressure on. The blue-haired boy freezes at the doorway, sensing something is off before the trap fully tightens. Jian hurries after him, calling out and trying to act friendly before the tension snaps. He keeps pushing for a shared meal, but the blue-haired boy's silence makes the offer feel more awkward than warm. Jian still tries to smooth things over, waving them in and pretending this mess can stay simple. Then the other boy corners him with the transfer student gossip, and Jian stumbles under the sudden attention. Jianyan insists he has been waiting to eat with the blue-haired boy, trying to keep the situation from spiraling. Even with both sides crowding in, the blue-haired boy stays cold, and the whole lunch break starts feeling like a setup. Seo Taksu laughs at Jian's buzz cut and turns the joke into open humiliation. Jian swears he is not mocking anyone, only for Seo Taksu to press harder about the hair. Taksu keeps the act going, calling the shaved head proof of school bullying. He doubles down on truth and evidence, while Jian snaps back in frustration. The blue-haired boy cuts in coldly, exposing how childish the whole scheme sounds. Jian blurts out that they should take pictures as proof, already sounding cornered. His phone suddenly lights up with Ariam's message, and his attention slips instantly. Jaeon stammers that the others should eat first, then says he will be back. The message confirms that Ariam sent it, and he realizes something is shifting. Blushing hard, Jian clutches the phone and finally admits he will do it, thank you included. The purple-haired girl freezes as her phone buzzes, and something on the screen clearly catches her off guard. Jian's reply lands next, calm on the surface but sharp enough to leave her wide-eyed and flushed. He stares at his phone in disbelief, realizing the message has pulled the trap in a completely new direction. Across from him, Taksu still wears that smug grin, already acting like he owns the whole mess. Jian keeps talking through his nerves, but the moment feels like he is backing toward a cliff. In the park, the boys circle around as the rumors spread, and the blue-haired transfer student becomes the center of attention. The recording spreads into plain view, turning the humiliation into hard evidence that can't be laughed off anymore. Blue-haired boy steps in close, and Jian's fear spikes when he realizes the situation has slipped past his control. Jian turns rigid as the blue-haired boy's blade points in, and even Taksu's confidence starts to look hollow. The tension snaps into full panic, with every smug face finally realizing this joke has gone way too far. Jian freezes over the message, realizing the trap has suddenly shifted into something far uglier. He stammers through the panic, while Taksu still grins like the mess belongs to him. The blue-haired transfer student cuts in, coolly claiming he only came to check whether the rumors were true. That calm only needles Taksu harder, and he orders him to get up and show what he can do. Jian blurts out that he already said to get up, but the blue-haired boy just keeps pressing forward. A fist snaps across the tension, and the blue-haired boy barely reacts, as if the hit meant nothing. Taksu keeps barking that he cannot even bring himself to stand, trying to bully fear into becoming obedience. The blue-haired boy answers with cold patience, and the very word then makes Taksu look more desperate than dangerous. When Taksu hurls himself in again, he declares that the fight should begin with a beating. The blue-haired boy slips the rush cleanly, leaving Taksu's attack to crash into empty air instead. The first hit lands clean, and Taksu's body folds under the transfer student's brutal timing. His gang freezes as the blue-haired boy keeps the pressure on, turning their bravado into a bad joke. Taksu gets smashed down hard, and the sharp impact leaves him rattled for the first time. Around him, the others recoil, while the blue-haired boy stands over the wreckage like it was effortless. He does not even look winded, which only makes the whole ambush feel more pathetic. Taksu stumbles up, bloodied and stunned, finally realizing this fight has slipped completely out of his hands. Purple-haired girl watches in horror as the confidence drains out of the crowd. Another boy takes a savage shot to the face, and the neat little bullying game starts falling apart. The fear spreads fast, and one of the schoolboys breaks first, turning to run. Before anyone can recover, he bolts through the doorway and leaves the rest to panic in the wreckage. Jaeon and the others stare in disbelief, unable to process how fast the blue-haired boy slipped through the trap. Jian blurts out that the transfer student is insane, and the panic in his voice only grows. The crowd reels when someone says he sent Taksu to the hospital, and the rumor turns from mockery to fear. Taksu tries to salvage his pride, calling the blue-haired boy different, then grudgingly admitting he is far stronger than expected. He finally realizes that the bastard who came looking for him is a real threat, not just some school rumor. The brown-haired boy warns that the target is tied to Kim Jinwoo's gang, which turns the whole schoolyard into a bad joke with teeth. He goes on to explain that they drag people into fights and treat the gym like a pit, and Jian starts seeing the trap for what it really is. The brown-haired boy adds that the next target is probably Jaeyeon, and the poor kid freezes at the thought of being cornered next. One last warning lands hard. If it really is Byeon, there is a lot of money riding on it, which only makes the danger feel worse. Taksu snaps at the misunderstanding, then fumbles into claiming his trust in Jian like that somehow fixes anything. He doubles down, promising to handle the rejection himself and keep the pressure moving. Blue-haired boy answers with icy contempt, making it clear he sees right through the whole act. Taksu tries to play generous, offering to talk things out and even act like a friend. He moves closer with a smug grin, but the blue-haired boy still doesn't give him an ounce of warmth. Taksu pushes harder, acting close enough to fool no one while Jaeyeon looks more and more trapped. The crowd starts buzzing again, and the classroom mood turns tense as the rumor spreads. In the hallway, Taksu spots something off and freezes for a beat, realizing the situation is shifting. Then the blue-haired boy appears in the classroom entrance, and the whole room locks onto him at once. The boys shove his phone forward, turning the assault into gossip and forcing everyone to stare at the blue-haired boy. On the screen, the beating is already going viral, and they keep pressing him for any reaction at all. Taksu steps in to wave them off, acting like he can control the room while the crowd keeps tightening around the target. The blue-haired boy only answers with a flat, mocking stare, making Taksu's fake generosity look even weaker. With the group circling him and the blue-haired boy refusing to play along, the whole classroom starts feeling the strain. Near the doorway, Taksu finally notices something is off and freezes, sensing the situation slipping out of his hands. The blue-haired boy appears at the classroom entrance, and every head in the room snaps toward him at once. Taksu blurts out his name, while the others stare in shock and realize the transfer student rumor has come for them. The room falls into a tense silence, with the shock on their faces making it clear the joke is already collapsing. The class sits frozen in the aftermath, while the rumor-fueled tension keeps building around the blue-haired boy. Taksu tries to wave everyone down, but even the desks feel crowded as the whole room waits for a reaction. His smug control cracks fast when the transfer student rumor lands right on top of him. The blue-haired boy walks in at the doorway, and the room's confidence drops to nothing. Taksu and the others stiffen, as the silence makes their little joke look embarrassingly fragile. The boy answers with a flat stare, leaving Taksu's forced friendliness looking downright pathetic. Taksu pushes harder, claiming he only wants a conversation, but the sweat gives away his panic. He keeps talking anyway, trying to act bold while the blue-haired boy just stays unreadable. Then Taksu finally begins to explain, and the room realizes he is the one getting cornered now. Black-haired boy too slams the first blow in, mocking the shaved-head student and making the whole classroom feel uglier by the second. The bully leans over the desk, still grinning, while the target shrinks under the pressure, and the nearby boys start snickering. A hand jerks in close, jabbing and grabbing as the cheap intimidation turns into plain old assault. Taksu keeps barking insults, but even his own face says the joke is starting to slip. The room locks up for a beat as the tension tightens around the desks like a trap. At last, Taksu starts talking about the transfer student mess, trying to sound calm while the confidence bleeds out of him. Blue-haired boy stands there without a word, and the others around him begin to realize the balance has already changed. Taksu points the blame toward the gymnasium rumor, dragging the card into the open as if that explains everything. But the silence only deepens, because now it sounds less like a plan and more like the moment his lie finally cracked. He tries to bait the blue-haired boy with an invitation card, acting smug while the silence hardens around him. Blue-haired boy stares back blankly, and the card becomes less of a lure than a warning. A nervous boy cuts in, begging him to think about money, but the pressure only keeps rising. Jian starts stammering that he does not want to fight, already looking trapped in the middle. Taksu snarls that Jaeyeon has been interfering from the start, and the smug act finally starts cracking. His anger boils over as he blames Peon for ruining things, then lashes out without restraint. The blue-haired boy steps through the chaos and drops one thug hard, making the whole room look pathetic. Another bully sprawls out in pain, while the blue-haired boy's timing keeps turning their own intimidation against them. Taksu explodes at the sight of it all, furious that Jian keeps getting in the middle of his mess. Taksu keeps barking orders, still trying to shove the blue-haired boy into the corner like he owns the room. One poor sucker gets flattened, and the whole class starts realizing this mess is turning ugly fast. The classroom goes tense as the students stare, too shocked to pretend this is still a joke. A hand clamps down in the chaos, and Taksu's grip slips just enough to expose his panic. The blue-haired boy answers with a cold stare, already making the next move feel inevitable. Taksu finally snaps, snarling that nobody should touch him, as if that tantrum can save his pride. But the blue-haired boy is already on him, and Taksu's threats start sounding pathetic the second contact lands. Even the others freeze, their eyes widening as the fight stops looking controllable. The blue-haired boy stays unreadable, and that calm only makes Taksu's rage look smaller. The first shove lands hard, and the poor schoolboy's collar twists under the pressure. His face goes rigid with shock as the humiliation turns into open fear. Taksu snaps at the chaos, rage finally cracking through his smug act. The blue-haired boy stays unmoved while the others start shouting and losing nerve. One bully lunges in, but the counter comes first and the momentum flips. Another strike folds the attacker in half, and the room's bravado starts dying fast. Blood sprays as the next blow drives the bully back like he never mattered. Through the chaos, the blue-haired boy remains calm, almost annoyingly unreadable. That steady stare says enough. The fight is already tilting his way. The first bully folds hard from the hit, choking on his own bravado as the classroom noise dies around him. The blue-haired boy stands there without flinching, and that quiet stare alone rattles the entire room. Another attack comes in, but his hand catches it cleanly, killing the momentum before it can even begin. The stocky bully snarls and rushes in again, only to find the desks already turning into obstacles instead of protection. By now, the blue-haired boy is already moving, slipping past the chaos with the same cold focus as before. He launches over the scattered desks, and the panicking students can only watch him close the distance. One more bully gets smashed backward by a brutal blow, proving this fight stopped being a group effort long ago. The blue-haired boy keeps advancing through the classroom, ignoring the shouts while the others stumble over each other. Another strike lands squarely, and the bullies finally start realizing their numbers mean nothing here. The last attacker goes down under the pressure, and the room is left with nothing but fear and humiliation. The bully doubles over in pain, already realizing the next exchange is going nowhere. Blue-haired boy stands unmoved while the class stares, and the tension in the room keeps climbing. Across the room, the bystanders freeze when Jan's name comes up, and the rumor suddenly feels real. A battered bully slams forward in desperation, only to keep losing face with every move. The glasses-wearing man snaps at the chaos, finally seeing how fast this has spiraled. A desk is hoisted overhead as the classroom erupts, and even the blue-haired boy draws stunned stares. The glasses-wearing man warns the transfer student to stop, but the blue-haired boy keeps advancing anyway. The stocky bully tries to play it off as a joke, yet the pink-streaked one can already feel the humiliation turning on them. Amid the wrecked desks, the shaved-headed boy hesitates while the pink-haired one barks for help, and panic spreads. The pink-streaked bully finally looks shaken as the others scramble, because the room has stopped fearing them. Black-haired boy too still smirks, trying to act untouchable while he checks whether he can reach Jajian through someone else. In class, the battered bully and the blue-haired boy draw every eye, and the bruised one's silence only makes the rumor feel real. The glasses-wearing teacher turns toward the troublemaker, already seeing how badly this has spiraled. Black-haired boy too tosses out a lazy joke and tries to play fearless, but the teacher is no longer buying any of it. Outside, the students swarm into gossip mode, treating the whole mess like schoolyard entertainment, because nothing spreads faster than public humiliation. Jian and the shaved-headed boy trade frantic reactions as the chaos keeps escalating, and the loser of the fight is already becoming the punchline. Jian panics over missing the scene, while the other boy realizes he should have been there just to witness the disaster firsthand. When the topic turns to Jian staying behind, the explanation lands fast. He did not start the fight, but he still got pulled into it. The school looms in the background as everyone wonders whether he is about to get scolded for getting dragged into the mess. A hand lifts a cup of green tea, and the calm little gesture feels almost insulting after all that chaos. In the lounge, the teacher casually praises the subtle scent, already sounding like he knows exactly where this is headed. He adds that this school's atmosphere is different, since a place on the suburbs and coast rarely sees students like this. Blue-haired boy listens coldly as the teacher brings up his father arranging the transfer. He admits he had been against it, but the move happened anyway. The teacher says settling in must have been hard, then points out how little the boy talks. Even so, he thanks the father for trusting him and for treating him like a friend. Then he starts digging into the past, asking when he last saw the boy before coming here. He narrows it down to 4 years ago, back when the boy was still in middle school. The boy's fist snaps forward without hesitation, refusing to let the conversation stay gentle. The teacher takes the hit in stride, smiling as he calls the boy powerful, and introduces him like an old friend. The blue-haired boy keeps grinding through training, sweat pouring down as he refuses to slow for anyone. He stops and bows in silence, already looking worn down before the day even turns ugly. At the gym, the adults crowd around him, and one of them praises the corner he turned into a training space. The older man treats him like family, promising strength will come from more than just muscles. Back in the conversation, the teacher admits he told the others to understand the boy's situation. He adds that settling in will still be his problem, then points out the boy's habit of saying almost nothing. The teacher digs deeper, linking the father's training to something bigger than brute strength, while the boy stays cold and unreadable. He even suggests that one day, the boy will break through that silence, and the rain outside starts falling hard. Out in that sudden downpour, 2 students panic and scramble to shield themselves, already feeling the humiliation closing in. Their confidence collapses fast, because the storm is only making the whole mess look worse. The boys keep spiraling, assuming Kim Jinuo and his crew are no longer a threat. One of them notices a phone tucked away, and the message trail starts to turn suspicious. That suspicion snaps into panic when Ariam's name comes up, and the excuse falls apart fast. Jaeon freezes at the text, then stumbles toward the street, desperate to answer it. The message is simple and sharp, asking if he has an umbrella, and waiting by the stationery store. He jolts at the location, realizing this is no random meetup anymore. His footsteps hammer harder as he sprints through the rain, already fearing another trap. A shadow peeks from cover, and the tension spikes as he spots someone waiting ahead. The purple-haired girl stands under an umbrella outside the store, calm enough to make the whole setup feel worse. Jaeon realizes too late that she really came, and the ambush has finally found its target. The message confirms the trap is real, and the girl keeps waiting with her umbrella. Jaeon panics, caught off guard by how fast the setup is closing in. The bait turns crueler when the message makes it clear he is meant to bring someone else. He swallows his hesitation and decides the situation can't be ignored anymore. By the time he reaches the street, he is already regretting every second of the run. The waiting girl stands alone in the rain, calm enough to make the whole thing feel worse. Jaeon finally spots the pair under the umbrella, and his nerves spike again. She looks at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to show up this fast. The girl hesitates, still trying to process why he is standing there instead of staying away. Beside her, the blue-haired boy only deepens the tension, and Jaeon realizes the ambush has landed. The blue-haired boy stands drenched and unreadable, already knowing this rainy meetup was never normal. The purple-haired girl turns toward him, her surprise giving way to a cautious, uneasy pause. She keeps hold of her umbrella and bag, still trying to process why he showed up at all. A hand reaches for the umbrella, and the whole setup starts feeling deliberately wrong. Jaeon arrives and freezes when he sees her waiting with the blue-haired boy beside her. His panic spikes as he realizes she was never planning to share the umbrella with him. The umbrella stretches between them, exposing how the trap was built around her heart instead of the obvious target. Jaeon fumbles the handle and blurts out his embarrassment, then tries to save face by acting flustered and sincere. The blue-haired boy remains stone-faced while Jaeon clings to the excuse that this was for both of them. Jaeon admits they needed one, and that he had to go somewhere with the blue-haired boy, making the excuse sound even weaker. In the rain, the blue-haired boy and Jaeon keep talking about a new game center, but the invitation sounds less like fun and more like trouble. The purple-haired girl waits under her umbrella, calm on the surface, while Jaeon's clumsy attempt at friendship already feels off. Jaeon hurries in and freezes the moment he sees her waiting there, realizing this was never the easy meetup he imagined. He fumbles under the rain, and the whole arrangement starts looking like a trap built around embarrassment instead of romance. Jaeon's panic spikes as he stares at the situation, his confidence crumbling faster than his excuses. Then the bullies show up, welcoming the so-called representative like they have already won. Caught between them, Jaeon can only stammer in confusion while the pressure closes in from every side. The bruised boy snaps at the representative and even drags Jaeon into the mess, proving this was never meant to stay playful. Rain pounds the alley as the tension peaks, and the boys realize the situation is slipping far beyond their control. The ambush finally explodes into violence, and the bullies start getting hit back in the same ugly way they plan to dish it out. Seo Taksu leans in through the rain, barking for another attempt and reminding them who is in control. The bruised boy stammers for Jaeon, already looking like he regrets every second of this mess. Taksu keeps the pressure on, forcing him to participate instead of backing out. He crowds Jaeon next, demanding a clear answer while the intimidation tightens. When the boy flinches, Taksu snaps even harder, and the whole setup starts feeling rotten. The punching begins before anyone can recover, and the shaved boy is already collapsing under it. Taksu only smirks through the chaos, as if the pain is still somehow part of his plan. But the bruise-faced boy finally cracks, and the smug act starts slipping away. The black card marked Hound Dog gets waved around like a threat, and the message is aimed at Jaejeon. By now, the rain-soaked bluff has turned into panic, and even the bullies look ready to fold. Taksu leans in with that rotten grin, brazenly promising the Hound Dog fight pits like this mess is already his. The bullies linger in the rain, laughing while the shaved boy stays folded on the ground like a punchline gone wrong. Jian erupts with a desperate shout, trying to force himself into the fight, before the pressure swallows him too. At the air hockey table, the bowl-cut boy smashes the puck around, suddenly acting like some unbeatable gaming genius. Blue-haired boy watches from the other side, cool as ever, already reading the bluff behind that noisy confidence. The bowl-cut boy doubles down and swears nobody can block him this time, then hurls Ariam's name like bait. Purple-haired girl stands there in silence, and the whole room feels the tension tighten around her like a noose. He keeps slamming the puck forward, convinced raw speed will cover for skill, but the table is already tilting against him. His smug look cracks when the exchange starts slipping, and even he seems to realize this game is getting away from him. One last wild push leaves him stunned, because the blue-haired boy is still there, untouched, while the trap keeps collapsing. Jian keeps bluffing through the pressure, acting generous while the others already know he is hanging by a thread. He snaps harder at the challenge, then slams the puck forward like brute force can save him. Blue-haired boy barely moves, calmly reading the chaos and stripping the game down to timing. Jian doubles down, firing the puck in rapid bursts as the table starts favoring the other side. His confidence starts cracking when even that wild speed fails to break through. He finally admits the pace is slipping away from him, and the smug act turns into panic. The trap keeps tightening as he goes for one last reckless push against the purple-haired girl. Instead of winning, he gets completely outplayed, while blue-haired boy stays untouched and unbothered. Jaeon folds over the table in humiliation, realizing he never landed a single point. And with that, his own swagger comes back to bite him, leaving him stunned in front of Ariam. The purple-haired girl leans in, silently sizing up the table as the challenge keeps tightening around Jian. The blue-haired boy stays perfectly still, reading the rhythm while Jaeon's confidence starts to wobble. She fires the puck back with sharp precision, refusing to give him any breathing room. Another rapid return follows, and the pace gets uglier for Jaeon by the second. The blue-haired boy answers with cool timing, slipping past the frantic pressure without even looking rushed. Jaeon finally calls out in panic. Realizing the match has slipped beyond his control, he keeps flailing at the puck, but every attempt only makes the gap look worse. The girl remains focused, still pressing forward as the score stays out of his reach. The blue-haired boy's expression never changes, which only makes Jaeon's frustration burn hotter. By the end, the whole thing feels less like a game and more like a clean, humiliating lesson. Blue-haired boy stays locked in, slipping the puck back with cold precision, while Jaeon starts losing his nerve. Jian lunges again, insisting he can still win with the claw machine instead, but his confidence is already cracking. The first prize lands, and the pink bear pulls free before dropping into the tray, making his bad luck look almost comical. Jian stares in disbelief, realizing the machine has started ruining him in front of everyone. Blue-haired boy stands by the cabinet with the purple-haired girl as Jian tries to keep up a brave face. Jian forces another grin and acts like the next prize will prove something, but the sweat on his face says otherwise. He presses the button again and again, only to watch the claw move wrong every time. The smaller bear falls too, and the rigging becomes impossible to ignore. Jian finally blows up, accusing the machine of being rigged while the others crowd in behind him. A brown teddy prize drops on cue, and his tantrum only makes the humiliation sink deeper. Jian freezes as the next bear lands, and the blue-haired boy keeps the pressure on without even looking worried. The blue-haired boy ends up holding both prizes, making Jian's little victory lap look painfully premature. Jaeon snatches the brown bear back, but the blue-haired boy's calm stare says the machine is already beating him. He hands the bears over to the purple-haired girl, turning the whole mess into a public embarrassment. Her surprised silence only makes the moment stranger, while Jaeon starts sweating through his bravado. Jian forces a weak compliment through clenched teeth, realizing even his recovery line sounds miserable. He cradles the prize and panics inwardly, stunned that the blue-haired boy seems good at everything. Desperate to salvage his pride, Jaeon decides to pull out some ridiculous final move. The rain keeps hammering the city, matching the miserable mood as his confidence keeps sinking. At the singing booth, Jaeon belts out a song while the other two sit there, making his last stand look absurd. Jian lunges into the mic, desperate for Ariam's attention as the booth turns into his personal disaster. His shaky singing starts anyway, while the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl sit there and let it happen. Up close, the blue-haired boy barely reacts, and that silence makes Jaeon look even smaller. Beside him, the purple-haired girl stays quiet, her stare saying this awkward little spectacle is already going too far. Even she ends up hugging the bear tightly, while Jaeon's pride keeps sinking through the floor. He starts choked up and panicked, realizing the plan has completely slipped out of his hands. One glance at the others is enough to hit him with the truth, and his confidence collapses into pure misery. For a second, he can only stand there sweating, trying to salvage dignity from a situation that is already dead. The booth falls into a stunned pause as his last act of bravado turns into an open confession of failure. By the end, he is left clinging to the mic while the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl keep watching in silence. She finally takes the plushie, and the awkward little exchange leaves him stuck between confusion and relief. He turns toward her with that unreadable look, while the silence between them keeps stretching. Even his narrowed stare says enough, because something about this moment has clearly put him on edge. Then his phone starts vibrating, and the caller ID makes the whole mood tighten at once. She looks uneasy too, as if she already knows this calm is about to break. Clutching the bear and her phone, she freezes beside him while the tension keeps climbing. He shifts sharply as her hair sweeps past. Caught off guard for the first time in a while, the reaction hits hard enough that he blurts out his shock, completely thrown by the sudden mess. A coffee spill follows, and she ends up on the floor, while the others stare at the disaster. By then, the cafe has turned into pure embarrassment, with the spill, the fallen girl, and the stunned onlookers all at once. The adult's warning lands hard as the purple-haired girl stumbles, already feeling the mood turn ugly. Cornered and embarrassed, she looks ready to apologize, but the man only keeps piling on the pressure. His lecturing drags on, and Jian starts panicking as the whole scene becomes harder to save. The next shout hits like a punch, and even the onlookers can tell this is getting out of hand. Jian freezes at hearing Aryam's name, while the boy in the bucket hat needles him with one more cruel question. He tries to brush it off, claiming they are only classmates, and that weak excuse says everything. The bucket hat boy answers with a lazy insult, then shoves a drink straight into the girl's hair. Coffee runs down her face as Jian screams her name, and the whole cafe turns into open humiliation. The blue-haired boy watches the fallout tighten around him, while the adults keep barking like discipline still matters. Jian snaps and screams back, but the blue-haired boy's cold stare makes it obvious who has control now. A hard strike lands low, and the fight's ugly momentum keeps rolling straight through the cafe. Jian gets rushed by the black-haired boy, who barrels in with all the confidence of someone already losing control. The beige-shirted man explodes in outrage, but the blue-haired boy answers with a crushing counter. The pink-haired troublemaker gets clipped in the chaos, and the ambush starts collapsing around him. Purple-haired girl ends up pinned under the fallout, stunned as the mess lands right on her. Blue-haired boy turns cold again, already reading the next move as the room falls quieter. A hand catches another wrist, and that tiny interruption says the bullies are not running this anymore. Purple-haired girl snaps back to panic, clutching her plushie as the blue-haired boy blocks the way. He keeps her back while stunned onlookers scramble behind them, and the tension spikes all over again. Jian finally loses the last of his nerve and starts screaming for the others to stop. Blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl bolt hand in hand, slipping straight into the rain-soaked escape. They dash through the doorway together, and the chase finally spills out into the dark outside. Jian spots the pair and starts barking for them to come over, while the battered man beside him keeps the pressure on. Panicking, Jamian lunges forward with a clumsy apology and tries to keep the situation from slipping further. A hand yanks at the next target, and even the smug little setup starts to come apart. Jian sprints after them with the plushie clutched tight, sounding desperate enough to embarrass himself all over again. He keeps running through the rain, now looking less like a schemer and more like a boy trying not to be left behind. At the stairs, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl push on together, while Jian watches from below and realizes the game has turned. Jian finally breaks, shouting at everyone like volume alone can save his pride. Blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl keep moving in silence, and that cold calm hits harder than any threat. Jaeon clutches the plushie in the rain, and the whole stunt starts feeling shaky. His face turns blank with panic as the moment slips past his control. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl keep walking together, while Jaeon realizes how right they look side by side. That quiet pairing only sharpens his misery, and he starts seeing himself as the weak fool he is. He spirals harder on the stairs, convinced he has become nothing but a cowardly loser. In the rain-soaked street, he finally whispers Seungmin's name, still chasing the last thread of control. Ahead of him, the bruised schoolboy is barely standing, and even he looks ready to break. Jian stares at the wrecked face in front of him, stunned by how far the fight has fallen apart. The battered boy can only mutter that he has no right to anything now. And just like that, the whole prank looks less like a victory and more like a public humiliation. The bruised boy finally breaks down, admitting he is not qualified to stand beside anyone. Jian corners him in the rain, pressing for the name behind the mess. The battered kid can barely hold himself together, but still says he promised to get Jian. And the promise is even uglier than it sounds, because it was all for pit fights. Jaeon stands frozen in the rain, realizing fear dragged this whole scam along. The beaten boy spits out that he said yes only because he was scared. Jian and the wreck beside him keep staggering forward, both of them looking pathetic in different ways. When Jaeyeon asks what they are supposed to do now, the answer is pure loser logic. He decides Jaeyeon will help, as if dragging someone else into the shame makes it less embarrassing. Jaeyeon can only stare back, already hearing the whole cowardly disaster fall apart around him. Rain hammers the street as traffic crawls through the dark, and the whole city feels like it is holding its breath. In the downpour, the purple-haired girl and the blue-haired boy stand frozen, both stunned by how awkward this whole disaster has become. He stays silent, staring ahead with that same calm, while the moment keeps slipping further out of everyone else's control. She blushes under the rain, caught between embarrassment and the strange relief of not being alone anymore. Their hands meet, and the tension shifts from humiliation to something far harder for the rumors to survive. By the time they start walking together, the whole scene already looks less like a setup and more like a defeat for the ones watching. A hand reaches in with an umbrella, cutting through the rain and forcing the couple's little moment into full public view. The blue-haired boy only glances over, still unreadable, as if even the gossip around him can no longer shake him. Under the umbrella, they stand together while classmates stare, and the joke has clearly stopped being funny for everyone else. Up ahead, the gossip spreads through the crowd, and the onlookers can only grin as the rain turns their quiet walk into another rumor. Yena freezes under the rain, and Yuri immediately notices something is off. She brushes it off too quickly, but the embarrassment is already written all over her face. Yuri pushes her to hurry along, and the two keep walking while the tension lingers. Yena's expression tightens as the awkward silence turns into something harder to hide. Far ahead, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl move on together, looking calm enough to irritate everyone watching. A hidden phone starts slipping from the purple-haired girl's skirt, and the setup begins to crack. Her eyes widen at the sudden mistake, and for once the usually steady girl looks genuinely rattled. The phone drops free as the rain keeps falling, exposing how sloppy the whole trap has become. They keep walking under the umbrella anyway, but the moment now belongs to the rumors again. Behind them, the building stands in the rain while the whole scene drifts deeper into chaos. The hidden message is typed out with smug precision, setting the next move in motion. Under the rain, the blue-haired boy guides the purple-haired girl right to where she lives. He still hands over the umbrella and leaves her with a quiet, unsettling goodbye. She keeps walking on alone while he lingers behind, letting the distance speak for itself. The two drift farther apart in the rain, and the whole scene starts feeling painfully public. Even with the umbrella overhead, the blue-haired boy keeps his expression flat and unreadable. He turns back slightly, already noticing that something about the setup is off. A step lands hard through the wet ground, and the tension keeps building without mercy. The blue-haired boy's gaze sharpens as a hand brushes the girl's hair, exposing the hidden phone's slip. A message thanking him for today appears, and the trap finally starts showing its ugly seams. She smiles softly, holding up the message that thanks him for today, and the trap begins to look deliberate. His eyes widen in the rain, catching the strange timing before it can fully sink in. He keeps walking away under the umbrella, while she drifts off in the opposite direction, making the distance feel suspiciously staged. At the elevator, the silence hangs longer than it should, as if the whole setup is waiting to snap shut. His steps carry him through the stairwell, but the calm looks brittle now, like he knows something is missing. From above, she watches him leave alone, hugging the plush bear while the alley below stays unnervingly quiet. Her expression hardens as the realization settles in, and the cheerful mask starts to crack. Somewhere nearby, a smoker lingers in the dark, adding another layer of unease to the rain-soaked scheme. The man keeps his cigarette between his fingers, looking like he knows more than he should. By now, the whole scene feels rigged from the start, and the boy is already too alert to be fooled twice. The smoker just sneers at the nonsense, already looking bored with the whole rigged act. The purple-haired girl stays silent, uneasy as the tension keeps tightening around her. Outside, the school sits under a bright sky, hiding the ugly mess about to explode inside. The shouting finally starts to spill out, and the crowd's confidence sounds louder than their brains. Jaeyeon keeps swinging at the bruised boy, still trying to play boss while looking more pathetic by the second. The battered boy starts cracking under the pressure, and his own panic makes the humiliation worse. Even the blue-haired boy's calm doesn't change as Jeon keeps hounding him like a stray dog. Jeon rushes up again, demanding answers while the beaten boy lurks nearby, barely holding himself together. The blue-haired boy listens without flinching, letting Jeon dig deeper into the trap he already cannot control. By the end, Jeon is the one panicking hardest, realizing the others may kill him for this mess. The bullies keep looming over the blue-haired boy while Jeon and the battered kid start sounding less confident by the second. Jeon and the bruised boy kneel in panic, and the blue-haired teen barely seems bothered as the whole mess slips further out of control. Without looking back, the blue-haired boy walks into the dark doorway, already looking like the calm center of the storm. The two shaken boys keep talking themselves into fear, and now even Jaeyeon seems to realize the trap is closing in. Their nerves finally snap, and Jiyeon openly spirals while the battered boy bends lower under the humiliation. Saturday night arrives, and the school sits in silence before the chaos spreads inside. The first brutal hit lands, and the fight pit energy starts swallowing the school whole. The Seo boys react in a rush of shock and panic as the violence and noise spread through the crowd. Jaeyeon and the bruised boy stare ahead in disbelief, realizing the place has turned into something worse than a school. The atmosphere thickens again, and even Jeon can tell the whole plan has become a nightmare. Jeon and the battered boy freeze as the rumor about Jeon's next move starts spreading. The noise swells around them, and Jeon can already feel the whole school tipping into panic. In the middle of the chaos, the two boys get swarmed and struck down before they can regain control. The bruised boy takes a brutal hit to the face, and his pride collapses right along with it. The crowd erupts at the sight, sensing the fight has finally cracked wide open. Above the floor, a security camera keeps watch while the trap continues tightening below. Far away, the glasses-wearing man lounges with a can in hand, calmly admitting the others are already worked up. He asks if this means the main match is about to start, sounding more amused than surprised. His smile sharpens as he presses on the transfer student, treating the whole mess like a game already rigged. Then he turns back to Jaeyeon and quietly confirms the blame, and that smug confidence says enough. The smug man takes a sip and decides the quiet boy was never soft at all. Back in the office, he weighs the options like this is already a betting table. His interest sharpens on Jeon, because the real fun clearly starts there. He admits the opponent is Lee Taesung, and that changes the stakes fast. Predictably, he bets on Taesung, and even name-drops the Hound Dog Pit. A phone suddenly rings, and the whole setup starts feeling a little too convenient. When asked what is going on, he gets the call and hears the student still refuses to talk. The transfer student is finally sent in, and even the smug watcher starts paying closer attention. Seeing the blue-haired boy approach alone, he calls him brave, or maybe just doomed. That kid keeps walking anyway, cool-faced and unreadable, as the trap waits ahead. The smug watcher decides the real prize is Jaejeon, and mocks the boy as a sacrificial pawn. On the gym floor, Seo Taksu hypes the crowd while his opponent stays folded under the pressure. He then turns toward the waiting boys, asking where Jamyeon is as the main match draws near. The bullying crew surges forward, barking for Jaeyeon, and acting tough right up until the silence turns awkward. Jeon can only stammer and beg for more time, already looking trapped in their little mess. A sharp interruption cuts through the room, and the crowd suddenly realizes the transfer student has finally been sent in. The students stiffen as the rumor becomes real, and even the loudest mouths start losing their nerve. Blue-haired Jeon walks in alone, calm enough to make the whole trap look desperate. The bullies rush him with fake relief, clinging to him and acting like this was all friendship from the start. That only makes the humiliation worse, because now everyone can see how badly they needed him to save face. The crowd hangs tight as the blue-haired boy is welcomed in, and the bullies try to sound sure of themselves. Seo Taksu steps up with that smug grin, acting like the whole gym already belongs to him. He promises rewards for a win, then corners the blue-haired boy face to face like this is some easy score. The boast keeps getting uglier as he declares the bets are stacked against him, and the humiliation only gets louder. Even his own side starts piling on the pressure, trying to make Jeon carry the moment by force. But the blue-haired boy just lowers his gaze, calm as ever, and lets the trash talk bounce off him. In the bleachers, another schoolboy locks in with his headphones on, watching the matchup like it's already a show. The noise swells again as the gym fills with anticipation, and the challenger begins to move. He lifts his hand, snapping the room into attention, while the watcher in back practically begs for the action to start. The challenge lands, and the blue-haired boy answers by saying it is fine, keeping his composure right when everyone else is losing theirs. He flips the switch and invites the fight, acting like the whole gym already belongs to him. The blue-haired boy stays loose, letting that cocky grin land exactly nowhere. Then the first clash hits, and the room starts to feel the pressure build. Jeon is left watching as the pace turns vicious and the blue-haired boy keeps adjusting. Seo Taksu drives in hard, but the blue-haired boy slips the line and answers cleanly. Another sharp strike lands, and even Taksu's confidence starts taking damage. He keeps swinging anyway, trying to bully the exchange back under control. The blue-haired boy times the opening, and Taksu finally has to cover up. He narrows his eyes, realizing the fights are no longer breaking his way. Even so, he keeps his guard up, certain the few blows exchanged are only the beginning. Hez on a different level, and the blue-haired boy knows it from the way the old instincts keep failing him. Today, Seo Taksu tightens his fists and comes forward like he still owns the pace. That confidence starts cracking fast when the next strike lands clean and hard. He swears under his breath, realizing the opening came from a guard he left exposed for too long. Yet he keeps swinging, trying to force the fight back under his control. The blue-haired boy slips through again and answers with another brutal counter. Around them, the crowd starts shouting Jaejeon's name, feeding the chaos like it's a game. The boys beside him grow louder, cheering for Taksu to finish it, but their voices are already hiding panic. Taksu snarls as the blue-haired boy never even changes expression, and that calm only makes the beating worse. By now, he is left wondering if he is the one getting dragged into somebody else's level. Seo Taksu's grin turns savage as he leans into the fight, already seeing the blue-haired boy as his new punching bag. Somewhere else, the bespectacled adult hears trouble building and snaps for Taksu to get it together. The warning only fuels the panic, and the crowd starts yelling over one another instead of staying in control. The schoolboys surge louder, begging Taksu to fight back and throwing money into the mess like it matters. Even the runners in the back start shouting for the music, desperate to drown out the embarrassment. A hand twists the dial, and the whole room seems to brace for the next round of humiliation. The chant for Lee Taesung spreads through the crowd, and the bullies keep screaming his name like that can save them. Taksu stands shirtless and coiled, still trying to look dangerous while the pressure around him keeps rising. A blonde woman with a headset notices a familiar expression and realizes the trap is already unraveling. Blue hair fills the frame again, as the boy studies them in silence, and that calm finally starts to look like fear to everyone else. Taksu's fist crashes in again, but blue hair still refuses to fold. The crowd jolts back to life, cheering the noise like it suddenly means something. Someone blurts out Alakon, and the whole room catches on fast. The name spreads, and blue hair's stare hardens as the teasing turns into recognition. A blonde girl treats it like obvious gossip, linking the girl group to the conversation. Then she gets shameless, saying debuting with them would make any boy an idol's boyfriend. Blue hair, now hooded and guarded, listens while she presses him for his opinion. His mind jumps ahead to the contract, because he already knows the debut comes with strings. She notices his hesitation and pushes harder, smiling like the answer is already decided. Even she starts wondering if this gamble will actually work. The bikes roll in, and Jian's shout makes the whole setup feel ready to snap. Blue hair stands hooded and silent, already suspicious of where this conversation is headed. The blonde recruiter starts dangling the idol path, making the offer sound almost too easy. Blue hair listens in silence, but his stare says he can already smell the contract buried underneath. She keeps nudging him for an answer, calmly pushing past his hesitation. Her confidence holds, though even she seems to wonder whether this gamble will land. Jian beams beside him and gushes over blue hair like the safest person in the world. The boy barely reacts, while the blonde girl keeps smiling through the growing tension. Jaeon wraps him up anyway, acting like loyalty can smooth over every awkward second. Blue hair's eye sharpens, and the silence makes it clear he is not buying the pitch yet. The punch lands clean, and blue hair barely blinks as the bullies lose the first round of momentum. Nearby students freeze when Jaeon starts yelling for Lee Taesung, stunned that the fight is already turning strange. Seo Taksu's confidence cracks for a second, and even he starts wondering if blue hair was a mistake. Blue hair answers with another sharp strike, making his so-called victory look laughably shaky. The crowd roars around the beating, and the pressure keeps stacking on Seo Taksu from every side. The battered boys begin to panic, realizing blue hair is overwhelming them faster than they can recover. Their problem gets worse when the music blasts loud enough to drown out everything, throwing their timing completely off. The noise keeps blasting through the room, and the bullies scramble for the speaker like that might save them. Jaeon snaps at the others to turn it down, but the whole group looks rattled and clueless now. Even the surrounding students can see it. The ambush is falling apart, and Lee Taesung is the last thing on anyone's mind. Jaeon panics for the bullies to turn the music down, already losing control of the room. The others laugh off the chaos, mocking blue hair for being nothing special. Before they can recover, the fight body checks them again and sends the group staggering. Jaeon and one of the boys bark for someone to stop him, but even their backup sounds shaky now. The machine gets wrecked in the scramble, and the whole setup starts collapsing with it. Amid the fallout, Jaeon apologizes to blue hair as the stunt finally turns embarrassing. The scene cuts to Bongsan Entertainment, where a polished recruiter starts circling a fresh target. She flat out tells the blonde girl to stop seeing him, sounding smooth while tightening the offer. The blonde girl grows cold and says she is tired of him, done being dragged into the mess. Blue hair faces the warning in silence, while purple hair watches the new trouble settle over him. Shinmure's name gets called out, and blue hair snaps his attention toward the chaos. He whips around to stop the ruckus, but the crowd only tightens around him. His hand reaches out as the shouting keeps rolling, and the fight refuses to slow. The impact lands hard, and the whole clash erupts into another messy body check. Seo Taksu growls that he is almost there, desperate for one clean hit. Blue hair staggers, but he still refuses to go down easy. A blonde recruiter walks off like the whole matter already belongs to her. Blue hair slumps to one knee, battered but still trying to stay upright. Seotaksu reels at the counterattack, and his confidence starts cracking for good. Even on one knee, blue hair keeps his guard up, while the bigger man's momentum dies. Seotaksu thinks the finish is close, but blue hair keeps bracing for the next blow. Jian panics as the others grab hold of Lee Taesung and drag him into the mess. Blue hair locks onto the opening, reading the bigger man's reckless swing in a split second. The counter lands clean, and Seotaksu's body folds from the force. Blue hair follows through without hesitation, driving the bully deeper into the floor. Seotaksu's eyes go wide as the hit leaves him stunned and off balance. Another brutal counter snaps his head back, and his pride starts crumbling with the rest of him. He drops hard, while blue hair rises over him with cold, controlled pressure. Blood sprays as the bully finally starts tasting the humiliation he handed out so freely. Even then, blue hair stays locked in, ready to end this before Taksu can crawl back up. The crowd freezes as Seotaksu starts getting carved up, and the smug faces around him turn stiff. Blue hair keeps the pressure on, slamming the bully down while Taksu spits out a pathetic curse. Another crushing kick drives the point home, and the big man's body snaps under the impact. Blood hits the floor as Taksu groans, finally tasting the kind of humiliation he loved handing out. Blue hair stands over him in disbelief, realizing the so-called winner is already losing it. Seotaksu still tries to act untouchable, but even his own crew can see the fight slipping away. Jaeon and the others erupt into panicked shouting, now forced to watch their hero get embarrassed. Taksu's face twists in pain and confusion, and his pride looks more broken than his body. Blue hair answers with another brutal kick, refusing to let the bully crawl back into the fight. And when the dust settles, even the blue-haired boy looks coldly focused, ready to finish this properly. Seotaksu lands hard and starts to break, already tasting the humiliation he used to hand out. Blue hair drives another crushing kick in, and the bully's body folds under the impact. Taksu hits the floor bloodied and helpless as the crowd finally realizes the winner is finished. The onlookers panic, staring at the sight of him getting wrecked instead of celebrated. Blue hair keeps his face locked down and his eyes sharpen, refusing to let the bully crawl back up. Jian freezes on the spot, and even his crew can only stare as the embarrassment spreads. The transfer student rumor starts flying again, with the boys freaking out over what kind of monster showed up. One slick bastard even laughs about the hype, treating the whole mess like a festival invitation. Blue hair's stare turns colder than ever, the kind that says the fight is nowhere near over. And with the room still trembling, the bullies realize the real threat is the boy they tried to corner. The self-proclaimed king of the room starts shopping for blue hair's next opponent, grinning as if the humiliation is entertainment. Jian and the others rush to stop it, insisting the match is already over while blue hair stands untouched between them. Blue hair's stare sharpens anyway, and the crowd feels the chill of a fight that still is not finished. A hand slams down in frustration as Jian's name gets cursed, the panic finally cracking the act. Glasses Man snarls about finding the real prize, already treating the transfer student like the only worthwhile investment. He decides money comes first, and with a crooked smile, he points the whole mess back at Jian's side. Jian can only swallow hard while the threat lands, realizing the situation has slipped completely out of his control. Blue hair keeps breathing steadily through the tension, and the bullies see he is still the last person they should have cornered. The surrounding boys freeze, then start laughing weakly through the fear, trying to hide how badly the plan has collapsed. In the end, even their smug confidence has to bow to the stronger side, because the room already knows who really owns the momentum. Seotaksu's wrecked body barely moves as the fight leaves him spitting blood and breath. The bullies rush in with fake praise, trying to pretend Jian still has any control left. Black-haired boy only smirks harder, already savoring the next match and the next humiliation. The blue-haired transfer stays silent, and that calm only makes the others look weaker. Even as the crowd scrambles after him, Jian gets chased off with the whole scheme already collapsing. A few of the boys panic and start flattering the winner, suddenly desperate to stay on his good side. One more hard hit lands, and the group's confidence shatters into pure embarrassment. Jian freezes when someone calls his name, while the adults and bystanders keep circling the mess. The alley-side tension spills outward, with the transfer boy walking on while everyone else keeps staring. By the time the crowd floods the street, the humiliation has spread everywhere, and nobody can hide it anymore. The blue-haired boy stays unreadable, and that same familiar expression keeps everyone guessing. On stage, the Alicon chant erupts as the dancers and lights turn the place into a full-on spectacle. Yet he only narrows his eyes, as if he already knows exactly who he is. The reporter calls that performance Alicon's, then turns the spotlight onto Mireille and her face. Mireille answers with polished confidence, insisting the fans can see their effort despite all the gaps. Off to the side, the boy watches the sign and wonders what kind of screen they are really talking about. The chatter spreads fast, with the group realizing the song was probably the one that unsettled Jijian earlier. Soon they start hunting for labels, joking about anti-fans and whether he is some kind of Alicon addict. The brown-haired boy even admits he has gotten into them lately, especially Shin Mirai, which only earns him abuse. By the end, even the freckled kid concedes the obvious. He knew it all along, and the blue-haired boy is impossible to ignore. The two boys gush over a youngest favorite joke, turning the talk into another round of noisy fanboying. The scene cuts to the quiet beachside walkway, where the aftermath of that hype lingers like a fresh rumor. Blue-haired boy stands alone in the dark, calm as ever, while the others start trying to make sense of his silence. Back inside, the shaved-head boy and Jaeyeon realize he has gone to the beach, and the mood turns awkward fast. He sits there in the dark, looking drained, as if the noise around him has finally started to catch up. His expression stays unreadable, but the tension in his face says he is thinking harder than anyone else there. The two boys wonder whether they should reach out, then immediately decide he might just be regretting them as friends. Jian pushes the idea of comforting him, though even he sounds like he already knows that will be a mess. When asked who could handle it, he stalls, suddenly realizing the one person who might actually help is not simple to bring in. His face tightens with sweat and hesitation, because that answer is clearly a problem he would rather not touch. The purple-haired girl lies awake in bed, already feeling the weight of whatever dragged her into this night. Her phone suddenly lights up, cutting through the silence like trouble with a location attached. The message hits, and her sleepy confusion turns sharp in an instant. It tells her to come out near the beach in front of the lighthouse, which sounds harmless right up until it definitely is not. A door creaks open, and she starts moving before anyone can catch her. Hood up, she slips into the dark, with that careful look of someone expecting a trap. Inside, a black-haired man is slumped at the table, wrecked by drink and surrounded by empty bottles. She hesitates behind him, realizing this meeting is already uglier than it looked. The man jolts awake in a fury, shouting like a cornered beast. The girl freezes, shocked that the quiet summons has already turned into a mess. He explodes into curses, and the room instantly turns from quiet to ugly. The girl freezes at the edge of the table, realizing the summons led straight into a drunken disaster. She backs away fast, hood up and nerves raw, as the tension starts chasing her out. Outside, the staff and the boys are already digging into the truth, asking who was contacted. Jaeyeon blurts out that it was someone named Ariam, then nearly chokes on the confession. The next question lands harder, and he panics when they press him about texting girls. He admits Ariam never knew it was him, which only makes the lie feel cheaper. Worse, he reveals the phone Ariam gave Jaeyeon, and the whole scheme starts coming apart. John can barely defend himself now, stammering that he knows it should be returned. A hand clamps onto his shoulder, and the pressure says the conversation is over whether he likes it or not. Jian hesitates under pressure, then admits he liked Ariam once, desperate to sound harmless. He even convinces himself he knows his place now, as if humiliation can pass for maturity. But the boys keep pushing, demanding the phone back and dragging the fake romance into the open. Blue-haired boy says nothing, and that silence hits harder than any threat. Jian finally spills everything, choking out that he pretended to be Ariam and sent the messages. He breaks further, confessing he sent the last text too, begging them not to reject her. The confession leaves him shaking, while blue-haired boy watches like the whole act was painfully obvious. Jian drops to his knees, clutching at what is left of his dignity as the lie collapses. He keeps bowing lower, trying to apologize before the shame finishes him off. By now, even his own words sound pathetic, and the trap he built around others has snapped shut on him instead. The blue-haired boy stays silent as Jaeyeon and the others keep shoving the fake romance deeper into the open. Alone on the bench, he checks the phone and lets the chaos hang in the air. A new message lights up the screen, and Jeon's lie starts closing in on him. The blue-haired boy's expression hardens, because even now the scam feels painfully obvious. He looks out toward the park, already sensing the next fool walking straight into the setup, and sure enough, the purple-haired girl comes running in, breathless and right on cue. The sight of her hits him hard, and for once, even his calm slips into pure surprise. When she finally reaches him, he realizes the target really did show up, just like the rumor promised. Nearby, the shaved-head boy tries to spin the moment, but Jaeyeon is already breaking apart. By the end, even the bullies are forced to praise the pair, while Jaeyeon begs him to look after Ariam. Midnight drags on as the two schoolboys decide to head back, one already fishing for a sleepover excuse. The buzzcut boy leans in with a game console pitch, and his friend finally bites. They slip away into the dark, leaving the harmless little setup behind them. By the waterfront, the blue-haired boy starts typing, the message hanging on the edge of something deeper. He stops and stares, because the words turn into a blunt confession that he had been thinking of her. The purple-haired girl freezes at the message, her composure cracking into stunned silence. Across the bench, the blue-haired boy looks away, suddenly awkward enough to cover his face. She can only stare back, caught between confusion and the kind of shock that hits too late. His thumb keeps working the phone, finishing the message with a nervous, unfinished hesitation. Under the quiet surf, the girl's flushed face says enough, because the trap has turned into a real meeting. The two sit in uneasy silence by the dark water, both pretending the night is calmer than it feels. He finally answers through the glow of his phone, and the first awkward exchange slips out. She probes gently about the place, and he admits this is his first time here. Curious now, she asks when he usually sleeps, pushing the conversation past simple small talk. She says 10, then casually reveals she noticed his message in the middle of sleep, which only makes the moment more dangerous. His stare goes rigid as the meaning lands, because this stopped being a harmless text a long time ago. He blinks through the shock while she adds that she does not want to go home. That confession catches him off guard, and he realizes she is staying here for a reason bigger than curiosity. She keeps her gaze low, still refusing to leave, as if the night itself has become a refuge. He freezes again, caught between panic and relief, because the trap has quietly turned into something far more personal. He stands frozen beside her under the night sky, still trying to read the silence between them. The tension lingers like a trap waiting to snap, but neither of them breaks first. A vending machine coughs out a drink, and the awkward meeting finally starts moving again. He leans in to check the machine, still too tense to act natural around her. Minutes later, the two sit side by side with drinks in hand, letting the silence settle. Her message lands softly at first, thanking John while the boy watches, quietly thrown off. She keeps speaking with unusual calm, and he realizes she is no longer just hiding behind the joke. When he asks her why she is still here, she answers with a quiet challenge that leaves him speechless. Her confession hits harder than any threat, because home clearly never felt safe to her. He goes still again, phone in hand, realizing this night has become something neither of them expected. She keeps staring at the glowing phone, and the night's awkward silence finally gives way. Her answer comes softly, admitting she was surprised by that sudden text too. Sitting beside him, she recalls how he texted goodnight before she ever expected it. He freezes at that memory, realizing she means the same one that caught him off guard. She says the message felt strange, but it still carried the warmth of a small cheer. Then she admits it was the kind of quiet support that told her to stay strong. The mention of Jaeon snaps him into focus, because that flimsy excuse is exactly what started this mess. Yet she keeps going, refusing to hide behind jokes anymore, and the timid mask starts slipping. He studies her in silence, finally seeing how much pain she has been carrying under that calm voice. By the end, even he can tell this confession hit deeper than either of them expected. She thanks him, and the quiet awkwardness between them finally starts to crack. Beside the dark water, she says she has wanted to ask him something from the start. The question hangs there, and he stays silent, already sensing where this is going. She presses him again, refusing to let the moment hide behind his usual restraint. Her face finally turns toward him, and he realizes how serious this confession has become. Somewhere else, the blue-haired boy is grabbed hard, even as he struggles to pull free. Two guards pin him in place while he yells for them to let go, but they only tighten the trap. One of them threatens to call the cops, treating his resistance like the crime itself. The blue-haired boy snaps back that this is stalking, not discipline, and the threat has turned ugly. He keeps fighting through the grip, refusing to fold even as they crowd in to punish him. She suddenly grabs Jaeon by the arm, catching him so hard even the guards glance over, and the mood shifts fast. Before the pressure can settle, she wraps herself around the blue-haired boy, leaving him frozen between surprise and the crowd's stares. With tears in her eyes, she admits she has practiced being distant, trying to stay cold toward him. But seeing his face breaks that act completely, and she realizes she cannot keep pretending. She clings tighter, confessing that letting him go is impossible now, no matter how messy this gets. Her panic turns into desperation as she begs not to be separated, even if it costs her everything. Held like this, she starts asking what she is even supposed to do, while he steadies her in silence. Up close, his expression softens, and for once he looks less like a target and more like someone trying to choose his answer carefully. She finally calls him by name again, and he answers by telling her not to cry and reminding her he is still there. His eyes harden a little at the end, as if he has already decided this moment will change what comes next. Two executives loom over the room, and the taller one is introduced as Bongsan Entertainment CEO, Go Bongsan. Beside him, the second man watches with a hard stare, while the old corporate pressure keeps hanging in the air. Elsewhere, the blue-haired boy stares at a lit phone, already sensing some words are about to cut deeper than expected. At the beach, Her message drifts over the night as he sits beside the purple-haired girl, bracing for whatever confession comes next. She hesitates, then starts explaining that what she feels is simple, even if saying it out loud clearly is not. Then she admits her words are dirty too, and the boy's calm expression slips into confusion for once. Under the lighthouse glow, she keeps talking anyway, as if the truth matters more than looking composed. He listens in silence, and when she finally asks about him, his guarded eyes say the answer is not easy. Sitting shoulder to shoulder, she lowers her gaze to the phone, still refusing to retreat from the moment. By the end, he only holds that quiet look, as if he has already realized this conversation is going to change everything. She admits the way her father speaks has been living inside her too, and the confession lands awkwardly but honestly. He stays silent, caught off guard by how bluntly she says it. They head out into the night, where the conversation finally slips out of private space. Walking side by side, she keeps talking while the crowd around them swells with weekend noise. She points out how busy the street is, and he dryly agrees that Saturday night always brings this kind of mess. Ahead, the same rowdy crowd keeps turning a simple night into trouble. Their loud bragging only gets uglier as the drinking starts making them feel fearless. One of the older punks smugly acts too mature while nursing a drink, proving exactly how pathetic the act is. A pair of boys from the crowd start cursing Daesoon Industrial High, riding the spite like it gives them power. They keep whining about how shameless those bastards are, as if being loud somehow makes them dangerous. The black-haired punk takes another drink and acts like the night owes him peace. But the moment Kang Doyle's name comes up, his smirk starts looking a lot less relaxed. He shrugs off the crowd, claiming he just got out and wants the others to rest. That fake calm only makes the threat uglier, as he admits trouble is more comfortable for him. Soon the bullies start barking at Daesoon Industrial High, daring anyone to push back. One of them snaps under the insult, only to get called out for taking a grudge too far. The table explodes into chaos as bottles and chairs fly, and the weakling gets slammed down hard. Even then, the black-haired punk keeps sneering, as if the mess around him only proves his point. His opponent catches the strike and realizes too late that this bastard has no fear of losing. With the others collapsing around him, he keeps pressing forward, and the whole ambush starts breaking apart. The crowd finally catches the scent of violence, and the whole street starts buzzing with the promise of a fight. The bullies explode into threats, barking for Daesoon Industrial High's head, while the others rush in behind them. One reckless blow lands hard, and the black-haired punk only grins wider as he keeps mocking the target. He charges through the alley, snarling for everyone to stop him, but the others barely keep up. Even cornered, he keeps sneering with that ugly confidence, acting like losing was never an option. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl both freeze, realizing the situation has turned dangerous again. Then his eyes narrow, as if he has spotted someone he knows, and the smugness sharpens into recognition. A cruel smile follows, with drool and laughter making it clear he is enjoying this far too much. He raises a hand in greeting and drips with mock friendliness, acting like this reunion is the best joke tonight. The blue-haired boy just stares back, already knowing the bastard has come here to make things worse. The man calls out Jian and strolls in like he owns the whole street, while the blue-haired boy and purple-haired girl stiffen. He keeps advancing, smugly claiming the meeting happened on his terms, as if this ugly reunion were some kind of joke. Before the blue-haired boy can even settle, the man snaps in close and hugs him like an old friend, making the threat feel even dirtier. The blue-haired boy turns rigid, realizing this bastard is not here to catch up at all. The crowd starts rushing in behind him, and the blue-haired boy and girl both feel the pressure tighten around them. Jian panics and tries to hide behind friendship talk, but the others only glare harder at the pathetic excuse. The blue-haired boy stays calm and cuts through the nonsense, forcing Jian to face how obvious the lie really is. The bullies explode into rage, barking for both of them to be beaten down before the situation slips further out of control. The blue-haired boy shifts to protect the purple-haired girl, and even with the chaos swelling behind him, he refuses to flinch. One attacker swings in hard, but the blue-haired boy answers with a brutal counter that leaves the ambush cracking apart. The stranger clamps onto the blue-haired boy like an old friend, while the girl stiffens behind them and the threat turns filthy. Before anyone can breathe, the blue-haired boy snaps the opening attack back at him and cracks the charge wide open. The black-haired man reels hard, realizing too late that this was never a friendly reunion. Jian panics and blurts out the transfer student excuse, but the crowd only gets uglier. The blue-haired boy stays locked in, protecting the purple-haired girl, while another attacker gets flattened by his counter. He keeps pressing forward and sends the charging bullies sprawling, turning their numbers into a weakness. Across the chaos, Yina searches for Jaeon and starts noticing how badly his excuses are falling apart. Her expression tightens as she realizes the truth behind the bluff is uglier than she first thought. Watching the blue-haired boy, she sees that he does not just endure pressure, He breaks straight through it. And that is when she finally understands he may seem cold, but he is anything but. The black-haired man sneers at the chaos, already seeing how ugly this selfish brawl has become. But the blue-haired boy answers with another clean counter, and the attack collapses on impact. The purple-haired girl watches him and starts to realize he moves for something bigger than himself. Before she can settle on that thought, a blade comes at her back and the street turns dangerous again. The bully with the skull shirt grins through the madness, enjoying the chance to drag things even lower. The purple-haired girl freezes, then realizes the ambush is closing in from every side. She shouts for John to duck just as the charging man swings toward the blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy twists away and slips into a counter before the strike can land clean. One bully gets hurled off balance, and the others start losing their nerve. Another attacker crashes down hard, proving the crowd's numbers were never enough. The blue-haired boy twists through the attack and boots one thug clean out of the rush. Their leader snarls that cowards even pull out blades when cornered, but the pressure is already slipping. A skull-shirt punk gets smashed hard enough to choke on his own pride. The black-haired attacker keeps kicking him down, mocking losers who only talk big when trouble hits. Another body folds to the pavement, and his contempt only grows sharper. By now the street is littered with wrecked bullies, and the whole mob starts looking embarrassingly small. The blue-haired boy and the black-haired agitator stand back to back as the battlefield finally turns on the bullies. Around them, the last stragglers crawl or stagger while the girl freezes beside the aftermath. With a smug grin, the black-haired boy admits their timing was almost too perfect. The blue-haired boy stays calm, while the purple-haired girl looks ready to say something she can barely hold back. The black-haired punk keeps sneering, acting like the blue-haired boy's nerves were always part of the game. Another bully drops hard, and the once loud crowd keeps getting reduced to embarrassing wrecks. Blue hair finally faces him head-on, and even the outmatched henchman starts losing his nerve. One clean counter drops the attacker flat, proving the street fight has already slipped out of the bully's hands. The blue-haired boy stands over him while the punk buckles, suddenly much less cocky. Even then, the black-haired boy grins and admits he was excited to meet him for real. A quick strike follows, and the blue-haired boy answers with colder pressure instead of panic. The bully folds again, surrendering fast once he realizes the gap is humiliating. Blue hair refuses to take the bait, and the black-haired boy snaps that they were supposedly on the same side. That smug act finally cracks into the truth. The cruelty was just a test, and a twisted one at that. The black-haired boy smirks, acting like the fight was already a success. With the beaten bullies scattered around them, he suddenly pushes friendship on Jayan and the blue-haired boy. Before the blue-haired boy can answer, the black-haired boy lands another rough hit, still trying to look in control. Outside in the night, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl stand together as the chaos finally thins. The scene cuts to the shoreline lighthouse, a quiet pause after all that noise. Back on the street, the black-haired boy keeps trailing them, mocking how oddly close they look. He admits he feels satisfied for having played a part in this mess, like the whole thing ended on his terms. Then he says he owes them back, offering to lead them somewhere they can finally rest. Even with that grin, he warns they look lost, without any real destination in mind. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl listen in silence, finally facing whatever comes next. The route leads straight into the Royang Manhwa Cafe, where the strange detour finally gets a name. Inside, the purple-haired girl follows the black-haired man in, with the blue-haired boy coming behind in wary silence. The place is almost empty, and the quiet feels deliberate after all the chaos outside. Behind the counter, the man slumps like nothing can surprise him anymore, until footsteps finally wake him up. He recognizes them, then realizes they are not here by accident after all. The blue-haired boy only stares back while the man sizes him up and gets the full answer. He admits the boy looks different from the rumors, and the mood softens just enough to feel dangerous. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl stand together in silence, as if waiting for the real conversation to begin. At the keyboard, the man keeps typing without hesitation, already treating the pair like paying guests. He tells them to sit anywhere they want, promising more than enough time on the house. His stare sharpens, as if something in the silence has finally dragged him fully awake. His hand slams across the keyboard, cutting through the quiet with impatient urgency. Outside, the apartment block sits dead calm, hiding the tension inside. Inside his place, empty bottles and a crashed bottle tell the story of a long, ugly night. He stirs from the aftermath, still fogged from drink and slow to trust what he hears. Barely steady on his feet, he grabs his phone and starts moving. His face tightens with suspicion as he heads for the next room, sensing something off. The door stands open to darkness, and that alone is enough to raise his guard. He peers in cautiously, trying to catch whatever slipped out of sight. The bedroom lies empty and untouched, making the whole house feel even more wrong. He jolts awake to a sharp call, still fogged from the night before, and already sensing something is wrong. Barely steady, he stumbles through the apartment, checking the room while the emptiness keeps getting more suspicious. His voice cuts through the house again, louder now, as he starts to realize nobody is answering. At last he spots the silence for what it is, and the empty room makes the whole place feel unnervingly exposed. Outside, the shabby cafe waits like a hidden refuge, and the invite starts sounding less like a trap. Inside, he offers the blue-haired boy and purple-haired girl a place to relax. Even acting like unwanted guests are the real problem. Then he turns to the blue-haired boy, asking if this repayment is enough, with a smug confidence that almost looks earned. The purple-haired girl keeps her cool, while the blue-haired boy takes the easy opening and claims a nap spot nearby. Seeing that they have settled in, he decides to rest too, finally dropping the act and leaning into the hangover. By the end, he is stretched out and dead asleep, as if this whole messy day never happened. He stays silent, and that silence says more than any excuse could. She tests him with a teasing jab, but he only looks down at his phone. Her answer comes steadier than expected, as if the scare has already passed. Then she pivots and offers him something absurdly simple to read. He agrees without fuss, and the moment stops feeling like a trap. A bulky stack of manhwa lands between them, tacky enough to be almost insulting. They settle into the couch and start reading side by side, finally looking harmless. His wary glance meets her quiet one, and neither of them rushes to break it. She lets out a soft laugh, trying to hide how amused she really is. He keeps staring at the comic, while she smiles like the tension has already lost. Her silence hangs over the comic cover, and the mood stays strangely gentle. By the couch, they keep reading side by side, both of them finally at ease. A waiter drops off drinks and casually calls Doyle lucky to have friends like them. The pair barely react, while the teasing praise lands with a sly little sting. Alone in the dark, the man admits Doyle still cannot accept the truth. He keeps talking as a hand steadies the drink, like the past is just another order. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl lock in, both catching the weight behind his words. He brushes it off, saying the pain stopped mattering long ago. Then he admits the real horror came first, back when the fingers were lost. And that one detail makes the whole room feel a lot less harmless. The once ordinary kid had already begun drifting off the path. In the cafe, the man apologizes with a tired hand to the neck and a tray in hand. He casually tells the pair to take care of Doyle, while the blue-haired boy and purple-haired girl stay guarded. The wall clock ticks on, and the silence starts feeling heavier than his apology. Blue-haired boy listens in profile, quietly piecing together the edge in the man's words. Beside him, the purple-haired girl dozes off, showing how strangely calm the room has become. The two sit shoulder to shoulder in that hush, both still wary beneath the quiet. Even while she sleeps against him, he keeps looking ahead, refusing to let his guard slip. A small jab near her shoulder jolts him into a sharper focus. His expression hardens, because whatever story that man is telling is far from harmless. The purple-haired girl dozes off beside him, and the boy stays rigid, still wary beneath the calm. A sudden jolt snaps her awake, and her expression turns sharp with immediate alarm. In the hush between them, both sit shoulder to shoulder, pretending the tension has eased. Her face tightens again as she realizes something is off, and the silence grows heavier. She grabs her phone, already looking torn between staying and whatever just reached her. 3 missed calls from her father make the reason obvious, and the mood shifts fast. She explains that it is her dad and that she has to leave, cutting the moment short. The boy offers to drop her off, acting casual while the night keeps swallowing the conversation. Soon they are walking side by side through the city, quieter now but still not relaxed. They head deeper into the dark streets, and the night swallows them whole. The pair stand under the dark building, and the fragile calm finally starts to crack. He notices her expression shift, and the silence turns heavy all over again. Her phone lights up with 3 missed calls from her father, making the problem obvious. She admits she has to leave, cutting the moment short before it can breathe. He offers to take her home, keeping his tone casual as the night closes in. They walk on together through the city, quieter now but still carrying the same tension. When they reach the doorway, she lifts a hand, trying to keep things light before parting. Her finger hits the lock and the door suddenly flies open, ruining the calm in one move. A furious man storms out and blasts her for ignoring his calls like she has gone crazy. She freezes under his glare, and the boy realizes this night is nowhere near finished. The furious father's glare hardens as he catches the first hint that something is off. He explodes at her for sneaking around and daring to look him in the eye. The girl folds under the pressure, half knelt and already losing her composure. Nearby, the blue-haired boy watches the whole mess turn ugly in real time. The man yanks her up and keeps hammering her with more accusations. His rage keeps climbing, and every word makes the doorway feel smaller. The blue-haired boy steps forward, sensing this is about to become his problem too. That movement catches the father off guard for a split second. The shouting turns even meaner as he blames the boy for tempting his daughter. He refuses to back down, promising he will not let either of them slip away tonight. His grip tightens hard enough to make the next move feel dangerous. The man drags her forward, and her panic only fuels his fury. He spits more threats at the blue-haired boy, blaming him for everything. The boy stays silent, but that calm only sharpens the tension. The girl's fear deepens as the situation starts slipping out of control. Even her plea to back off only makes him look more unhinged. The blue-haired boy finally stares him down, and the room goes still. The man lunges at her again, screaming that he will kill that bastard. She cries out for help, but the pressure has already turned brutal. Cornered and trembling, she can only beg John to move before this gets worse. The girl clings to the man and begs him to just go, but he keeps looming over her instead of calming down. The blue-haired boy only stares back, and that silence makes the man's fury feel even uglier. He finally cracks, remembering how he ran before and chose escape over a fight. The memory drags him backward to the day he fled from the past and ended up here. He admits he still could not face it then, not when the old fear was still chasing him. So he ran from anything he could not fight, just to keep breathing. And for a while, it looked like nothing at all had happened. He closes his eyes and lets the worst of it disappear behind him. The memory snaps back to the present as the man keeps threatening and dragging the girl away. Even now, the boy stays calm, knowing the only way through is to keep moving. In the dark silence, he keeps struggling to hide himself from the past. Night hangs over the trees as he keeps running from what still haunts him. His footsteps carry him deeper along the stone path, right toward the temple. Inside, a bald man kneels before the Buddha, buried in prayer and candlelight. The boy stands at the doorway, and the old fear in the room finally shifts. The praying man stirs, sensing the late arrival before he even turns around. He lifts his head with that tired, knowing look, already reading the tension on the boy. The boy stays silent, but his face says enough for anyone paying attention. The man remarks that it is the first time he has come this late, still calm enough to needle him. Then he adds that the boy must have a lot on his mind, and the quiet suddenly feels heavier. He reaches the quiet temple after running from everything, the kind of place meant for hiding. Inside, a bald man kneels in prayer, and the silence grows heavier the moment the boy steps in. The old monk finally senses him and turns with tired calm, already reading the tension on his face. The boy stays wordless, but the man needles him anyway, knowing this is no casual late visit. As the boy sits there in thought, the moment turns inward, like he already understands the room has changed. Outside, the night opens up around the temple, and he starts weighing what comes next. Before the problem gets any deeper, his thoughts go back to the people he met by chance. He realizes he has made new connections just in time, before the choice becomes impossible to avoid. Now he stands at the edge of that decision, wondering whether to accept it or run again. And with the darkness moving through the trees, the answer is about to hit him hard. Taksu barrels in with a wild punch, but the boy on the floor still refuses to fold. The bully starts barking, "Surrender," into the room, and the others instantly realize the fight is flipped. Even cornered and bleeding, the boy spits back that the victory belongs to him. The taunts keep coming, but the crowd can already feel the momentum slipping away. One by one, the schoolboys break into chatter as word spreads that Jinwoo has arrived. Taksu marches forward with his crew behind him, trying to look untouchable. The challenger barely reacts when asked about surrender, and that calm only makes the bullies sweat. Taksu sneers that there was never any real chance of winning, as if retreat would save face. But the boy holds his ground anyway, reading the end before it can even arrive. Then the answer lands in one brutal strike, and Taksu learns too late what standing in the ring really meant. Taksu roars through the pain, but the ring has already turned against him. Jinwoo drives the point home with another crushing blow, and the bully finally looks mortal. The surrounding students stare in disbelief, feeling the whole room tilt. Taksu's pride snaps as he snarls for Jinwoo to stay out of his face. Jaeyeon stumbles into the mess too, dragging in Mr. Kim's name and the storage room. Jinwoo's eyes stay cold and unreadable, already deciding what comes next. Outside, the rumor machine keeps grinding as someone insists on verified fighters. The chatter shifts to Jinwoo's next fight, and the weak ones are openly dismissed. Jinwoo answers without hesitation, saying finding someone strong is harder than it looks. Then the man with glasses presses the issue, and Jinwoo finally realizes he has been summoned. The black-haired boy hesitates and admits that the answer is still no, but it will take time. Glasses Man immediately latches onto that excuse, pressing for a real deadline. The boy stiffens, then says a month might be enough if he's given room to move. Glasses Man cuts in coldly, saying customers never wait and money always finds another market. He keeps twisting the knife, pointing out that others can gamble for their own dopamine rush anywhere. The boy's confidence cracks as the man asks whether he wants to step back from operating Hound Dog. One hand slams down beside him, and the pressure alone makes him fold. Glasses Man stands over him like a judge, while the boy drops to his knees in panic. The smug edge is gone now, only fear remains as he begs not to be cut off. He promises to do his best, and that little surrender tells enough. The boot comes down hard, and the pink-streaked boy gets crushed under the pressure without a shred of dignity left. Glasses Man keeps smiling coldly as he gives him a week, then starts laying out the cost of failure. He twists the knife even deeper, telling him to take responsibility and fight instead of hiding behind excuses. With the boy still on his knees, the man throws out Jinwoo's name and treats the whole thing like a test worth watching. The threat lands, and the bullied boy's confidence turns into panic as he realizes this is turning into a public humiliation. Glasses Man casually locks in the deadline, and the boy suddenly starts shouting for Jinwoo, desperate for any way out. His face tightens as he realizes Hez being shoved into a fight, and now he only wants anyone willing to stand beside him. Elsewhere, the mood shifts softer for a moment as a donkatsu bento gets opened like a peace offering. At lunch, the blue-haired boy keeps eating while the others crowd around him, teasing and backing him without much subtlety. By now, the support feels louder than the insult, and even the battered little crew starts acting like things might still turn around. John starts pushing the mood upward, promising coffee for dessert, and dragging the blue-haired boy into the group's noisy teasing. The lunch hangout has become routine now, and the blue-haired boy just keeps eating while the others crowd in around him. A phone suddenly vibrates in the pocket, and the harmless lunch chatter starts feeling a little too deliberate. Jaeon flinches at the surprise, while the blue-haired boy and the shaved-headed supporter both turn toward the disturbance. The pressure keeps building as Jaeon insists the two of them are getting along, nearly sounding proud of the awkward little piece he helped create. Then he swings the conversation toward the real message, telling the blue-haired boy to check his phone right there. The blue-haired boy looks down at the screen, realizing this is no random interruption but a summons waiting to be answered. Around them, the school crowd keeps drifting past, still oblivious to how quickly this lunch table mood is shifting. By sunset, the setting is revealed as the romance Manhwa Cafe, and the whole meeting starts feeling staged all over again. Somewhere in that crowd, another trap is waiting to snap shut, and the blue-haired boy is already walking toward it. The blue-haired boy studies her in silence, already sensing this conversation is about to turn personal. The purple-haired girl hesitates, then gathers herself like she has finally chosen honesty over retreat. He stands across from her in the cafe, waiting for the real reason she brought him here. She admits it would be stranger to stay quiet now, especially after the outburst she already caused. Embarrassed, she says she has hated her own voice for years, yet she keeps talking anyway. She explains that the rough edge in her speech came from her father, then catches her breath as the confession slips out. He listens without interrupting, while she reveals she wanted to hide that voice from everyone. The girl pushes through the tension and says she does not regret it, even if the truth feels ugly. He finally reacts, admitting he hates seeing her get hurt, and the silence between them turns heavier than before. Her voice finally cracks through the silence as she admits the mess started with her mother and father. She explains that her mother left because she could not keep living with her father's behavior. Left alone in that house, she says talking slowly became something she could barely do. By the time she reached the few friends she had left, even speaking at all felt impossible. He listens as the weight of that confession settles over him, and the room feels colder for it. A bruised-looking man arrives just as the tension hangs in the air, cutting in like bad timing never left. The blue-haired boy greets him, while the man immediately points out that the others are waiting nearby. Her answer comes quietly, admitting she was always alone and had only heard rumors about him. She says she wanted to know whether his silence came from a story as heavy as her own. Now he understands why she kept circling the truth, and the gap between them starts to feel a little less empty. He freezes in disbelief, finally realizing she can actually talk. She can only stare back, too stunned to answer right away. Even so, the thought hits hard. Talking has become a necessity, not a choice. In the quiet lounge, he lightly praises her for finally speaking again, while the blue-haired boy listens beside him. Her face tightens at the gesture, nerves creeping back in as the moment turns intimate. He falls into a sharp side glance, already shifting the conversation toward the next target. Then he turns to Jaeon and casually drags him into the spotlight too. With a grin, he throws an arm around the blue-haired boy and pushes the idea of dinner together. At the store, he tries to pull Byunggu along, but the older man insists he still has work to watch over. The boys brush that off fast, claiming the shop is empty and the shutters can just come down already. A hard kick launches the joke's punchline before the real tension even settles in. Then the pink-streaked boy spits his rage at the others, but the bravado starts sounding desperate. The scuffle of blame keeps rolling as the blue-haired boy stays quiet and lets them expose themselves. Taksu bristles at being dismissed so lightly, while the gray-haired girl watches the mood twist. Jian gets dragged back into the spotlight, and the whole room feels the noose tighten. Taksu cracks louder, furious that the school has already started turning its back on him. The pink-streaked boy finally finds his target, deciding a dangerous man might be exactly what this mess needs. He pushes the idea further, treating a gangster like just another candidate, which is pure insanity with a smile on it. Jian immediately senses how badly that could explode, but the suggestion is already out there. And with that, the boys realize this scouting idea could drag the whole group into a far uglier fight. Taksu's confidence finally cracks as he stares at the stranger and realizes this mess has a new, ugly face. The scene shifts to the loan shop, where the debt signs make it painfully clear this is no harmless favor. Inside, the lender coolly reminds Mr. Choi that 2 months of interest already passed, and the room turns colder. Choi pleads that he is trying his best, but even his desperation sounds weak under that kind of pressure. The lender only pushes harder, deciding hiding away is no different from begging to die. Choi tries to explain that the casino was supposed to fix everything, but that excuse just digs the hole deeper. A sharp pair of scissors snaps open as the threat gets physical, and now the joke is long gone. Choi swears he will pay everything back if given a little more time, though nobody in that room looks convinced. The boss at the desk coldly points out that hard work barely covers the debt, let alone the gambling plan, and with that, the whole setup feels ready to swallow him alive before he can crawl out. The boss snarls that they do not look like fools, and the threat lands before anyone can breathe. Mr. Choi freezes in sweat and stammers, already looking like a man who knows he is finished. The knife comes out next, and the tattooed enforcer gets ready to teach him a lesson. He mocks Mr. Choi delay, then decides the punishment will be quick and clean. Mr. Choi pleads for mercy, but his panic only makes him sound weaker. The enforcer's strike drops him hard, and the room makes it clear this is no longer a negotiation. One look from the blonde brute says the clock is still ticking, and the debt is still alive. He snaps that Mr. Choi has 1 hour to find the money, which only tightens the noose. Mr. Choi turns back in agony, barely able to stand while the pressure keeps closing in. The enforcer watches him crumble, knowing the deadline will either break him or finish him. The tattooed enforcer keeps grinning as he promises the next finger will be returned, stitched or not. Mr. Choi folds under the pressure while the deadline keeps getting shoved in his face. The smug bastard only laughs harder, enjoying the panic like it is part of the payment. He toys with the blood-stained cloth, acting disappointed by the cheap punishment, while still making the threat feel worse. Then he finally reveals the name behind the fear, Jeonggi-tae, a Daesan industrial high dropout who still makes grown men shiver. In the alley, the rumor spreads fast, and the schoolboys whisper that he once cut off a classmate's finger. They add that the victim was a guitarist from the same grade, which somehow makes the story even nastier. The pink-streaked boy and the others reel at the detail, realizing this was never just empty bragging. The legend only gets uglier as they repeat that he served time in juvenile detention and came back as a gangster. By the end, even the tough ones want a way to meet that sunbae, which says everything about the fear he inspires. Taksu recoils at the idea of scouting him for real, because even that name is starting to feel dangerous. The pink-streaked boy grins and sells the whole thing like a legend, tossing Jeonggi-tae's reputation around like bait. The others snap back that this is no time to get picky, because gangster or murderer, the point is the same. He pushes them to move already, while the blue-haired boy's old stage history starts surfacing in the conversation. A girl quietly asks what kind of stage they mean, and the answer lands with a strange, distant weight. The purple-haired girl catches on first, realizing they are talking about a past so old it nearly feels buried. When she asks if Baeonggu Hyung was in a band, the black-haired boy finally remembers the detail. He admits the man used to be a good guitarist, and that tiny fact makes the story feel even more human and worse. The quieter boy falls silent, probably thinking the same thing. This rumor has teeth, not just smoke. By the end, the question shifts from curiosity to appetite as they start talking about food, like the fear can wait. The car suddenly jolts to a stop, and the whole mood turns sharp. Outside, the blue-haired boy and his group are still on the sidewalk, while the tattooed man starts staring them down. His face tightens in recognition, as if the name or the sight has dragged up something ugly. The schoolboys keep walking, but the tension behind them already feels like it is closing in. Inside the car, he demands the stop, clearly intent on going over there. He climbs out without hesitation, leaving the driver to stare after him in confusion. Across the street, the old name Byunggu gets shouted into the night like a warning from the past. The black-haired boy and the others freeze, finally realizing this is no random encounter. The tattooed man steps in beside the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl, and the reunion turns into a silent standoff. Somewhere behind them, the onlookers go still, because even the loudest bullies know this kind of pressure is not a joke. The black-haired boy stiffens as recognition hits him, and whatever he remembers clearly terrifies him. The others keep moving, but the tension already feels like it is catching up from behind. The tattooed man's hand lands on his shoulder, and the warning becomes physical. He and the boy behind him both freeze, knowing this is no ordinary run-in. The gangster grins through the silence, amused that their nerves are showing so badly. From the back, he needles the pair about still being close, like the past never left. The black-haired boy looks ready to bolt, while the blue-haired boy stays quiet and guarded. Then the older man names Gite with a smile, and the apology sounds more like a threat. The trio stands trapped in the middle of the street as the gangster keeps talking, pretending this is a casual reunion. Even his claim that they were just heading out to eat only makes the whole scene feel colder. The gangster's grin sharpens as the conversation keeps dragging on, and even he seems bored of his own act. He politely pushes them to move along, but the warning underneath his tone lands harder than the words. A hand slides in with a wallet, and the swagger only gets uglier as he laughs through the tension. He offers to cover the meal, treating the whole thing like a generous favor instead of a power play. The black-haired boy freezes, while the gangster calls him a student and casually assumes he has no money. The silence between them says enough, because the older man is clearly enjoying how trapped he looks. Then the gangster drops Byung's name, and the blonde's easy smile starts to crack. Before anyone can recover, he shoves something into the boy's hand, claiming he only came to hand it over. The black-haired boy stares at the unexpected delivery, realizing this reunion was never random at all. By the end, the gangster stands between them like a menace with manners, making the whole street feel smaller. The black-haired boy goes rigid in the rain, and that smug confidence finally starts to slip. His face empties out as the older man's words sink in, leaving only panic and disbelief. Nearby, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl both freeze, sensing the mood turn dangerous. A blow lands hard enough to send the black-haired boy reeling, and his breath turns ugly with pain. The gangster presses the item into his hand anyway, acting generous while tightening the noose. With a grin, he orders the boy to take it to the hospital and talk to them. The black-haired boy stays bent under the pressure, too stunned to fight back. Then the threat turns cruel, with the gangster mocking the injury like a punchline. The boy finally stands there in silence, drained of every bit of swagger he had left. Even so, the gangster keeps looming over him, and the warning hangs in the air like a verdict. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl both tense up, sensing the air go wrong. He keeps his face still and tries to smother the situation before it can expose him. But the unease lingers, and he can already feel this has nothing to do with him anymore. That night, the scene shifts with a hard cut to the blue-haired boy standing alone in the dark. He heads deeper into the quiet grounds, following a path that feels less like a visit and more like a summons. A familiar voice calls for Jaeyeon, and the boy turns, instantly guarded. The bald man starts probing him about this neighborhood, reading the silence like an open book. He doesn't stop there, mocking the boy's closed-off nature and hinting that being approached still counts for something. At least, the old man says, those people have crossed the huge wall the boy keeps building around himself. The blue-haired boy stands there speechless, and the lesson lands. Silence may protect him, but it also keeps everyone out. His silence finally gives way to a harder resolve, and the old warning lands like a promise. Under the darkening night, the boy's face hardens as the temple path stops feeling like a visit. In the quiet grounds, the choice is made, and the handoff begins with a rough grab. He refuses to keep running, letting the other man feel that the prey has stopped playing scared. That confidence shatters a little when the gangster recognizes him and starts to lose his nerve. The crowd gathers as the swaggering punk realizes too late that he has walked into the wrong meeting. A sharp hand moves in before the fear can spread, and the bluffing thug is hit with a brutal check. Even with the pressure rising, the boy stays steady and stares back like he has nothing left to hide. The gangster still tries to posture, but the room has already tilted away from him. Now the trap snaps shut, and he finally gets the message that this boy is no bystander anymore. He snaps at the blue-haired boy's arrogance. But the grab already looks less certain than intended. The gangster keeps grinning, still thinking he has the upper hand while squeezing the boy's wrist. That smugness starts to crack as the blue-haired boy stares back without flinching. The warning turns uglier, and the threat of losing fingers hangs in the air. Even with the pressure rising, the boy stays composed, refusing to give him the fear he wants. The gangster presses harder, demanding obedience and trying to force the room back under control. His swagger finally slips when the boy's footing and balance expose how little power he really has. The blue-haired boy answers the challenge with cold silence, and the gangster's anger starts to wobble. A flicker of unease hits him as he realizes the street around them is no longer on his side. By the end, even that cocky mouth tightens, because the man who came to intimidate someone else has been cornered instead. Baranga's name hits like a curse, and the black-haired boy freezes as fear finally cracks through his swagger. The tattooed gangster leans in with a smug threat, but the boy's panic only makes the warning feel uglier. Across the street, the others keep walking while the blonde bully laughs, already acting like the meal is won. One step later, the balance shifts, and the gangster's hand slips from control as the boy refuses to bend. The arrogant grin disappears fast when the blue-haired boy stays cold and unreadable, giving him nothing to grab onto. Unease creeps in as the blonde realizes the street has stopped looking like his territory. The boy starts calling for help, and the panic in his voice says the situation is slipping away for good. Blue hair and purple hair both turn toward him, and even the spectators feel the mood harden. The black-haired boy still looks rattled, now begging for backup instead of throwing threats. By then, the man who came to intimidate someone else is the one standing exposed, cornered by his own fear. The bully's grin is already gone, and panic starts leaking through the smugness. He tries to backpedal, admitting too late that everything has already fallen apart. Behind him, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl only watch as the pressure keeps rising. Hearing Byung's name, the black-haired boy finally cracks and starts begging for help. The night outside feels colder now, like the whole street has slipped out from under him. One furious udar of his fist says everything he cannot. Control is gone. By the railing, he finally admits he could not do anything, and that weakness leaves him frozen. His breakdown gets louder, ugly enough to make even his allies sound worthless by comparison. Above the city lights, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl stand firm while the bully is left alone. The purple-haired girl stares in shock, realizing the man he used to scare people with has collapsed completely. He finally spits out Byung's name, and the truth starts leaking through the panic. He admits the attack was meant to ruin Byung's dream, not just stop his guitar playing. The blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl go still, realizing the confession is turning uglier by the second. He keeps digging his own grave, insisting it was all to crush Byung's future. The guitar lies wrecked on the floor, a perfect little trophy from the cruelty that started this mess. The bully lashes out in terror, but the confession is already slipping out of his hands. He gets dragged into pure panic, screaming for the others to stop him. Even the nearby boy freezes, caught off guard as the breakdown gets out of control. The bully starts babbling about how nosy everyone is, trying and failing to sound threatening. By the end, he is left trembling and broken, with no swagger left to hide behind. Seotaksu sneers through the pain, still lashing out as if insulting the guitarist could save him. But the name Jongite hits like a blade, and his face tightens as the first crack shows. He keeps talking anyway, spitting out how this place should raise dreams, not the kind of trash that destroys them. The rant turns uglier fast, with him condemning anyone who stomps on others for selfish desires. By the next beat, even his own words sound hollow, and he starts spiraling over the idea of dreams itself. His fear mutates into rage, and he throws out one last string of curses like a man drowning in his own mess. The sharp object in his hand suddenly feels less threatening than desperate, and the threat turns into a pathetic tantrum. Outside, a few students freeze at the doorway, stunned as the breakdown spills out into the hall. Seotaksu keeps screaming at them to get lost, but the bravado is already rotting away. Even his final threat to cut someone up lands weak, because by now he is just shaking and unraveling. The hallway erupts in panic as students scatter, and the bully storms forward like he still owns the place. Inside the chaos, the group rushes to raise the teacher, while the fallen boy is left shaken and bleeding. By then, the damage is done, and he never comes back to school again. The silence that follows feels worse, because even he realizes too late that this was not the end. 2 weeks later, something far uglier finally surfaces, and the tension starts rotting from the inside. After class, the empty band room breaks that silence with a scream no one can ignore. A student with a backpack freezes in the hallway, stunned by the noise and the sudden dread it brings. He bolts toward the room, shouting for Byung-gu-hyung as the fear turns into a desperate rush. Inside, the knife flash is met with panic and defiance, and the threats suddenly sound much smaller. One brutal strike lands, and the bully's face twists in blood and rage as the whole mess finally detonates. The boy freezes at the scream, and the fear hits hard before anyone can move. Seotaksu is already there with a knife, acting smug enough to be annoying. He keeps talking big, but the room has already turned against him. The black-haired student stares him down as the threat is thrown back in his face. Taksu crowds him at the doorway, trying to seal off any escape like a cheap thug. One brutal strike lands, and his face opens up fast, blood and rage mixing ugly. He still sneers through the damage, but even that sounds shaky now. The boy trembles, tears spilling as the whole mess finally sinks in. Down on the rooftop later, someone mutters Jonggitai's name, and the mood goes cold. After that, the blue-haired boy and the purple-haired girl quietly leave school, and the silence says enough. The purple-haired girl and the blue-haired boy freeze when the rumor lands even harder. The thug he chased has gone legit gangster. The black-haired boy keeps talking, admitting the loan business is tied to a real gang organization. He drags the confession deeper, blaming Jong Gi-tae for turning him into this kind of person. Standing there with the others, he swallows the shame and remembers Byung-gu Hyung's blood like a warning he could not ignore. He admits that someone who shattered another person's dream could never be left roaming free. But when he tried to act, fear nailed him in place, and the purple-haired girl catches on to the name behind all this noise. The black-haired boy finally confesses he wanted strength to punish the man who did it, only to realize he never changed at all. That is why he needed Jian, because a gangster opponent meant he could borrow power instead of facing the truth alone. His desperation spills out into the night as he calls out Jian, still clinging to the plan like it might save him. Even so, he stays down on his knees while the blue-haired boy and purple-haired girl stand over him, and the whole lie collapses. The blue-haired boy falls silent, his expression hardening as the confession sinks in. Night traffic keeps moving, indifferent to the mess of blame unraveling behind it. He walks beside the purple-haired girl through the school crowd, both carrying the weight of what just surfaced. She admits the idea of revenge makes sense to her, but fear still flashes across her face when Gangster enters the story. He pushes the thought further, deciding that someone who crushes another person's dream should not be left alone. Facing forward, he remembers the kind of damage that name could do, and refuses to call it anything but dangerous. The purple-haired girl trails beside him in stunned silence as his resolve turns cold and sharp. Daybreak washes over the city, almost peaceful enough to mock the ugliness hiding underneath. Students drift along the road with backpacks and phones, acting like nothing in the world has gone wrong. But the calm only makes the coming storm feel worse, because the truth is already walking toward them. The class is already buzzing when someone casually brings up Yena's birthday. Her friend lights up, asking about a party and acting like the answer should be obvious. When Jian comes up, Yena hesitates, the kind of pause that says the answer is not simple. The girl beside her worries he might feel awkward, but still insists he would not ignore a birthday. Yena glances back, tense enough to wonder why he would even be at the center of this. Outside, the students drift through the morning as if nothing is wrong, and that ordinary calm only makes the rumor feel louder. Jian keeps talking while the crowd shifts around them, clearly treating this as gossip worth chasing. The purple-haired girl watches the group, uneasy now that Yena keeps ending up in the middle. More students pile into the conversation, and the whole walkway starts to feel like one big whisper network. By the end, even the quietest glance says the same thing. Yena is the one everyone is circling. The purple-haired girl hesitates at the doorway, and the black-haired classmate's reaction makes her awkward little pause feel even louder. Morning life rolls on above the school, indifferent as the rumor and tension keep spreading underneath it. Jian keeps talking about lunch, while the boys pile onto the bench and turn the chatter into full-blown noise. He even starts sounding noble about growth and nutrition, which only makes the whole thing more ridiculous. That's when the purple-haired girl quietly appears at the door, catching them all off guard. Jaeon blurts out her name, and the boys freeze as she stands there holding her bag, ready to speak. She finally says she wants to eat with them, and the request lands with a softness none of them expected. The blue-haired boy stays silent, watching her carefully instead of brushing her off like the others might have. Jian acts stunned but quickly pushes the moment forward, treating her invitation like a rare chance. His surprise spikes a beat too late, because he realizes she may have actually said something just now. She catches them off guard, still flustered from the sudden invitation, while the boys stare back in stunned silence. The homemade lunchbox proves she meant it, and Jaeyeon's excitement almost shatters the room. She offers to share, and the whole group starts leaning in as if a truce has finally been served with the meal. Even the blue-haired boy stays quiet and careful, letting her momentum carry the moment instead of mocking it. Outside, the day cuts away from school and drops into the city, where something far uglier is already moving. A brutal-looking man pins down a debt call, sounding patient only because pressure is his favorite language. He warns that tomorrow is the deadline, and his tone makes it clear that patience is just a temporary costume. The other end of the call promises payment before afternoon, desperately trying to keep the peace. Then the gangster recognizes a familiar name on the door and pauses, suddenly less certain than before. One small sticker later, the wrong target stands at the threshold, and the tough guy realizes too late that he grabbed the wrong prey. The dog sticker hangs on the door, marking the wrong place with a careless little warning. The tattooed thug studies the sticker and starts to realize this call-out was never meant for him. At the doorway, the pink-streaked boy slips in with the card, and the room already feels dangerously off balance. The classmates stare him down, stunned by how built he looks, as the whole prank starts turning serious. Panic hits first, and he admits even he is not sure whether dragging in a gangster was genius or suicide. Someone else tries to laugh it off, calling gangsters nothing worth fearing, like arrogance could save them. Another boy doubles down, spitting out the usual trash talk and proving how fast cowardice can hide behind bravado. The bald observer hears the insult repeated and suddenly understands the room has already crossed a line. The pink-streaked boy flinches and turns back, rattled by how far this has gone. Before anyone can recover, he lunges into the crowd and starts throwing himself at the problem head-on. The office freezes as the blonde enforcer stares at the kids, already annoyed that something feels off. A black-haired suit man pushes the question back, sounding confident until the tension keeps climbing. The boys start talking about loan businesses, and the room quickly turns from mockery to suspicion. One of them tries to laugh it off, but the excuse lands badly and only makes them look weaker. The blonde gangster snaps that anyone can see they are not ordinary kids, and the bravado starts slipping. The pink-streaked boy falters, then panics as he realizes the joke has gone too far. Before the room settles, the card comes out, marked hound dog like a challenge nobody expected. The blonde gangster takes it in, finally catching the problem as his confidence begins to crack. He keeps pressing the question, now sounding less threatening and more like a man trying to recover control. At last, the blonde buzz-cut thug lifts the card, staring hard as the mistake becomes impossible to deny. The room stiffens as the boys finally start admitting they know more than they should. A shaky excuse lands badly, and the cockiness drains out of their faces fast. The blonde gangster snaps back, sensing they are not ordinary kids after all. The pink-streaked boy breaks first, panicking as the joke becomes a trap. Then the hound dog card appears, and the whole mood turns razor-sharp. The gangster takes it in, staring at the name as his confidence starts to crack. He keeps pressing for answers, but now it sounds more desperate than threatening. The bald man stands nearby, watching the boys fumble while the truth sinks in. At last, the explanation comes out. Hound dog was tied to a gangster-run business. The name leads straight to the real answer, and the room finally realizes the wrong target had been grabbed. He answers with a flat "good," then asks if the other kid even knows how to ride a motorcycle. From the side, the awkward setup is clear, as the girl recoils, and the biker kid keeps pushing the favor. Her confusion only grows when he says he sprained his ankle in gym class, as if that explains everything. The pink-streaked boy then cuts in, tense and defensive, trying to figure out why Jian would be the one driving. Without missing a beat, he tells him to just give him a ride, making the whole request sound even more suspicious. Before anyone can breathe, he grabs the helmet and corners the blue-haired boy, while the girl panics behind them. The black-haired man in the room only watches as the biker kid starts drifting away from the group. He tosses out a smug promise about bringing the boy's boyfriend back soon, and somehow expects that to sound reassuring. That lands like a slap, because the purple-haired girl instantly breaks down and insists they are only friends. The blue-haired boy stays silent, already turning toward the exit as the other man coolly says he is just going out for fresh air. The black-haired boy's expression hardens, already looking like trouble before the ride even starts. He stands beside the blue-haired boy and the bike, tense enough to make the whole plan feel shady. The garage exit looms ahead, and they are clearly heading out before anyone can stop them. He points at the dual sports bike like it is a simple request, while the blue-haired boy watches in silence. The blue-haired boy turns his head, reading the situation without showing a trace of panic. The bike's front wheel kicks into motion, and the stunt starts off far smoother than it should. In one reckless burst, the black-haired boy rides pillion, while the blue-haired boy keeps the bike steady. The black-haired boy starts barking warnings from behind, yet the blue-haired boy keeps driving without flinching. They tear through the city streets at night, the bike slicing forward like the escape is already out of control. Even then, the blue-haired boy leans into the turn, and the warning about the corner comes just in time. The bike snaps through the turn cleanly, and even the passenger freaks out as he realizes this isn't ordinary riding. They keep blasting down the night streets, with the black-haired boy shouting in disbelief while the driver holds the line. The city blurs past as the blue-haired boy stays unreadable, already proving he can handle far more than anyone expected. At the destination, he tells the passenger to get off, like the whole stunt was just another stop. The storefront ahead leaves little doubt they have arrived somewhere familiar, and the ride finally comes to a halt. The blue-haired boy glances back with a sharp, suspicious look, sensing there is still something off about this man. That suspicion lingers in his eye, because this meeting clearly carries more weight than a simple drop-off. The other man reaches down and picks up a stone, casual on the surface but loaded with bad intentions. The blue-haired boy keeps his grip steady, refusing to flinch while the older man hovers beside the bike. And just like that, the tension settles into a quiet threat, with no one fooled by the calm anymore. The passenger stiffens as the boy stops at the destination, still feeling that ugly tension in the air. Blue hair under the helmet, he calmly points out that the ride should have ended there. He admits that without driving, he would have hesitated and backed out again. Instead, he says this whole thing feels like a declaration of war. The passenger finally freezes, realizing the boy is not bluffing. The realization hits hard when he hears that a former gang leader ended up breaking in the street. He starts wondering if this is really something worth walking away from. But the boy has already decided otherwise, gripping the weapon and forcing the choice forward. His stare hardens as he accepts that at least this much has to be done. Even the street sign overhead feels like a joke now, because the confrontation is already in motion. The scouting room turns tense fast as the blonde thug snaps at the boys for loitering instead of recruiting. Pink-streaked hair man nervously claims he only came after hearing rumors, then blurts out Jong Gitai's name. That name lands like a curse, and the kneeling bullies start realizing they dragged in the wrong kind of trouble. He doubles down, saying they were preparing for the main match and came looking for the one who could handle it. The blonde thug's eyes narrow as he realizes this visit might be less about scouting and more about testing him. Pink-streaked hair man admits the opponent is skilled, and suddenly even the loudmouths stop pretending this is simple. He curses under his breath, then admits there might actually be someone worth calling an opponent after all. With that, he shoves over a phone and insists they watch the transfer student for themselves. The warning gets clearer. Jong Gitai is not some rumor, but a transfer student who is brutal to deal with. The footage hammers that point home, as the blue-haired boy drives a clean shot through the chaos and makes the warning look polite. The blue-haired boy keeps fighting like a monster from a past round, and the whole warning starts sounding polite. Even under that pressure, he stays cold and sharp, already reading the next move before it lands. The blonde thug stares at the phone footage and realizes this is no scouting trip anymore. Face to face now, the two of them finally look ready to settle what this chase has been building toward. The thug narrows in on the name tied to Doyle, and the danger around that connection gets a lot clearer. Then he hits the next detail and recoils, realizing those pretty fingers belong to a truly vicious opponent. He snaps at the others not to interfere, trying to keep the fight contained before it gets uglier. Still, his voice cracks as he admits the blue-haired boy really was the right target to fear. A heavy object smashes through the glass, and the room instantly turns from tense to disastrous. The blonde thug flinches as the debris flies past him, and his confidence finally starts collapsing. The blonde thug's face tightens as the hidden attacker finally lands something serious. Debris blasts across the room, and the whole place starts falling apart fast. He spins toward the chaos, shouting in panic while his confidence keeps cracking. The other men flare up too, but even they can tell this has turned into a real mess. Outside, the blue-haired boy speeds away with perfect control, leaving the mob scrambling behind him. The quiet rider keeps moving forward, and the pressure in the air only sharpens. Back inside, the blonde thug stares ahead, realizing this fight has already slipped out of his hands. His panic turns ugly as he swallows the truth and sees the blue-haired boy as the real monster. A guard finally checks on him, but the question only underlines how badly things have gone. The blonde thug freezes under the stare, and the room knows his bravado has collapsed for good. The blue-haired boy tears through the night with perfect control, leaving the panicking riders choking on their own noise. Behind him, the hooded thug starts to realize this was never a clever move, just a needless provocation. The pressure only gets uglier as he feels how much nerve it took to even chase someone like that. One shaking hand grips his shoulder, and the fear of that overwhelming gap sinks in deeper. He knows this kind of monster is not the sort you corner twice, and now the lesson is personal. Back inside, the blonde enforcer finally hears the truth and stumbles over it, still too rattled to stand tall. A man with a brutal reputation agrees to put him in the hound dog match, almost too casually. The other boys rush to promise their best effort, but the deal already has strings attached. The blonde brute leans in and sets the rules himself, making it clear he decides the place and time. Then he smirks through the threat, telling them to bring their strongest fighter and nothing else. He drags the whole plan toward the school gym, and that alone makes the others tense up. The enforcer snaps back, mocking the idea of fighting on school turf while sounding more uneasy than proud. His face tightens as the deal is still hanging over him, and he realizes the target is not some easy prey. Taksu finally hears the truth and stiffens. Then the older man casually agrees to set up the hound dog match. The boys rush to comply, but the threat comes with conditions, and the blonde brute makes it clear he controls everything. He presses for the target's name, and the room finally lands on Kang Doyle. The boys hesitate at the revelation, because that name carries enough trouble to make even loudmouths look small. The blonde enforcer recognizes how serious it is, admitting the punk has grown stronger than expected. He keeps digging, asking why everyone suddenly cares, and the answer only deepens his suspicion. At last, he orders them to find out where the punk lives, turning the whole mess into a hunt. Taksu's bully finally admits the target has debt to pay, and the room goes tight with bad news. The pressure hangs over everyone as the deal keeps breathing down their necks. At the temple, even the roof feels calm compared to the mess closing in behind him. While the others freeze, the blue-haired boy quietly keeps sweeping, acting like none of this can shake him. He notices the visitors and greets them with that maddening calm, still holding the broom like the situation belongs to him. The older man answers with familiar ease, but the boy's blank stare shows he has already sensed something off. Then the bald man reveals why he brought him here, saying a prayer was the excuse and a long overdue meeting was the real reason. Jian shows up looking every bit as uneasy as expected, still caught between fear and the awkwardness of being here. The blue-haired boy turns to him, and even that simple glance carries the feeling that the real conversation is only starting. Jian falters under the stare, while the temple settles into the kind of silence that usually comes right before trouble. Jian jolts at the sight of him, clearly not expecting the blue-haired boy to be here. The boy answers with that same unreadable calm, broom still in hand like nothing can rattle him. Jian blurts out his surprise, then admits he assumed the boy lived at a dorm instead. Instead, the temple itself becomes the answer, and the old place feels oddly fitting for him. Jian keeps talking, realizing this is a temple stay and not some temporary visit. The blue-haired boy hesitates for a second, then agrees and heads along without making a scene. Jian immediately turns shameless, asking him to buy food while pretending that is perfectly normal. Before the joke can settle, a sweaty man rushes up the steps, calling out for Jian. The two boys are still sweeping when the older man arrives, and the mood tightens again. The blue-haired boy looks over, sensing this visit is about to turn into something heavier. Purple-haired girl looks stunned, already sensing this talk is about to turn serious. Jae-John keeps talking around the blue-haired boy, claiming he even texted Ariam to come too. The purple-haired girl answers with a calm little wave, almost smug about how well this is going. The blue-haired boy narrows his eyes, reading the moment before anything else can go wrong. A scooter starts acting up, and the whole problem suddenly shifts from awkward to annoying. The adults circle the machine, blaming strange engine noise and arguing over which part is failing. One tired-looking man sits back and listens, as if he already knows this headache is only starting. A foot taps down hard, pushing the tension forward, while everyone keeps fussing over the scooter. The crouching man finally gives up and tells the others to take it to a mechanic already. He grimaces at the cost, realizing this simple mess is going to drain his money too. The black-haired man freezes up, sensing the debt collector's stare turn ugly. The thug flexes the knuckles and makes the threat feel painfully clear. He keeps pushing, convinced numbers alone will keep everyone scared. The black-haired man snaps back, but the collector only grows colder. And then the first strike lands, smashing the argument into a fight. The thug follows with a crushing kick, dropping him hard to the ground. His body folds as the blow knocks the fight out of him. The others stare in shock, finally realizing this collection has gone wrong. The glasses-wearing man panics, and the mood turns from tense to desperate. One look at the aftermath is enough to leave everyone rattled and silent. The first punch explodes across the tattooed thug's face, and his smug confidence cracks instantly. He drops backward in a heap, stunned before he can even recover his pride. The green tracksuit man stands over him, looking less scared now and far more dangerous. The collector still smirks, treating the whole thing like a joke as if pain only makes the display better. The other man snaps back that the fat bastard would make a perfect practice sandbag. He keeps barking insults, trying to claw back the momentum with sheer anger. The tattooed gangster laughs it off, convinced the fool still does not understand the gap between them. But the green tracksuit man lunges in anyway, throwing everything into a reckless strike. The exchange turns messy fast, and his body twists under a brutal counter that stops the charge cold. By now, the collector is grinning through the chaos, certain a guy like that only needs one hit. The green tracksuit man keeps driving forward, trading power with the tattooed collector like he has something left to prove. The collector answers with a brutal grip, squeezing the wrist as if breaking the attack before it even matters. He grins through the pressure, acting like the whole thing is still a joke and daring the man to keep coming. That confidence starts cracking as the bigger man swallows his fear and squares up again, refusing to back down. A mocking taunt lands from the sideline, and the black-haired schoolboy watches the tension sharpen instead of ease. The schoolboy stays frozen in the cramped space, sweat beading as the fight closes in around him. Another jolt hits, and his body jerks hard enough to show the room that nobody here is in control anymore. He gasps and stiffens, realizing the violence has shifted from posturing to real danger. The blow leaves him rattled, while the collector still looks ready to keep humiliating anyone foolish enough to swing. Even now, the schoolboy can only stare ahead, trapped between the collector's cruelty and the man's reckless rage. The metal rod tightens in his grip, and the fight finally stops pretending to be a joke. One brutal hit splashes across the green tracksuit thug's face, wiping the smirk right off him. He drops hard to the floor, and the room starts feeling a lot smaller. A polished shoe comes down on him without mercy, pinning him like trash. The tattooed gangster still talks tough, but even he sounds like he is measuring the damage now. The black-haired punk answers with both hands on the weapon, ready to keep swinging. He snaps completely, screaming for the other side to die as panic and rage blur together. Up close, his eyes are wild, and the usual swagger has turned into raw desperation. The expression freezes into a furious stare, but the fear underneath is impossible to hide. By the end, even his glare looks cornered, because the violence he helped start has slipped past him. The black-haired punk locks both hands around the pipe, ready to keep fighting no matter how ugly this gets. Even with the room closing in, the tattooed gangster straightens up and forces a cold smile, treating the chaos like a warning. He leans closer, asking if Kang Doyle is ready, and the challenge lands like a match dropped into gasoline. Doyle freezes for a beat, his usual bravado cracking as the pressure finally starts to show. The punk explodes at him, snarling that he is still the same trembling coward who only knows how to hide behind numbers. Doyle's anger spikes instantly, and he snaps back in a panic, clearly furious that the insult hit too close. The black-haired boy cuts him off by shouting for him to shut up, then lifts the pipe higher as if the next swing will settle everything. Doyle stares him down and spits back that he will never lose, even if death is on the table. The two of them square off in the middle of the wrecked room, the pipe pointed forward while the gangster finally recognizes who is really standing in front of him. The punk throws the accusation in his face, making it clear this is the same coward who watched Byung's finger get cut off and did nothing. His bravado cracks at last, and panic starts leaking through the bluff. The blonde gangster keeps screaming down at him, still trying to play the senior like a tyrant. The black-haired punk freezes, eyes widening as the threat finally lands. The steel pipe drops hard to the floor, and the room goes dead quiet. Doyle's knees buckle, his swagger collapsing as the pressure crushes him. He staggers upright and starts barking back, trying to force respect through sheer noise. But the black-haired boy cuts in first, low and deadly, and finally raises the pipe. The gangster snarls over the weapon, mocking the idea that a junior would swing at him. That mistake costs him, because the pipe crashes into his body before he can finish the taunt. Doyle doubles over as the blow lands, and the balance of the whole confrontation flips in an instant. The black-haired punk's face is already bloodied, but his stare stays wild as the hit keeps sinking in. The blonde gangster jerks upright and barks for him to raise his head, still trying to sound in control. That arrogance lasts only a second before the pipe smashes into him again and folds his body over. Blood sprays across the floor, and the smug rhythm of the fight starts falling apart. The punk crashes to the ground, groaning as the gangster looms over him like the verdict is already decided. Now the blonde beast leans in and demands mercy, confident he has finally broken the kid. Instead, the black-haired boy stares back through the pain, stunned but still refusing to fold. Even battered and half hidden by his own hair, he keeps his head low, swallowing the panic. For a moment, the room hangs on that silence, and the boy's breathing is the only sign he is still in it. Then the final picture says it all. One man standing tall, the other forced down, and the balance has completely flipped. The temple rises quietly against the trees, calm on the surface but already setting the stage for something bigger. Inside, a small group kneels in prayer while the old monk watches over them like this place still has rules. Lunch breaks the silence, and the girl with purple hair greets everyone with easy warmth as curiosity starts spreading. She says it is the blue-haired boy's first visit, then brightens the whole temple by asking him to come again. He notices the blue-haired boy staring back with that same unreadable calm, while the bowl-cut kid starts sensing the mood shift. Soon the gloves come on and the work starts, with the blue-haired boy hauling dishes like he belongs there already. The monk praises how hard everyone has worked, and even the bald humor in his tone makes the whole place feel lighter. He keeps the joke going, saying the visitors should be invited back more often and earn their meal next time too. By the end, he suggests they rest a little before leaving, as if the temple has already accepted them. Night settles over the roof, and the day ends with the place feeling far less empty than before. Night finally settles over the temple, and the quiet feels warmer than before. The blue-haired boy is already being treated like part of the place, while Jaeyeon awkwardly follows along. The purple-haired girl keeps the mood light, joking that temple life might suit him better than school ever did. That gets her thinking out loud, and the idea of becoming a monk lands with a ridiculous little smile. The calm shatters when someone suddenly yells fire, and the whole group freezes in disbelief. The blue-haired boy turns toward the commotion, realizing something is wrong as Jeon panics beside him. Smoke starts rising, and the others quickly decide it was only a careless cigarette butt sparking trouble. The adults move in fast, checking the situation before it can spiral any further. The bald host reassures the blue-haired boy, acting like the scare is already under control. Even so, the whole thing leaves everyone shaken, and the host admits it was a little frightening after all. Things like this happen sometimes, and the smoke scare leaves everyone frozen for a beat. A breath later, The blue-haired boy realizes how close that moment came to becoming a disaster. But the tension only deepens when a black business card is left behind like a threat. The others crowd around it, and the missing card makes the whole thing feel even stranger. He turns sharply at the sudden shift, already sensing this is no harmless joke. Somewhere else, a bloodied boy with black hair keeps begging Jaeon not to come any closer. His fear spills out with every shaky breath, like he knows the next blow is already coming. Then the warning breaks apart into panic as he keeps pleading for Jaeon to stay away. In the car, the glasses-wearing man calmly confirms that both sides are already lined up. And down below, the gangster and the transfer student finally stand on a path built for trouble. He finally connects the gangster's name to Jung Gi-tae, and that alone makes the whole situation feel uglier. In the car, the woman coolly asks for a lighter, barely bothered as the gossip keeps moving. She confirms the boy came from Daesun Industrial High, then drops the kind of rumor that always stinks of trouble. The glasses-wearing man stiffens when the Jukdo Association comes up, because now the name means something. The pink-streaked boy smiles at his phone and says that business is under their management too. The man in the car starts to realize this is no random contact, just another organized pressure play. The boy shrugs it off, acting like the match is already locked in, and nothing can stop it. That only makes the glasses man more uneasy, because now he can feel the pieces sliding together. Then the boy orders the match spread to every member, as if turning a threat into promotion. Cornered by the implication, the man can only ask which side he is really standing on. The glasses man snaps back, rattled that the Jukdo Association is already involved. Off-screen, the deal gets pushed forward, and the answer comes fast enough to sound like a warning. The whole thing cuts to a forested training ground, where the real test is about to begin. The first burst of movement lands hard, and the pace instantly turns brutal. The blue-haired boy keeps running, refusing to let the pressure shake his rhythm. He drives deeper into the clearing, reading the fight before it can swallow him. A snap kick comes flying in, but he holds his ground instead of folding. Guard up now. He starts seeing the opening behind the rush. Then he fires back with a clean punch, answering the challenge without hesitation. With his eyes locked in, he decides he will fight as hard as needed, even if this keeps turning into a war. The blue-haired boy steels himself and pushes past the threat, deciding he will rise anyway. Behind him, the others finally catch up through the forest path, shocked that the monk's warning led them here. He feels the climb was worth it, even as the group behind him starts to unravel under the pressure. John breaks first, trembling at the sight of the purple-haired girl and the blue-haired boy standing together. The whole group gathers at the clearing, and the blue-haired boy declares this day too important to waste. John blurts out that he rushed there at dawn because he was worried, then hypes the boy up before he can fold. The purple-haired girl softens too, admitting she will cheer for him as well. With everyone finally behind him, the blue-haired boy accepts the support and locks in for the fight ahead. Night falls over the city, and the calm skyline only makes the coming trouble feel bigger. A lone lighthouse cuts through the dark, a quiet signal that this round is far from over. His steps finally reach the clearing, and the others can already feel how serious this night is. Jaeon freezes at the sight of everyone together, realizing the tension is far worse than he expected. He stares at the blue-haired boy and starts panicking, unable to hide how strange this whole gathering feels. But the blue-haired boy stays calm beside him, and that steadiness only makes John look even more shaken. The group keeps moving toward the building, and the silence says more than any warning could. At last, the bullies are waiting in front of the doors, smug as ever, as if they still think this is their scene. Black-haired boy with the pink streaks laughs off the arrival, acting fearless while the others quietly stiffen. The blue-haired boy faces them without hesitation, and even the bullies seem to realize this is not going to be easy. Jaeon cracks under the pressure and blurts out that they tried to scare him with the fire. The accusation lands, and the confident front starts to wobble as the room turns against them. Black-haired boy with the pink streaks shrugs off the tension, acting like the whole thing is beneath him. He warns them not to get distracted by small things, while the blue-haired boy watches in silence. The cocky grin holds as he starts talking up the match, making it sound like everyone already knows the stakes. He spells it out anyway, turning the challenge into a reminder that the opponent is no joke. The target is told to take it seriously and fight with everything left, because this is not some easy warm-up. Outside the building, the doors are still shut tight, and the waiting only makes the pressure heavier. A few seconds later, the crowd starts flooding in, nervous faces giving way to a wave of restless energy. Inside, the boys explode into cheers, the room turning loud enough to drown out every last hesitation. The shouting keeps building until even the adults in the room look thrown off by the sudden roar. By the end, the fire barrel crackles in the dark, a grim little sign of just how hot this mess has become. The crowd keeps roaring inside the hall, while Jeonyeon stands frozen as the pressure finally reaches him. Blue-haired boy's sharp stare says the name has landed, and the room starts bracing for trouble. The tattooed man turns his back with a grin, like he already owns the place and the people in it. He announces that he has been waiting for John, making the reunion sound less like coincidence and more like a trap. Then he brings up Doyle, hinting that the other side has already been talking about him. Blue-haired boy's face hardens at the implication, but he refuses to give the gangster an inch. Purple-haired girl and the others recoil as the words hit, realizing this man is tied to the old rumor. The gangster smirks and spells it out anyway, while the surrounding boys look rattled by the confession. He raises the stakes, claiming this is the day to finish what started back then, and Jaeon looks ready to break. Blue-haired boy stays silent and unreadable, already weighing the fight that is about to explode. The gangster plays it like a show, promising a special guest and making the whole room feel trapped already. He keeps pressing the old wound, bragging that he wanted this match to reach Jaeon no matter what. Blue-haired boy and purple-haired girl both stiffen as the threat lands, finally understanding the reunion is no accident. Shackled and battered, the real Jaeon stands exposed, and the truth behind the setup starts to sting. He admits he never wanted the boy to see him broken like this, which only makes the mood heavier. Even so, he tries to push him away, as if retreat could somehow undo the damage already done. The mention of Doyle hits purple-haired girl hard, and her fear gives the whole rumor a new, uglier shape. Nearby boys panic and start asking what kind of monster King Doyle really is. The tattooed brute just grins wider, convinced the truth will crush them before the blue-haired boy ever moves. But the blue-haired boy stays dead calm, and that silence says he is already preparing to strike. The tattooed brute grins through the tension, still acting like the boy's hesitation means nothing. He pushes the challenge harder, dangling the key, and making the whole fight sound almost embarrassingly simple. The blue-haired boy only stares back, calm enough to make the threat feel less like a trap and more like a mistake. Around them, the nearby boys start panicking, as the bold little game suddenly sounds a lot more insane. The brute just laughs it off, convinced nobody there has the nerve to refuse him. He adds more pressure, bragging that only a real win will get the key, and the blue-haired boy says nothing. The silence around him cracks, as the others finally realize this is not a bluff anymore. Purple-haired girl turns to Jaeon in alarm, warning him that the man they are dealing with is cruel. Her voice trails off as the ugly truth settles in, and even she seems to realize the match has become dangerous. The blue-haired boy remains unreadable, while the others recoil around him, already sensing how badly this could go. That day begins with the blue-haired boy staring ahead, already carrying the weight of what came before. Back then, the bike ride had looked reckless from the start, with the driver clinging on while the tension only grew. Even his hands shook hard enough to betray him, and that tiny weakness said everything. By the time Byung-gu Sunbae's name came up, even the one leaving the room looked rattled enough to run. The tattooed brute keeps pressing forward, enjoying the fear he is dragging out of everyone around the boy. Yet the blue-haired boy still makes people tremble, and that calm only makes the threat look more foolish. A hand tightens on his shirt, as if someone nearby knows the moment is about to break. The girls and Jaeon all turn toward him in alarm, scared he might actually choose to fight. The gangster only smirks harder, acting like the whole thing is turning him on. Then one foot steps forward, and the quiet finally starts to crack. Blue-haired boy plants himself in the arena, calm enough to make the tension look desperate. The surrounding boys erupt anyway, fists rising as the crowd starts feeding on the fear. Yena, John, and the others freeze when his name lands, sensing the trap is no longer subtle. A fire crackles nearby, as if the whole place is waiting for the first spark. Across the ring, the shirtless brute and the blue-haired boy face off, while the crowd presses in. The announcer blasts that the game is about to begin, and the room answers with a louder roar. He hypes up the muscular powerhouse again, practically advertising the violence to come. Blue-haired boy stays stone-faced as the so-called transfer student gets named like some legend. Elsewhere, a man in an office keeps drinking and watching, calm in a way that feels worse than panic. The countdown drops lower, and the arena waits to see who breaks first. The host grins at the over 2,000 live viewers, treating the chaos like a show already won. With the board set, he sounds almost delighted to send them into a fight that will spill blood. The opening finally hits, and the whole place jolts as the match is declared live. The shirtless brute storms in hard, while the blue-haired boy stays loose instead of panicking. One heavy swing comes screaming down, but the challenger slips it by a hair. He keeps the pressure on, yet the blue-haired boy twists through the exchange and answers with precision. The brute starts swinging wider, finally realizing the kid in black is not freezing up at all. Another rush gets checked, and the blue-haired boy turns the momentum with a clean counter. That confidence cracks the monster's rhythm, leaving him standing ugly and exposed. By the end, the blue-haired boy is already circling behind him, calm enough to make the brute look slow. The crowd erupts as the match is finally called live, and the whole room jolts with the noise. Seo Taksu barrels in shirtless and furious, trying to overwhelm the kid before he can settle. The blue-haired boy slips the heavy swing by inches, staying loose instead of freezing. Seo Taksu keeps throwing wild pressure, but the challenger answers with sharp counters and clean movement. That's when the brute starts to realize the kid in black isn't panicking at all. Another rush gets checked, and the blue-haired boy twists the fight back toward himself. Seo Taksu's rhythm cracks as the blue-haired boy keeps slipping inside his reach. The brute finally starts shouting in frustration, rattled by how easily his attacks are getting denied. One more strike lands flush, and the blue-haired boy's hand drives into his face with brutal precision. Even after the hit, he stays cold and steady, already looking like the one controlling the pace. Seo Taksu swings in hard, but the blue-haired boy slips the blow by inches. The brute keeps pressing, only to get clipped by a clean counter to the face. The crowd's swagger cracks as the challenger's speed starts looking downright absurd. He reads the next rush instantly, slipping inside Seo Taksu's reach again. Every wild attack gets denied, and the larger man starts losing his temper. One brutal shot lands flush, driving the fight firmly into the blue-haired boy's hands. Seo Taksu still lunges forward, barking through the pain like brute force can save him. But another sharp strike rips through his defense, and his confidence finally starts to break. He roars back in rage, trying to recover the momentum before the whole match slips away. The blue-haired boy stays cold and steady, already looking like the one who owns the ring. The blue-haired boy keeps carving through the wild rushes, and the brute's swings only feed the pressure back at him. Seo Taksu's face tightens as the recap hammers home the obvious. Anger is all he has left. The surrounding boys shout Jeongitae's name in a panic, suddenly realizing the fight is slipping away. Even the onlookers start asking which side is winning, while one of them admits Jaehyun's approach is running out of room. The crowd can see it now, his opponent's size is a real problem, and one clean hit could end everything. Jeon panics over the gap in power, trying to win by slowly stacking damage instead of trading head-on. The brute answers with a full-force lunge, banking on raw strength to steal the match in one swing. Purple-haired girl stiffens at the thought of a single hit deciding everything, and she worries for Jaehyun. Jaehyun freezes as someone cries out Hanarium, and the tension around the room spikes even harder. In the end, the shirtless fighter drops to his knees before her, and the purple-haired girl can only stare as the whole setup collapses. The shirtless brute still strains against the restraints, and the girl only stiffens as his fury keeps boiling. His anger turns desperate, blaming others for dragging John into this mess and demanding someone stop the whole thing. Purple-haired girl realizes Jaehyun had no real choice, since refusing would have left the temple and everyone in it exposed. The brute snaps that the others are cursed snakes, then admits he needs the key and wants out of this cage. He spots the problem at once. Somebody else holds that key, and he has to get it before he can escape. The purple-haired girl catches on too, while he turns that realization into a panicked demand to be freed. His eyes harden with nasty certainty, as he warns that the man with the key is too slippery to trust. The crowd finally reacts, rattled enough to answer, and the purple-haired girl can only stare as the tension spikes again. Before anyone can settle it, the fight explodes into motion as the blue-haired boy slips inside the brute's reach. And just like that, he starts landing clean counters, turning the bigger man's charge into a problem that should have been obvious from the start. Jeon and the others panic as the blue-haired boy's first punch lands cleanly. Before the brute can reset, the blue-haired boy keeps slipping inside his reach. Each counter hits harder, and the bigger man's guard starts falling apart. The crowd finally realizes this is turning into a slaughter, not a comeback. Jeon is shoved forward again, forced to keep the attack going. The blue-haired boy refuses to give ground, burying the brute under relentless blows. At last, the blonde gangster's confidence cracks as the pressure closes in. He can only stare, rattled, while the blue-haired boy keeps hunting him. The taunts turn desperate, but the fight has already slipped out of their hands. Now the blue-haired boy is standing exactly where he wanted, waiting for Jeon to come closer. The blonde thug keeps raging that guarding won't save anyone on these streets, but his confidence is already starting to sound hollow. The blue-haired boy answers with a brutal counter, driving straight through the brute's defense and forcing him back. For a split second, he realizes the trap was never meant to protect him at all. Before the bigger man can recover, another sharp hit lands and the lesson gets louder than any threat. He keeps pounding forward, refusing to let the thug breathe as the fight turns uglier by the second. Nearby, Jeon and the other boy freeze in horror. Finally understanding this is no comeback. The tattooed brute snarls about power and reality, but it only makes him look more cornered. The blue-haired boy slips in again and cracks him clean across the face, still calm in the middle of the mess. He keeps hammering away, mocking the idea that some greenhouse plant could ever survive a real street fight. By now, the blue-haired boy is hunting him openly, and the thug has nothing left but panic. The brute still snarls like he can bully the world into shrinking, but the blue-haired boy keeps driving him back. Another blow lands clean, and the bully's confidence cracks a little harder. He keeps pressing in, too stubborn to notice the humiliation closing around him. Jian and the others can only stare, realizing this is no recovery, just a slow collapse. The tattooed thug hisses about strength, yet he only sounds more cornered by the second. Blue-haired boy slips in again, calm as ever, and hits him with another merciless counter. The fight keeps turning ugly, but he refuses to let the man breathe long enough to recover. Then the mood snaps somewhere far more dangerous, as purple-haired girl reaches for him and starts speaking with trembling honesty. She admits her heart is a mess, but the feeling is real, and she refuses to hide it anymore. Her confession lands full force, and the blue-haired boy is left staring as if the whole battlefield just vanished. The first clean strike lands, and the room already feels the gangster's humiliation spreading. Blue-haired boy keeps pressing in, refusing to let the battered thug recover his footing. Purple-haired girl suddenly shouts for Jane to wake up, and the whole mood snaps. Blue-haired boy is left stunned as her confession hits harder than any punch. He shifts again, and the fight's rhythm turns violent in an instant. His counter drives straight into the blonde thug, cracking through that last bit of arrogance. The thug spits out curses and finally admits the blue-haired boy is no easy prey. Another blow slams in, and the blonde brute starts folding under the pressure. Blue-haired boy answers with a brutal punch of his own, reading the opening perfectly. By the end, the thug is left bleeding and rattled, his swagger burned away for good. Seotaksu staggers in the ring, already looking less like a boss and more like a man running out of excuses. The blue-haired boy slips inside his reach and cracks him again, turning every opening into punishment. Even the blonde brute's desperate punch misses the point, because the fight is no longer his to control. Another sharp strike lands, and the answer comes fast enough to make the thug's confidence look ridiculous. The blue-haired boy keeps pressing forward while the crowd watches the bigger man fold under the pressure. Around them, the onlookers start realizing this is no ordinary scuffle, and their bravado starts to crack. Purple-haired girl and the stunned schoolboys finally see it for what it is, a huge brawl, and nobody involved is joking anymore. Seotaksu bends forward, panting hard, while the blue-haired boy stays poised to finish the lesson. The crowd's panic rises with every blow, as the whole warehouse starts sounding like a disaster in progress. By the end, the blonde thug can only hunch there and gasp, with his swagger thoroughly beaten out of him. Seotaksu's bloodlust spikes, and the rush of battle makes him feel alive again. But the blue-haired boy only stares him down, already reading the gap in his movement. Seotaksu insists he is still just school lunch, as if that insult can save him now. Instead, the blue-haired boy crashes in with a brutal body shot that shuts his mouth fast. Another heavy counter follows, and the blonde brute starts folding under every impact. Seotaksu spits out that this is gang life, but even he sounds shaken by then. The blue-haired boy answers that losing means dying, so there was never room to hold back. Seotaksu, now desperate, tries to save face by claiming he would never let him win. That last push fails too, and the next strike snaps his head aside like a broken joke. By the end, he is left staggering and begging for mercy, his swagger completely gone. The blue-haired boy keeps driving forward, hammering the blonde brute with body shots until his swagger starts crumbling. Two nearby students stare in shock, calling him insane as they realize the pressure is only getting worse. He slips through another attack with razor focus, proving he is not guarding at all but reading every opening. Seotaksu catches a vicious counter and folds under it, suddenly losing the edge he tried so hard to keep. The bystanders panic harder, watching the blue-haired boy turn evasion itself into a weapon. Another sharp strike lands cleanly, and the blonde brute's face twists as the gap in skill keeps widening. Seotaksu coughs up blood, but even that ugly desperation cannot stop the beating. Jian and the others stare in disbelief as the bully keeps getting dragged deeper into humiliation. A brutal follow-up slams into Seotaksu again, leaving him unable to fight back properly. By the end, the once arrogant brute is left staggering and ruined, while the blue-haired boy still stands tall. Jian finally notices the opening, and the room tenses as the blue-haired boy stays dangerously still. Instead of guarding, he reads the attack and slips through it with cold precision. Seotaksu swings back with all his pride, only to get smashed by a counter that folds his momentum. Another clean hit lands, and the blonde brute's face twists as the skill gap keeps widening. Blood spills from Seotaksu's mouth, but even that ugly desperation cannot stop the punishment. Jian and the others stare in disbelief as the bully gets dragged deeper into humiliation. The blue-haired boy drives in again, and Seotaksu's body buckles under the brutal follow-up. His pattern becomes obvious now, and the crowd realizes the one-punch brute has already been solved. Every swing gets red before it lands, exposing the weakness behind all that supposed power. One last step lands clean, and the fight tilts fully, as the bully is left hanging on by pride alone. The blue-haired boy crashes through Seotaksu's guard and the brute's pride takes the first brutal hit. Seotaksu reels backward, already losing the clean momentum he thought would carry him. Another savage counterlands, folding the blonde bully into the wall and proving the gap is real. Even as flames and chaos flare nearby, the room starts freezing in disbelief. The surrounding boys stare in silence, realizing the fight is slipping beyond their favorite brute. A wooden pipe comes up in Seotaksu's hand, but it only exposes how desperate he has become. He lunges with feral rage, trying to force the issue before his collapse gets any uglier. The blue-haired boy stays still and unreadable, letting the momentum die on its own. Seotaksu keeps screaming through the pain, swinging the burning pipe like volume could save him. The blue-haired boy answers with one more calm advance, and the bully's last defiance starts to burn out. Seotaksu roars through the flames, finally admitting the real fight has begun. The blue-haired boy stands untouched at the center, while the bully charges in with a burning pipe. Behind them, the crowd recoils in stunned disbelief, suddenly seeing the cowardice in plain sight. The weapon only makes Seotaksu look more desperate, and the others start calling out his cheating. He snarls at the noise and keeps forcing the issue, too angry to notice how badly he is slipping. The pipe swings through the heat as he shouts down the crowd, trying to drown out his own fear. The blue-haired boy stays calm and tells him this is not a game, just a fight between the two of them. Seotaksu finally understands that much, and his face twists with ugly excitement instead of confidence. He barks that this is a real fight, but the madness in his eyes only proves how cornered he is. Even so, he lunges forward again, while the blue-haired boy remains unreadable and ready to end it. Seotaksu barrels in with the flaming pipe raised high, trying to terrify everyone left watching. The blue-haired boy barely shifts, reading the charge without losing that cold, careless calm. Seotaksu screams that he was told to come at him, but the panic in his face leaks through every word. The two of them clash again in a blur, and the bully starts realizing brute force alone is not saving him. Around them, Jian and the others finally react, stunned that the cheating is too obvious to deny. Seotaksu keeps roaring about gangsters and threats, as if volume alone can cover how cornered he is. The blue-haired boy slips inside the swing and answers with a vicious counter that drops the bully lower. Seotaksu's face twists with ugly rage, and the pipe still in his hand only makes him look more desperate. He lunges again, but the blue-haired boy cuts through the opening and sends him crashing backward. By the end, the gap is undeniable. The bully is all fury and heat, while the blue-haired boy stays standing. Seotaksu's panic leaks through his roar as the trap starts collapsing around him. Blue hair flashes in his narrowed eye, and he finally sees the opening. The blue-haired boy slips past the swing and answers with a brutal counter. Seotaksu's body jerks from the impact, his momentum shattered in one clean exchange. He crashes hard, rage and pain mixing as the burning pipe and his pride go flying. The blue-haired boy stays upright while the gang leader sprawls beneath him, completely outclassed. Seotaksu still tries to sneer through the blood, but his fury now sounds pathetic. The boys in the back stare in disbelief, realizing the so-called gangster is getting embarrassed. The key drops near his waist, a tiny detail that makes the whole setup look even uglier. By then, the evidence is clear, and the blue-haired boy has already tightened the noose. Purple-haired girl freezes, stunned as the fight swings beyond anything she expected. Seotaksu still tries to roar back, acting like the brawl is far from over. Bloodied and stubborn, he keeps threatening to drag this out until somebody breaks. The blue-haired boy launches in again, and Seotaksu barely has time to react. Another clean blow lands, snapping the leader's momentum and humiliating him further. Seotaksu eats the counter, his face twisting as pain finally buries his swagger. The blue-haired boy follows through with brutal control, never letting the opening slip. Seotaksu staggers under the barrage, realizing too late how badly he has been outclassed. The attacks keep coming, and his body starts to fold beneath the pressure. In the end, the once loud gangster is left broken and silent, with only panic hanging in the air. The blue-haired boy drives in with another brutal step, and Seotaksu can only buckle under the pressure. Seotaksu tries to crawl back up, but the fight has already slipped past his grip. Still clinging to pride, he mutters through the pain, refusing to accept a loss to someone like him. The blue-haired boy stands over him and coolly cuts through the excuses, calling out his kind of weakness. Seotaksu is left staring up at him as every insult lands harder than the fists ever did. The blue-haired boy keeps going, exposing the bully as nothing but a parasite who preyed on the helpless. Seotaksu folds lower and lower, and the gap between them turns humiliatingly obvious. One sharp movement jerks the blade from Seotaksu's hand before he can do anything reckless. But even with the knife, he only lunges from behind like a cornered coward. The blue-haired boy never flinches, and Seotaksu's last bit of threat dies with that final counter. The onlookers freeze as the truth lands, and even the loudest faces go slack with disbelief. Jian warns him about someone behind him, but the blue-haired boy is already turning the fight into a slaughter. Seotaksu snarls that he should never have shown his back, still clinging to that gangster pride. The blue-haired boy answers with a brutal counter, and the gap between them turns humiliating. Even when the knife comes out, Seotaksu only lunges like a cornered coward. The blue-haired boy stays calm, while the thug keeps barking threats that sound weaker every second. Seotaksu spirals harder, ranting about mirrors and regret, as his own face becomes the joke. He raises the blade for one last desperate swing, but the blue-haired boy is already inside the attack. The counter comes so fast it leaves Seotaksu wide-eyed, and the room can almost hear his pride cracking. One final strike wipes the smile off his face, and his laughter dies with the rest of his threat. The blue-haired boy meets the knife with brutal precision, turning Seotaksu's final swing into another humiliating miss. The blade slips away, and for a split second even the thug's shadow looks weaker than his swagger. Seotaksu staggers under the gym lights while the blue-haired boy stands over him, still calm enough to check on Jian. The fallen bully can only stare up, realizing the fight has already slipped completely out of his hands. Around them, the classmates freeze as the purple-haired girl's voice cuts through the chaos and snaps everyone's attention back to Doyle. Her warning lands hard, and the room starts connecting the dots about who really set this mess in motion. The blue-haired boy turns his attention back to Seotaksu, coolly asking if he can finish it now. Seotaksu hesitates, and even the knife in his hand feels smaller than the panic crawling across his face. The blue-haired boy traps the blade, taking away the last bit of leverage the thug had left. Seotaksu finally breaks, choking on Doyle's name as the blue-haired boy pins him down and ends the intimidation for good. Seotaksu snarls in panic, but the blue-haired boy stays over him, cold and unbothered. The thug tries to sneer back, only for that confidence to crack under the pressure. He scrambles for excuses, insisting he is different, but it only makes him look weaker. The blue-haired boy pushes harder, forcing him to explain how that would even matter. Seotaksu stammers about being honest and claims he belongs to a different class, desperate to save face. The blade slips from his control, and with it goes the last shred of his pride. His body jerks under the impact as the blue-haired boy keeps the punishment precise and merciless. One more blow lands, and the bully finally realizes there is nowhere left to run. Outside, the stormy night looms over the building while that last strike echoes through the silence. The blue-haired boy keeps the pressure on, forcing the bruised bully to crack under the weight. Seotaksu screams through the pain, still clinging to that gangster pride like it means anything now. He panics harder, blabbing about his Hyeongnam as if a bigger shadow might save him. But the blue-haired boy only needles him colder, making his threats sound childish and pathetic. Nearby, the others start barking in alarm as the room realizes this mess is spiraling out of control. Their panic keeps spreading when someone demands to know what they think they are doing. The blue-haired boy stands bare and unflinching, already making them face the consequences. Seotaksu turns back, rattled by the warning, and suddenly looking far less fearless. Even with everyone watching, the blue-haired boy keeps that same blank, unreadable stare. And that stare says the same thing the night already did. The bully has nowhere left to go. The blue-haired boy stays stone-faced after the hit, while the bully's panic keeps rising. The black-haired punk only grins wider, treating Seotaksu's fear like a cheap joke. Seotaksu starts screaming for mercy, suddenly hiding behind the title of senior like it means anything now. The taunting only gets nastier as the punk mocks his face and makes the fallen bully look even more pathetic. Another clean strike lands, and the blue-haired boy coolly pretends Seotaksu was never worth the effort. Seotaksu howls as the blow sends him reeling, completely stripped of the swagger he tried so hard to keep. Around them, the onlookers gasp and freeze, realizing the whole room has turned against the bullies. The punk blames the gang first for breaking the rules, then dismisses the excuse before it can even breathe. More voices jump in, admitting they backed the gangster too, but now they sound like they already know that bet was stupid. In the end, the room crowns Jian the winner, and the bullies are left with nothing but humiliation. The room erupts as the crowd finally realizes Jian took the win, and the bullies lose their grip in an instant. Seotaksu is left staring at the blue-haired boy in disbelief, while the punk keeps pressing the humiliation harder. More of the onlookers panic, admitting the fight has already been decided against the gang. Jaeon's name starts spreading through the room as the crowd splits from fear into open awe. The blue-haired boy stands bloodied but steady, looking every bit like the last person Seotaksu should have challenged. Elsewhere, the glasses-wearing man jolts upright, shocked that the whole situation has blown past expectations again. He quickly realizes this mess could stain the Seokdo Association's name, and his face tightens with regret. The panic deepens as he sees the bad timing of the disaster, with too many connected people already watching. He grimaces, seeing the association turning into a laughingstock while the damage keeps piling up. In the end, He pins the blame on Jian, furious that one stubborn boy wrecked everything. The man in the office loses his nerve completely, pacing beside the glowing screen as the whole mess starts slipping out of control. Outside, the car rolls toward the target while the tires hum, and the timing already feels like trouble. The temple looms in the dark, waiting like the exact kind of place where bad decisions come to be buried. Inside the car, two men sit in silence until one of them announces they have arrived, and the tension only hardens. The bald man smokes through the pause, then coolly asks whether the other side should be picked up again, as if this is still manageable. A beat later, he cuts himself off and tells the driver to stop, sensing something has already gone wrong. From the window, he spots the blonde bruiser stumbling out into the open, and the silence says enough before anyone else does. The smoking man immediately orders the phone off, and the reply comes fast, desperate, and obedient. Seotaksu's battered face fills with disbelief, because he finally understands that his side has been exposed and outplayed. Behind him, the others stiffen as the blonde giant turns toward another suit-wearing man, and the whole crew starts bracing for the blame. Seotaksu realizes the silence means betrayal, and his plea for Hyungnam lands with desperate shame. Bloodied and shaking, he starts blaming the bastards who left him behind. Before he can keep spiraling, the suited man drives a brutal kick into him and shuts him up fast. The blow lands clean, and Seotaksu crashes hard as the night finally turns on him. The suited man coldly reminds him to stay away from students, as if this whole mess was almost predictable. Seotaksu, flattened and humiliated, can only stammer out half a defense before the fear takes over. Another hit sends him sprawling again, and the crowd finally sees how badly the bully has fallen. He begs forgiveness now, a little too late for the swagger that got him here. His crew starts staring in disbelief as the broken enforcer is left on the ground, and the mood turns against him. By the end, even the bystanders can feel it. Seotaksu's side is finished, and everyone knows it. He keeps sneering at the blue-haired boy, calling him all bark and no bite, but the tension already says otherwise. The black-haired boy turns toward Jian with fake gratitude, trying to sound smooth while the room watches him unravel. A hand clamps onto his shoulder, and for once his swagger looks a little less convincing. Purple hair cuts through the silence as the others panic, and she snaps that this is no time for nonsense anymore. The black-haired boy pushes the blue-haired boy toward medical help, acting concerned now that the fight has already gone bad. He drapes an arm over him and keeps walking, still trying to play it cool while the whole mess cools into embarrassment. Night settles over the streets as they leave the chaos behind, and the earlier bravado feels smaller by the second. The old temple finally comes into view, as if he is dragging the weight of the day somewhere quiet enough to think. Inside, the giant Buddha sits in silence, and the mood turns almost sacred after all that noise. At last, the blue-haired boy lowers his head and prays to Shin Mireille, carrying the wreckage of the night with him. Her hand tightens at his ear, and even his usual bravado starts to look shaky. The blue-haired boy goes quiet again, while the old prayer still hangs over him like a confession. At the temple, he kneels before Buddha and keeps carrying the night's wreckage in silence. Outside, the rain-soaked leaves and distant hills make the whole world feel calmer than his heart. Morning returns over the city, but the day already feels like it is building toward more gossip. School gates fill with students, and the rumor mill starts moving before classes even begin. Inside the classroom, the chatter turns sharp as someone calls out that he should not be dozing off. The next rumor lands harder, as the girls start asking whether John really got a phone from him. That single question spreads fast, and the gray bob girl and her friends circle the purple-haired girl with even more curiosity. By the end, they are openly pressing her about dating him, and she can only freeze under the pressure. Yena hesitates for a moment, already sensing the conversation is about to get messy. Yuri jumps in with the big accusation, and the class instantly starts treating Jian like the hottest rumor on campus. Purple-haired girl calmly explains that it is more like talking than dating, which only makes them more suspicious. They push harder, demanding to know everything about Jian, and the pressure starts closing in. The gossip trio swarms her, mocking the idea and acting like she has no right to want him. One girl throws out the real sore spot, dragging Yena and Jenyan into the mess and making the room go silent. Purple-haired girl answers without blinking, admitting she already said it and refusing to back down. Her hands tense as the whole thing escalates, and the girls realize she is not going to fold easily. Yena snaps that they are the ones joking around, then practically declares that she will not hand Jian over. For once, the teasing stops cold, because she is serious enough to make even the gossip girls rethink their next move. The gossip trio corners her on the walkway, and the purple-haired girl already knows this is turning ugly. She answers calmly, but her hesitation only makes the girls smell blood in the water. When they push for details, she tries to soften it, yet the suspicion keeps growing. The sharpest girl hits the sore spot, dragging Jenyan into the mess. Even then, The purple-haired girl refuses to retreat, quietly admitting the truth again. Her composure starts cracking, and the girls realize she is far too stubborn to fold. Yena finally snaps back, calling out their teasing and refusing to hand Janyan over. That shuts the room down for a second, because her glare makes the mockery feel a lot less safe. By the next day, the rumor has spread everywhere, and even the hallways buzz with it. Blue-haired boy hears the impossible message on his phone, and the whole mess starts closing in on him too. The blue-haired boy stands silent in the hallway, already feeling the next round of trouble closing in. A classmate gushes over him, treating his face like a badge of style instead of bruises. The girls keep chattering, and the rumor starts turning into something far more personal. One of them finally drags out the question nobody wanted to ask, staring at the marks on his face. He only answers with a flat stare, which makes their curiosity grow even messier. She quickly pivots and adds his number, acting casual while cornering him even harder. He says nothing, and that quiet hesitation says plenty. Without missing a beat, she decides to send the contact anyway and nudges the pressure forward. He is left staring at the setup, realizing the weekend invitation is anything but harmless. For a second, even he seems caught off guard, as if the rumor has already become a trap. The girls keep circling the rumor, and one casually brings up Yena's birthday while aiming the invitation at him. Yena answers softly, but her polite smile only makes the whole thing feel more deliberate. She keeps nudging the pressure forward, saying the details will come through the phone as the others close in. He just stands there, silent and flat-faced, which tells them enough without saying a word. The group starts moving around him, and the invitation begins to look less like kindness and more like a setup. Later, he lingers alone in the hallway, still carrying that same guarded look. At the cafe, the older man calls out to Jaeon and immediately turns the moment awkward. A hand takes the stack of magazines, and the conversation jumps straight into the rumor about the match. He finally says he heard everything from Doyle, keeping his voice cool while the others wait for more. Then the black-haired boy reacts in shock, realizing the blue-haired kid actually beat Gite. He admits he had not believed it at first, because the blue-haired boy looked terrifying enough to feel like a Grim Reaper. The other man keeps tugging at his shirt, still stunned by how quickly that fear turned into respect. His relief spills out at once, since that rescue clearly meant more than he expected. At the cafe, the blue-haired boy quietly says the news hit hard, and the awkward tension only deepens. The older man pushes the topic further, warning that the other side may come looking for revenge. Calm as ever, the boy shrugs it off and says fear is gone now, which only makes the teasing smile wider. The girl is still sitting there waiting, and the whole setup finally looks less like a meeting and more like a trap. Hearing the word girlfriend nearly rattles him, but he still tells her to go ahead and bring the awkward truth out. She steps closer with that same soft confidence, making the rumor sound almost cute instead of dangerous. And with a playful wave, she keeps smiling as if this mess is exactly where she wanted the conversation to land. In the quiet cafe, she checks on his wounds while he insists they are only shallow. Her curiosity sharpens fast, and she starts steering the talk toward his identity. He tries to dodge it, but she drags up the answer he already gave her before. She admits that one name is stuck in her head because it can make everything stop. He freezes for a beat, clearly realizing she is circling the truth he has been hiding. The scene cuts outside, where a blonde girl toys with a helmet and wonders how far Grayling can go. The blue-haired boy answers by calling her far away, matching her strange nickname game. She keeps pushing, asking whether he is really willing to take this even farther. He finally turns serious, holding her gaze and suggesting they leave for somewhere distant. That answer lands hard, because neither of them is treating this like a joke anymore. She leans in with the helmet like a trap closing, still pushing him to decide where he wants this to go. He answers by tossing out a far more outrageous destination, and suddenly the ride feels less like a joke. When she asks if he can really pull it off, he hears the challenge beneath the teasing and stays on course. Her face harrows! Inside the helmet, this is no longer playful banter, just two people testing a line neither wants to cross. She admits he is not kidding, and that only makes the situation feel even more dangerous. Then she bluntly says she really wants to go there, because backing out now would leave her trapped in the moment. He falls silent, realizing she is serious too, and the quiet between them says enough. Later, she messages Jaeon as Yena while he stares at his phone, still stunned by the first real conversation. He mutters that texting like this already feels weird, but he keeps reading as if he cannot stop himself. Her next message lays out the birthday room, the time, and the address, turning that reckless idea into a real plan. The message lands cleanly, and now the invitation is real instead of just reckless teasing. She keeps staring at him for a reaction, but he only sits there stunned by how serious she sounds. He tells her not to worry, though the phone in his hand says he is thinking about it far longer than he admits. A few days pass, and the whole thing has already slipped from awkward flirting into a dark little deadline. At the apartment, the family's panic explodes, as the drunken father becomes impossible to ignore. The girl rushes in, furious at the noise and the humiliation, and demands that someone haul him inside. Up close, her embarrassment turns raw as she begs him to get up, while the deadbeat only drags the whole house deeper into misery. She tries again, pleading for him to move, but his failure just makes the situation uglier by the second. One of the boys snaps at her to shut up, and the miserable crowd around them only makes the scene feel more pathetic. By the end, she is left staring in disbelief, realizing even this disaster is somehow becoming impossible to control. He unloads a filthy insult and keeps the pressure on, like the whole room is already beneath him. The purple-haired girl freezes as the situation turns uglier, and even she can feel it spiraling. She begs him to stop shouting and finally just leave her alone, but panic only sharpens his cruelty. Up close, his temper twists into something even nastier as he sneers that she has heard enough already. He hurls the old wound at her, blaming her for the family split like that pain is some cheap weapon. Her tears finally surface as she admits their mother's decision was the best thing she ever did. But the confession only makes him uglier, and he swings at her with a hard strike instead of restraint. The blow lands, and she reels in silence while he keeps hovering over her like a coward with a grudge. Even after that, she stands there shaking, staring up at the mess her family has become. And he finishes the blow with one last bitter outburst, proving he is still more venom than man. He twists the knife by dragging her mother into it, and the insult lands exactly where he wants. Her face freezes in shock, panic flashing through her as the old wound opens wider. The memory keeps unraveling, with their mother leaving home and the blame shoved straight at her. She falls quiet for a beat, staring at him as the truth turns unbearable. Then he doubles down, sneering that her mother expected nothing from a man like him anyway. He keeps talking over her, boasting that he survived only by watching her suffer. Her fear finally breaks into protest, and she begs him to stop before he says anything worse. He only snarls harder, demanding that she not hear the truth and not say anything like that. The argument snaps, and she surges forward in tears while he stands his ground behind her. Even then, she keeps moving, desperate to escape the man who turned family into punishment. He sneers that she and her mother were always the same, twisting the wound deeper instead of letting the truth breathe. The confrontation spills into the temple grounds, where the silence only makes the ugliness feel worse. Back home, the blue-haired boy sits alone and starts getting a message that cuts through the quiet. He leans in, realizing the sender is Yenna, and the invitation already sounds more awkward than casual. She says she is in the party room now, and he can almost hear the nerves hiding behind the request. He stares at the phone, wary at first, then decides that showing up for a moment might be safer than refusing outright. So he heads out into the night, still trying to stay cautious about what kind of misunderstanding could follow. At the temple entrance, he hesitates again, then pushes forward and finally steps inside. The celebration is real enough, with cake, drinks, and Yenna waiting quietly at the birthday table. Even there, the room feels too polished and too tense, like this party could turn strange at any second. Yenna fidgets over the message, clearly wanting him to come but already worried it sounds too personal. She quickly backs off in her own mind, deciding it would be better to wait than push him too hard. The birthday setup sits ready between them, awkwardly soft and intimate in a way that makes the air feel heavier. Outside, he takes the first careful steps toward the temple, still half expecting trouble. His face tightens when he spots her waiting ahead, alone in the quiet dark. He keeps walking down the stone path, reading the silence before she can even speak. Purple hair and a bowed posture make it obvious she is nervous, as if she has already said too much. He stops beside her, and the whole exchange turns into a wordless standoff. She stays frozen, probably realizing this invitation has become far more serious than a simple birthday visit. Even now, neither of them can escape the tension hanging between them. Her eyes flood with tears, and the confession starts breaking through the silence. He freezes, stunned by how heavy this meeting has become. Standing on the temple steps, he listens as she finally admits what this night really means. Her voice shakes harder, and the truth slips out before she can hold it back. In the end, she says the person she loved most was her mother. But that love only deepened the ache, because the one who hurt her mother was the one she could never forgive. She chokes on the final admission, realizing that culprit was her own father. The tension snaps, and she sinks into him for support instead of running away. He does not pull back, letting her cling to him as the pain finally spills out. By the time they stop moving, the two of them are locked together in a quiet, trembling embrace. She breaks down at last, admitting the one who mattered most was her mother, and that her father was the one she could never forgive. The blue-haired boy just listens, letting her grief land without interruption as she finally says the truth out loud. Far away from that confession, Yena sits alone in the decorated party room, waiting through the silence. Her phone rests in her hands as the minutes drag on, and the whole birthday setup starts feeling painfully awkward. Even the clock seems to mock the delay, each tick dragging the night further into uncomfortable stillness. At the doorway, a staff member checks on her and asks if she is still leaving, while she answers that cleanup is still underway. She falls quiet again after that, looking more anxious than relieved as the party keeps losing its warmth. A cake is finally brought out and cut, but the moment feels more mechanical than celebratory. Then the dessert ends up smashed and ruined, as if the night cannot even survive a simple birthday ritual. Back with the confession, the purple-haired girl keeps crying, but this time she is finally honest enough to let the pain show. The night hangs over the party room, but the silence already feels heavier than the decorations. Blue-haired boy and purple-haired girl walk in together, both carrying a tension that refuses to soften. Her confession begins with the blunt truth that her father was drunk that day too. She remembers shutting her ears while her father kept beating her mother, and the shame still clings to her. The house was never safe, with her mother curling under the abuse while she could only watch in silence. Even then, her mother worried about her, telling her to go back to studying like nothing was wrong. Trying to smile through the pain, her mother even asked if she should make snacks, and that kindness only made it hurt more. Her resentment finally snaps, and she admits she could not endure living with that kind of mercy. So she lashes out at the question of gratitude, sick of being treated like obedience should erase the damage. Then she turns on the blame itself, accusing that forced protection of destroying the family instead of saving it. Her fury finally spills over, and she blasts him for always acting like a victim with no responsibility at all. The memory cuts back to a younger her, facing her mother in a home already poisoned by shouting and fear. Her mother's face says enough. This was never a safe house, only a place where abuse kept returning. As the mother still pushes her toward studying and even kindness, she starts to realize mercy can hurt too. That realization hardens into resentment, and she admits she hated being trapped in a family that called itself love. By the time she spits out the blame, she is already walking away, sick of a protection that never protected anyone. Days later, she leaves the house for good, and the apology letter only makes the breakup feel even uglier. Looking back, she realizes her own mouth had become just as filthy as her father's. She thought she was different from him, but the shame says otherwise as the distance between them lingers. In that silence, the truth lands fully. She had become the very thing she hated. The silence settles in, and her voice starts fading until she can barely keep talking. He stands there without a word, letting the heaviness of her confession do the work. Her hand tightens hard enough to shake, like even anger has started turning inward. Days later, she walks down the stairs in that black dress, heading into the birthday night alone. One cruel question follows her, and she hears it as a fresh wound over old neglect. Her face turns as she realizes the night was always going to force her to answer for everything. Then Taksu appears with a bouquet, grinning like this whole mess is some grand gesture. She freezes at the sight of him, stunned that he would show up here at all. He keeps up the act, calling it her birthday, as if flowers can erase the damage. The roses fill the frame, while the awkward tension only gets uglier by the second. He leans in with roses and a smug excuse, pretending this pressure-filled visit is somehow gentle. Yena stiffens, her silence already saying the flowers only make things more uncomfortable. He keeps talking, acting like a friend's gift can cover the damage he has done. Her hand closes around the bouquet, but the gratitude on her face looks fragile at best. She finally mutters thanks, still trying to keep the moment from breaking apart. He notices her shaken expression and mocks the timing, as if the whole night is already a bad joke. Yena snaps back, realizing too late that there was never any birthday party to begin with. His temper rises fast, and the excuse turns uglier as he starts exposing the real reason he came. He rages that he only showed up for another woman, not for her birthday at all. The accusation lands hard, and the night's fake sweetness collapses into outright humiliation. Yena flinches as he mocks her, and the fake birthday warmth turns brittle in her hands. He keeps pushing, calling her naive, and making the whole night sound like one cruel joke. Then he lashes out at the boy behind the trouble, admitting he dug into his records for a reason. The investigation only makes him more smug, since the transfer from Cheonjigo feels suspicious to him. Yena starts to realize that the so-called rich kid from Gangnam does not fit the story at all. The more she listens, the more his anger sounds like envy dressed up as concern. At last, he brings up Ariam, and Yena's face tightens as the real target becomes clear. He starts blaming that fox-looking girl, as if her existence alone caused the mess. Yena freezes, finally understanding that his obsession was never about concern for anyone. It was about her, and the ugly little grudge behind his mouth finally comes into the light. He keeps pressing the matter, dragging Yena into the mess and asking whether she can be kept away from Jaeon. The gray-haired boy answers with bitter ease, mocking the attachment before agreeing to help. Yenna stiffens, as he calls it, the last gift for her ex, and the meaning lands like a slap. He shrugs off school, saying going back would be embarrassing, then slips her a bouquet and talks like he has already moved on. His smile turns almost smug as he claims a different path, hinting that a new crowd has already been chosen. The girl freezes when he says he is part of that group now, and the ugly little symbol on his hand makes the threat feel real. Yenna can only stare in silence, realizing the problem has grown far beyond awkward birthday drama. Under the night sky, the purple-haired girl sits beside him while he starts revealing the boys Manhwa introduced him to. He decides those guys are worth doing business with. Speaking like betrayal has suddenly become opportunity. The purple-haired girl reels as he says he is joining them too, and she feels the hurtful words piling up inside her. She corners him with a question that lands heavier than it sounds, and his silence only makes it worse. Even his phone feels like a confession now, as if he is answering without saying a word. Sitting beside her under the night sky, he stays quiet while she calls her distance a thin cover for sharper wounds. Then comes the uglier truth, and she admits he is not the only one carrying damage that still hurts someone else. Her eyes widen as he twists that pain into something permanent, a wound that refuses to fade. For a moment, he drifts into silence, staring out at the dark like he is measuring how badly this night has gone. When they sit together again, he finally says they have more in common than either of them wanted. She almost breaks as she admits she cannot go home tonight and had planned to sleep at an internet cafe. He turns toward her and asks what she intends to do, pushing the conversation forward instead of letting her hide. Her answer comes through the phone at last, and he chooses the only merciful option left, telling her to go together. Her eyes tremble as she quietly reaches for Jian's name, still carrying the weight of everything unsaid. Seated beside him, she turns her hurt into confession, and he listens without giving her an easy escape. The silence grows heavier, her expression softening as the truth finally lands between them. His hand moves toward her shoulder, a small gesture that says the night has already changed. He looks at her in stunned confusion, clearly not expecting the next move at all. Before he can recover, she closes the distance and kisses him, making the mood snap in an instant. His shock lingers for a beat, because even he did not see her choosing this so boldly. The two pull apart at last, both of them rattled as the air between them turns charged and awkward. They end up facing each other on the bench, the silence now carrying a very different meaning. Whatever was still hidden is gone now, and neither of them can pretend this was just a normal talk. He recoils from the kiss, still stunned, while she sits frozen behind him, realizing the night has already gone off script. His face tightens in disbelief as the silence drags on, and even his swagger can't hide how badly that caught him off guard. He finally stands and walks away, leaving her staring after him as the charged quiet hangs between them. She trails him with a shaken look, clearly hoping this strange moment somehow means more than he's ready to admit. The scene shifts to the street, where the next round of plans starts floating around the group like it's all harmless fun. They keep talking logistics, brushing off her refusal, while another excuse gets tossed into the night. The crowd drifts off to their own corners, and the whole outing starts feeling less like a meeting and more like a setup. One driver grumbles over the tiny trip, but the others still expect him to haul everyone along anyway. Inside the car, the old man keeps complaining under his breath, clearly annoyed at being dragged into this mess. The wheel keeps turning as the trip drags on, and even the ride itself starts to feel like another inconvenience. The driver spots the stunt too late, and the passenger already looks ready to play innocent. But the act collapses fast as the man folds under the impact and starts screaming in pain. The street scam rolls on, with the driver trapped in a mess he clearly never wanted. One kid barks back at him, acting offended while still standing there like a textbook con artist. The older man finally steps out, only to get hit with the first demand for payment. He fires back in disbelief, calling out the obvious overacting and the fake damage. The driver keeps pressing the lie, now insisting the other man was drunk behind the wheel. That excuse lands badly, and the victim's face twists with the ugly realization. The argument keeps escalating as the accusation turns into a full-blown shakedown. Even the scammer starts looking unsure, because this little job is spiraling way beyond safe. The scammer digs in, threatening to take the car if the driver keeps refusing. The terrified owner rushes in, horrified that his car is already being turned into collateral. The victim finally steps up, only to beg them to stop before this gets worse. The boy instantly fires back, claiming the price has jumped from $500 to $800. The driver panics, calling him insane as the whole lie starts wobbling. The scammer gets bold again, pushing it even further and demanding $1 million instead. The victim scrambles after him, trying to talk first before the threat becomes real. Watching that chase, the boy only grins wider, already enjoying how badly this is spiraling. He keeps laughing from the car, shouting for them to stop right there while the victim keeps running. The whole mess has become a joke to him, and that smug laughter says he knows it. The approaching group catches his eye, and the car ride's easy tension snaps into alert suspicion. He turns at the familiar call, recognizing Taksu before the mood can settle. Instead of a reunion, he gets dragged into another scam, and the demand jumps without hesitation. The driver panics at the insane price, but the grinning bastard keeps pushing harder anyway. He hurls an even bigger demand, turning the whole road into a loud, ugly joke. The victim scrambles after him, desperate to stop this before the threat becomes real. That only amuses the others more, with smug laughter spilling out as the chaos keeps feeding itself. The middle of the street becomes a ridiculous stage, with the crew bragging like they are doing justice. Taksu gets pulled into a pointed reminder about the birthday girl, and his answer comes out stiff. The reminder lands harder than expected, and even he has to admit the lie is already understood. He presses the question harder, demanding to know if the ex is truly out of the picture. The blue-haired boy answers with a strained yes, already looking like the lie hurts him. That only emboldens the bastard, who leans in and demands an introduction to the girl. He keeps digging, pretending sympathy while mocking how lonely the blue-haired boy sounds. The crew erupts into chaos, and one of them barrels in with a crude insult about being in heat. Another sneer follows, turning the whole mess into a loud joke about her being single. They laugh at the idea that she already likes someone else, as the blue-haired boy stays silent. His face hardens when they mention the transfer student from Gangnam, and the name lands clean. The teasing turns sharper as they spell out Jaeon's name, dragging the rumor into the open. By the end, they are already circling the ex-girlfriend angle, grinning like this embarrassment is entertainment. He keeps needling the blue-haired boy, turning pity into a smug demand for the whole messy story. Then the teasing sinks lower, and the name John lands like a fresh wound. The boy refuses to answer. His hand tightens at his side, and revenge stops being a rumor, at least in his own head. Away from the street, the group reaches a cramped hideout where trouble already seems to be waiting. The older men step inside first, dragging the blue-haired boy and the gray-haired one into the middle of it. A brutal hit follows, and the room instantly feels less like a meeting than a warning. The bat-wielding thug roars that payment day is non-negotiable, because subtlety was never his style. The smaller boys scramble flat in apology, hoping surrender will save them from another round of humiliation. But the leader only gets meaner, barking about whether the newbies were trained properly at all. By the end, even the gray-haired boy looks exhausted, as the whole crew is written off as hopeless morons. A woman lounges in the hideout as the others arrive, already looking like trouble is part of the decor. The floral-shirted man snaps at the blonde girl for coming here, and she shrinks under the pressure. The place is laid bare as a hideout for runaways and delinquent teens, with the gray-haired boy stepping inside. Doyle leads the newcomers in, while the crew calls out to Hyung Yuk-do and tells them to come in. The door opens, and the room falls quiet for a beat before the real meeting begins. At the desk, the shirtless leader coolly warns them not to show up unless something is urgent. Someone finally speaks up, and the crew tenses as the report hangs in the air. The bald-headed boss is revealed as Black Fam's leader, Na Yuk-do, age 27. Yuk-do perks up at Taksu's name, sensing this is finally worth his attention. The gray-haired messenger starts to explain that it all involves a kid who transferred from Gangnam. The hideout settles into a nasty little calm, as someone wonders if Jaeon really comes from money at all. The boss dismisses the rumor, figuring the kid could just be another nobody who lost everything. Then the crew starts counting the profit, treating a student like easy pocket change. Doyle keeps it practical, saying the boy keeps quiet, so the backlash should stay small. With that excuse in hand, the ugly little scheme turns to revenge against Taksu. A bored-looking girl kicks it higher, pitching the plan to break Ariam first and squeeze Jaeon after. Yuk-do leans into it, deciding they should eat whatever they can get, no matter how little. The room only gets meaner as he orders them to dig up dirt and keep pressing the target. Outside, the rundown building sits under the night sky, while voices call for Hyung Yuk-do to come in. Inside that same rough gathering, the crew keeps shouting for him, ready to drag the next problem straight through the door. Sang-ho gets called in, and the room snaps to attention while the shirtless boss waits for the next order. The command lands bluntly: send someone to the back hill and make sure the target gets fed. The black-haired enforcer turns and assigns Taksu instead, and the gray-haired boy stiffens at the name. He warns that Taksu is family too, even dragging up Manho's introduction to make the point sting harder. The enforcer finally relents and tells him to follow, leaving the boy silent but clearly rattled. Outside, the path leads through the dark woods toward a lonely lantern, like the whole place is hiding its own bad omen. The blue-haired boy arrives in that same quiet forest, stopping beside the lantern as if he already senses trouble. He stands there in silence, the tension building before anyone even speaks. Then a sudden kiss catches him off guard, and his heartbeat leaps far harder than he expected. He freezes in denial, insisting it was only surprise, but the blush gives the game away. His heart is already racing, and he realizes getting any closer would be a bad idea. He decides fake feelings would only make things worse, so he pulls back instead. The blonde girl snaps at the situation, jealous enough to make a scene over his attention. She clings tighter and demands that he only look at her, like subtlety never existed. Even she seems to realize how bold that sounds, but she still refuses to let go. He heads through the dark woods toward the lantern, and the name Shin Mirai keeps haunting the silence. Yet even there, he cannot stop thinking about her, no matter how far he walks. Every careful step feels like he is climbing straight into a mess he can no longer dodge. By the time his face flushes again, he admits she is still the only one on his mind. The confession lands hard, and the embarrassment makes it painfully obvious he is already lost. Shin Mirai's name lingers in his head, and the thought alone keeps pulling him deeper into trouble. Soon enough, he reaches a hidden worksite tucked behind the dark trees, where something far uglier is waiting. 2 enforcers meet him there, and one of them mockingly calls this place a worksite instead of a trap. The smug answer is simple enough, because Black Fam only cares whether the job makes money, and when outsiders cannot handle the dirty work, they dump it on these 2 without a second thought. The next beat is even worse, as a buried head rises from the ground like a warning nobody can ignore. He freezes at the sight of a person in the hole, while the 2 men just stare down at the mess. One of them figures the target must have really angered their bosses, and that explains the punishment. The other calmly says the order is to keep him there for a while, like this is just another routine cruelty. In the end, the whole scene makes one thing clear. This crew does not rescue people, they bury problems. The buried man can barely breathe as he begs for water, already sinking under the crew's punishment. His plea grows weaker, but the dirt around his face makes one thing clear. They have left him there to rot. Black-haired boy 2 keeps the search moving. Sending one of the boys for a drink like this is just another errand. The order lands on the nervous kid, who stiffens and answers before turning to do the dirty work. A bottle sits ready on the shelf, another cruel little detail in a job built on humiliation. The boy pours water down to the trapped man, while black-haired boy 2 taunts him to take it slow. Even then, the victim can only stare up in panic, realizing this punishment has gone far beyond intimidation. Black-haired boy 2 starts wondering what kind of enemy gets buried alive like this in the first place. His partner answers that the target is tied to the Jokdo Association, which means the crew has stepped into bigger trouble. That warning finally sinks in, and the smug confidence starts cracking as they realize this mess could come back on them hard. He coolly decides the crew should hand off jobs that breed resentment, already treating human misery like logistics. The order goes to the nervous boy, and the black-haired leader brushes off the cruelty as long as the victim stays alive. The trapped man begs for more while the others stall, turning the punishment into a slow, filthy routine. A bottle comes into play, and the lanky boy hesitates before asking whether this is really enough. The leader tells them to leave it there, then orders the victim to help himself like this humiliation is a favor. He keeps mocking the buried man, even reminding him to seal the bottle tightly after he is done. The victim finally spits out resentment, and the leader only grins harder, taunting him for losing his temper again. One of the boys laughs it off, but the leader snaps back at him and keeps the pressure on. The blonde brute explodes into threats, calling the victim worthless trash, while the buried man glares back in silence. A brutal kick drives the bottle into his face, and the crew's sick little joke finally lands like a cheap shot to the skull. Seotaksu still snarls from the ground, furious that fear never came. The black-haired enforcer shoves the gray-haired boy back into the punishment, refusing to let the moment cool. He doubles down with that sick family talk, acting like cruelty is some kind of loyalty test. Taksu snaps harder, screaming for them to crush the target and bury the hesitation. Blue-haired boy stays silent in the dirt, his stare calm enough to make the others sweat. One of them breaks first, panicking as the whole stunt starts looking foolish. Taksu explodes again, cursing through clenched teeth while the pressure keeps closing in. A heavy blow lands, and the gray-haired boy reels, while the black-haired leader watches the damage pile up. The night finally goes quiet, as if the whole mess has been knocked breathless. By sunrise, only the fading sky is left, hanging over the wreckage like nothing happened. Morning settles over the city, calm on the surface, as if none of yesterday's mess ever happened. School life rolls on anyway, with class chatter floating under the warning to memorize today's lesson. The blue-haired boy sits through lecture in silence, while the room keeps circling back to him. Even in close focus, he looks untouched by the noise, which only makes everyone else more uneasy. Yena sits nearby, quiet and pensive, already feeling the weight of whatever this day is about to become. The boy apologizes to Yena in his head, and decides distance is the safest way to keep from hurting her again. Outside, footsteps echo down the walkway, and the next problem starts moving before anyone sees it. Students drift toward their next class, unaware that the tension is already spreading through the crowd. By the gate, the black-haired leader and his crew lock onto the hunt again, with the gray-haired lookout ready to point. The masked boy finally calls them over, and the crew closes in like this search is about to turn ugly. Jaeyeon calls for the blue-haired boy to walk together, acting like the day's tension can still be smoothed over. At the gate, he keeps chatting with shameless optimism, even dragging the boy into a plan to hang out all night. Jeon gets even bolder and suggests inviting Aryam too, as if that name alone won't stir up trouble. The blue-haired boy stiffens when Jaeyeon spots Aryam approaching, and the timing immediately turns awkward. Jaeyeon waves her over anyway, while the blue-haired boy stays quiet, already feeling the situation slip out of his hands. Aryam stops at the edge of the crowd, looking uneasy as everyone's attention crashes onto her at once. Her face tightens, and that old pressure comes rushing back, the kind that has always made everything harder. She remembers how she kept reaching out first, only to be left carrying the weight of every silence. Worse, she had already accepted everything without a protest, and now that regret hits like a delayed punch. Aryam finally admits she crossed a line she should not have, but too late to stop the damage now. Jeon spots Aryam running off, and the whole group watches the awkward escape without stopping her. Blue-haired boy falls quiet, already knowing this mess is slipping further out of control. A few classmates notice the tension and start wondering whether the two girls really fought. Elsewhere, black-haired boy 2 and his crew piece together the name Jeon, sniffing out a fresh target. One of the boys dismisses the target as weak, but that smug guess is exactly how trouble spreads. Black-haired boy 2 decides to test him anyway, and the others eagerly back the plan. The crew starts moving through the alley, still acting like they own the place. A nearby adult calls out to the blue-haired boy, leaving him briefly puzzled. Before he can react, black-haired boy 2 grabs him and realizes the face matches the CCTV. Jeon freezes behind them as the bully confirms they finally found the one they were hunting. A few days earlier, the crew was already hounding the blue-haired boy over a supposed theft. Jeon blurted out his disbelief, but the black-haired leader kept pressing the accusation harder. One boy swore he had checked the evidence himself, and the others instantly started circling the target. Jeon tried to laugh it off as absurd, yet even he wanted the CCTV checked before the lie could spread. The black-haired leader snarled back that the victims should not be questioned, acting as if outrage made him righteous. Then the first hit landed, and the blue-haired boy was shoved right into the middle of their little mob justice. Jeon cried out in panic while the others stood frozen, already realizing the situation had gone past talk. Blood and bruises started to show, but the crew only doubled down and blamed everyone as thieves. By the end, the whole group was gathered in the same ugly mess, with nobody able to deny how far this had gone. And with one last cruel line, the bully made it clear the target had been found, whether anyone liked it or not. He tries to pin the blame on the blue-haired boy, smugly demanding responsibility while pretending this is all fair. The gang keeps piling on, ordering him to kneel and acting generous about it, which only makes the whole thing uglier. At least one of them follows through and drops to his knees, but the tension only hardens instead of easing. The mob finally exposes the blue-haired boy in the middle of them, and the accusation lands exactly where they wanted it. Jeon and another boy stare in shock as the blue-haired boy gets blamed for doing what they asked, for everyone's sake. Even after the kneel, the leader throws a tantrum, snapping that the boy is still acting like he is above them. The blue-haired boy meets the glare without flinching, and that calm look only makes the others feel smaller. The leader lashes out harder, furious that the boy refuses to break and only looks more defiant. A fist tightens with pure anger, and the fight shifts from humiliation to outright violence. The blue-haired boy answers with a sharp kick, driving the clash forward while the crowd's confidence starts cracking. The blue-haired boy snaps into motion, driving a brutal kick straight into the thug's leg. The blow sends the camo vest brute folding over, while the blue-haired boy stays low and ready. Furious, the leader snarls and lunges again, trying to crush the kid with raw size. He only gets a sharp counter to the face, and his confidence starts slipping fast. The blue-haired boy keeps the pressure on, chaining another clean punch before the thug can recover. Outside now, the fight spills into the street as both sides square up under the same cold tension. The black-haired leader swings wild, but the blue-haired boy slips past with that same ugly calm. Every strike lands harder on the leader's pride than his body, and the crowd can feel the gap widening. Another schoolboy rushes in behind the blue-haired boy, but even that backup cannot hide the leader's panic. By the end, the blue-haired boy stands untouched in front, while the mob's bravado keeps crumbling behind him. A warning suddenly goes up that Jeon is right behind them, and panic hits before the ambush even lands. The black-haired leader lunges through the rain of tension, snarling at the blue-haired boy like brute force still means something. He only gets a brutal counter to the face, and his swagger starts cracking in real time. Another clean hit folds him back further, while the blue-haired boy keeps driving the fight forward without blinking. Outside, the brawl spills into the street, and the leader swings wild again, desperate to recover control. A fresh strike snaps his head back, leaving him stunned as the blue-haired boy stands there cold and unreadable. The leader reels and shouts in disbelief, finally realizing he is getting beaten by someone he never respected. The blue-haired boy stays composed, barely turning as the next rush comes in from the side. The younger schoolboy dives into the chaos, but even with backup, the leader is already losing the room. By the end, the blue-haired boy remains calm and untouched, while the others are left shaken and cornered. The masked lookout spots Jian first, and the panic in his eyes says the gang is already losing control. The camo vest leader rushes up behind the blue-haired boy, still acting tough as the circle starts to tighten. He keeps barking threats about ruining lives, but the blue-haired boy barely even flinches. Another wild swing comes flying in, and it only makes the bully look more desperate and ridiculous. The blue-haired boy answers with a brutal stomp, shutting down that momentum in one clean move. Before the others can breathe, he slips through the counterattack and keeps moving like the fight belongs to him. A savage flying kick sends the camo vest thug crashing back, and the street turns into a full-on collapse. Even the bystanders start cheering now, stunned that Jian somehow ended up on the winning side. One more bully gets folded into the pavement, coughing blood while the blue-haired boy stays cold and steady. By the end, the leader is left writhing on the ground, and the blue-haired boy walks past him without breaking stride. The camo vest thug is left shaken, spitting out panic as the world keeps collapsing around him. Blue-haired boy barely reacts, while the surrounding students start shouting in disbelief. The bully keeps trying to force momentum, but it only makes his desperation look worse. A knife comes out, and the fight turns ugly in an instant. The threat lands, yet blue-haired boy stands his ground like the steel in that hand means nothing. The blade drives closer as the camo vest thug tries to sound fearless for one last second. Even the onlookers are stunned, realizing this has gone far beyond a simple brawl. Blue-haired boy watches the knife with cold focus, already reading the opening. The thug keeps pressing forward, but his swagger is gone and his face says it all. Then the blue-haired boy answers with brutal calm, and the fool learns he picked the wrong target. The blue-haired boy stays eerily calm, already seeing through the bully's panic. The camo vest thug lunges with a knife, still pretending desperation is confidence. But the blue-haired boy answers with clean movement, and the bully's swagger starts collapsing. A brutal counter lands hard, leaving the attacker stunned and scrambling for control. Even as the blade drops from the fight, the violence has already gone past the point of pride. One onlooker finally breaks, shouting for Sangho to stop before this gets worse. Sangho still tries to sound untouchable, claiming the upper hand and preaching justice like a joke. The bigger man warns that stabbing someone for real will become a disaster, but Sangho keeps spiraling. Another boy panics too, snapping that leaving now would only shame Yu Hyung even more. Sangho freezes at the backlash, and for the first time his bravado looks completely empty. Blue-haired boy springs in with brutal timing, and the knife-wielding bully finally looks out of control. He keeps his focus even as the weapon comes down, reading the attack before it lands. A clean counter slams in, and the bully's swagger cracks under the impact. The knife drops away, as the bigger talk suddenly turns into a desperate scramble. Pain hits hard enough to drag a raw scream out of him, and his panic starts showing. He cannot believe he is losing to a punk like this, and that arrogance is dying fast. Rage takes over, and he lunges again, screaming for the blue-haired boy to die already. Blue-haired boy answers with another precise strike, punishing the rush without losing composure. The knife flies loose across the ground, leaving the attacker empty-handed and exposed. By the end, the bully is flat on his back while the blue-haired boy stands over him, cold and unmoved. The bully lies wrecked and breathless, already realizing the fight has turned into a humiliation. His own wooden weapon spins free, and the last bit of swagger slips away with it. The blue-haired boy stays calm, staring down at him like this was never a real contest. The bully still tries to posture, but the fear in his face gives him away. He rages and threatens to keep fighting, desperate to claw back some pride. One more clean counter shuts that fantasy down, leaving him doubled over in pain. The blue-haired boy barely reacts, while the bully's crew starts to feel the trap closing. A panicked bystander tries to spin the whole thing as a misunderstanding, but nobody buys it. The crowd's bravado collapses fast, and the blue-haired boy calls out how fake this all was from the start. With the others backing off, the showdown ends in their defeat, and even Sangho is forced to stand down. The bully keeps screaming threats, desperate to claw back a little pride after getting crushed. Soon, the crew starts moving through the alley, but their swagger is already starting to look brittle. One of them finally admits the whole setup felt wrong, and the others begin whispering that the target was planned from the start. The blue-haired boy listens in silence, while the gossip turns to the old accusation about Yukdu Hyung. Even the more cautious boys realize the new faces look dangerous, so the rumor mill starts spinning faster than their courage. Jaeon gets warned to stay careful, and the blue-haired boy barely reacts, already reading the room better than all of them. Then the hidden group makes its move, and the sudden noise from the building tells everyone the ambush is already collapsing. The first attacker gets smashed down hard, and his shocked face says everything his mouth cannot. Another thug follows with a pathetic apology, but the punishment keeps landing before he can recover. By the end, even the shirtless man is getting folded under the pressure, with fear replacing every last bit of bravado. The room turns on the broken crew, and even the arrogant one starts sounding less certain. The blonde brute keeps talking tough, but his face already looks battered and hollow. One thug finally admits the fight caught him off guard because the target was stronger than expected. His confidence shatters as he calls for another chance, while the punishment keeps landing. The shirtless enforcer sneers through the pain, still trying to rally the others with old-school bravado. He hammers home the lesson the hard way, mocking their useless head-on strategy as the bully reels. Another beaten thug begs for mercy, promising to make up for everything now that fear has set in. The brute keeps cracking, cursing the crew for being useless, and telling them to tail the targets instead. The bruised boy flinches as the orders change, realizing the whole plan has slipped out of their hands. The leader's glare hardens anyway, and he decides to track the others first before they can vanish. The boss tells his men to dig into why that bastard came to the neighborhood, already aiming for the girl beside him. His stare stays flat as he decides her connection to the boy might be the weakness that finally cracks him. With that ruthless little plan set, he orders them to go find out the truth. The crew answers at once, still too eager to realize they are being used like tools. Night falls over the neighborhood, and the search starts to look less like a warning and more like a hunt. By daylight, the city feels deceptively calm, like nothing ugly is waiting underneath. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl keeps reading in the library, unaware trouble has already found her. Then the black-haired boy steps in and starts pushing a flirtatious line, turning her focus instantly. She stiffens, clearly caught off guard by his boldness and the sudden pressure. He only leans in further, acting smooth as ever while the awkward tension hangs between them. He keeps pressing her about Jian, and the question lands like a quiet accusation. She freezes, then admits Jian still has not contacted her at all. The silence stretches, and she starts realizing she may not matter to him. With a bitter sort of honesty, she decides she was mistaken about him. She admits she thought Jian liked her a little, but even that hope is slipping away. For a moment, she can only trail off, then finally says she will not contact him anymore. The black-haired boy turns the whole mess into a smug little lecture about pride and always being the one who reaches out. He laughs it off as pride, while she snaps back that it was never about that. She explains that she was always the one receiving help, while he awkwardly waves it away and insists it is not his place to interfere. The tension hangs there, and he falls quiet, clearly realizing his teasing has gone a step too far. Her face tightens in silence, the joke starting to rot into something heavier. He tries to lighten it with a drink invitation, but she looks too unsettled to laugh. By evening, he has already set the meet up and dragged her up to the rooftop. The table is loaded with food and drinks, turning the whole thing into an awkward little date. He checks if she has ever drunk before, and she admits she has not. He shrugs it off, saying she will probably enjoy it, then starts poking at her feelings. When she asks why, he finally admits he suspects she is hiding something for Jaeon. She fires back that Jaeon never takes the first step, as if that alone explains everything. Then she blurts out the truth about her home, starting with a drunkard father and a broken household. Her confession keeps spilling out, and now the rumor looks a lot less like gossip and a lot more like damage. He turns the blame toward her home life, acting like that alone explains everything. Her face burns with embarrassment as she realizes liking someone this much makes no sense to her. He shrugs off the chaos and insists a broken home cannot erase who she is. By night, her confession spills out with the city below, and the gossip starts sounding brutally real. She folds over the table, crushed by the weight of saying too much. His confidence cracks as he stares at her collapse and recoils at how badly she handled the drink. She tries to play it off as support, then quietly asks what she is supposed to do now. That hesitation gives him a dangerous idea, because this might finally reveal what that guy truly feels. The rooftop falls silent under the night sky, and the mood shifts from teasing to calculation. Far away, the blue-haired boy sits alone and unreadable, still impossible to pin down. Blue-haired boy sits motionless in the dark, already carrying the weight of whatever comes next. A phone slips from his pocket, and the quiet little snag feels like a bad omen. He opens his eyes, still unreadable, while the call finally reaches him. On the line, the message lands hard. John is calling, and the situation sounds messy. She warns that Ariam seems drunk and is heading home alone, trying to stay calm about it. He answers without panic, telling her to take it easy. But his face says he is already thinking. The silence that follows makes the next move obvious, because this is starting to smell like a trap. By the time he reaches the city streets, the night air feels heavier than his own thoughts. Ahead of him, the girl staggers forward, sweat-soaked and barely holding herself together. Each step looks like a battle now, and even walking home has turned into a fight against her own body. The girl finally gives in and collapses on the stairs, too worn down to keep moving. She hangs her head, breathing hard as the night presses in around her. Two boys spot her and decide to make their move, grinning like this is a game. One of them leans in and starts pushing her toward going with him. She weakly resists, but they keep crowding closer, turning concern into pressure. Her fear spikes, and she realizes running is the only option left. Her body refuses to cooperate, leaving her shaken and nearly unable to stand. The boys keep talking over her, dragging the situation tighter instead of letting her go. She falters completely, trapped between exhaustion and their relentless insistence. Even as another figure appears nearby, the boys keep closing in, and the trap feels ready to snap shut. The smug boy wonders why Jian still has not shown up, acting like the whole thing is a joke. But even he starts to sour, realizing this is becoming harder to control. He finally decides someone else has to step in, and the confidence in his face begins to crack. Then the blue-haired boy appears, cutting straight through the tension like he never needed permission. One of the onlookers instantly panics, blaring out Jane's name as the mood flips. The blue-haired boy keeps moving, calm and unreadable, while the others scramble to make sense of it. Another boy stares in disbelief, realizing the situation has gone very wrong. The blue-haired boy locks onto him with that same cold focus, and the pressure only gets worse. Now the bully is the one freezing up, stunned by how fast the tables have turned. Even the blue-haired boy seems to leave him speechless, because now the trap belongs to the wrong side. The first hit lands clean, and the bully's face snaps sideways as the blue-haired boy finally answers with force. In the alley, the blue-haired boy keeps the pressure on while the others stare, already realizing the ambush is collapsing. Purple-haired girl freezes when she hears Jan's name, her panic giving away how ugly this mess has become. The black-haired bully lunges and yells for him to stay out of it, but the blue-haired boy meets him without flinching. One sharp counter drops the blonde attacker hard, and that proud little scheme starts paying for itself. Even Seotaksu gets smashed back next, choking on blood as the blue-haired boy refuses to let the fight breathe. By the time the dust settles, the crew is scattered on the ground, and only the blue-haired boy is still standing. The purple-haired girl can only stare, silent now that the violence has turned into a brutal cleanup. Her shaken face says the same thing everyone else is thinking. The trap failed, and badly. And with the bully crew broken, the blue-haired boy stands there calm as ever, making the whole room look pathetic. Ji-hun's sudden appearance leaves her shaken, and the fear in her voice says she never expected him to show up here. She starts to panic, as if his kindness has only made this mess harder to hide. Her emotions crack wider, and she begs him to stop treating her so gently. With tears building, she admits she cannot take this anymore and wants the distance restored. He answers with quiet silence, but his steady presence makes her realize he is not backing away. Her resistance turns into a desperate plea, and she tries to push him back before her heart gets any messier. He steps in without hesitation, closing the gap like he already knows how this ends. Caught by the waist, she freezes as he pulls her closer, and all her bluster dies on the spot. His face comes close enough to steal her breath, and the room goes still around them. By the end, she is left dizzy and helpless in his hold, completely overwhelmed by what just happened. Black-haired boy two spots Jian, and smugly notes he still has not even changed clothes. He decides he gets the whole story, then casually says he is leaving. Behind him, he tells the two to make up while pretending to back off. But the real story keeps moving as blue-haired boy carries purple-haired girl straight through the night. She clings to him in total embarrassment, her panic only getting worse by the second. Still, he keeps walking like none of this phases him at all. Meanwhile, the gossip crew starts connecting the dots and calling them lovers. Black-haired boy 2 hears it and boils over, furious that the pair looks happy now. He grits his teeth over how Yenna was taken before, then seethes at their perfect timing. Even so, the others decide to keep trailing them, because the jealousy is nowhere near finished. The night stays quiet as they keep moving through the trees, with no sign of the noise dying down. Blue-haired boy climbs ahead without slowing, carrying the girl like her panic weighs more than her body. Even then, his thoughts stay softer than his face, while she hears the impossible truth closing in. He admits her feelings matter, but that kind of acceptance is already out of reach for him, because someone else has already claimed his heart, and the look in his eye says he knows it. Her name lands under the stars, Shinmire, and the whole thing suddenly feels even messier. The scene shifts to the city, where their path runs straight into Gangnam's expensive skyline. In the car, The crew laughs at the glittering district and treats the whole trip like a rare prize. Kang Doyle shrugs off the praise and points it toward Ji-hoon, still acting like this chase is all in good fun. He only smirks harder, because following Ji-hoon now means following the trouble right to its source. The crew finally rolls up to Cheonji High, and the trip already feels less like a visit and more like a hunt. Students spill out across the grounds, staring and whispering as the outsiders cut straight through the school's calm. Even the crew admits this place feels different, and the local kids seem to know exactly how to carry themselves. Kang Doyle takes the lead with a grin, treating the whole search like a casual errand instead of a real problem. He keeps it moving by asking where to start, then points the group toward the student who used to attend the school. That leads straight to Jaeon, and the name hits the girls hard enough to stop the chatter cold. Purple-haired girl flinches, clearly not expecting that name to show up this fast, while the blonde girl pushes the question harder. The others keep pressing for answers, and Kang Doyle makes it obvious this is about more than simple curiosity. Purple-haired girl stays trapped in the middle of it, already sensing the rumor storm is about to get uglier. By the end, the search has turned into a full-blown interrogation, and everyone around Jaeon is feeling the pressure. Kang Doyle barrels forward through the crowd, mocking the tension like it's nothing more than a hassle. Even as the others hesitate, he keeps pressing on, turning the search into a hunt for the local student they came for. At the cafe, the girls react to the sudden mention of cram schools and tutors, and the mood gets awkward fast. Kang Doyle leans in with that same lazy grin, acting friendly while the girls realize he's prying for real. He casually offers drinks, as if buying time might make the interrogation feel less obvious. The girls trade uneasy looks, and the situation only gets stranger as his attention keeps circling them. By now, even the crew can tell he's enjoying the pressure, talking down the whole thing like a game. The purple-haired girl and her classmate stay frozen, listening while the rumor around them keeps spreading. Back at school, Jeonyeon tries to laugh it off while the bespectacled boy listens, but the embarrassment is already obvious. He keeps talking about a weekend trip to the EC, and Jeon is left scrambling to understand why any of this is suddenly happening. He toys with the bike like an old prize, acting like the engine still owes him a fight. A passing exchange turns casual fast, as the blonde-haired boy answers with the kind of ease that hides trouble. At the cafe, the rumor shifts into public gossip, and Jijeon's name lands like a bad joke. The bespectacled boy snaps back, clearly annoyed that anyone is digging this hard into his business. He keeps pressing the issue, naming Jijeon and Shin Mireille as if everyone already knows the mess. The purple-haired girl and her classmate stiffen, realizing the conversation has turned into an interrogation. The black-haired boy with glasses leans in next, smug enough to make the whole thing feel worse. He asks about Jijeon again, and the hesitation in the room says far more than any answer could. The buzz-cut boy's focus sharpens, because now the rumor has become a target worth chasing. And just like that, the search tightens, with everyone realizing Jijeon is the name that still matters. The bespectacled man digs in harder, acting like he already knows everything about Jijeon. Doyle only stares back, letting the smug pressure hang in the air. At the cafe table, the interrogation keeps twisting the rumor into something uglier. That pushes the purple-haired girl and her classmate into visible discomfort. Doyle sneers at the fear, then drags Jijeon's name back to the center again. The bespectacled man answers with a colder accusation, framing Jijeon like a backstabbing debtor. Then he tells them to follow, promising to explain everything in detail. Doyle's glare hardens, and the joke is clearly over. Outside, the group is led into a stark building far from the cafe chatter. Even there, the tension follows them, and it already feels less like a talk than a warning. He stiffens at the question, clearly not expecting the target to sound this calm. Doyle jumps in with another jab, guessing Shin Mirai's agency sent him and trying to sound clever. The bespectacled man only looks more confused, as if that name means nothing at all. Doyle sneers at the mess they already caused, acting like this humiliation is somehow still under control. But the target's stare turns colder, and Doyle starts to feel the pressure creeping in. Then the old fear resurfaces, tied to John's beating and every ugly lesson that came with it. Doyle realizes his nerve is slipping, and the swagger starts to rot from the inside out. He snaps first, throwing out more insults to hide how badly he is rattled. The target keeps pressing, cutting straight through the bluff and forcing the real name out. At last, the connection lands hard, and Doyle gets exposed for being sent by those bastards. Kang Doyle nearly chokes on panic as the truth starts closing in. The bespectacled man lunges into the blame, dragging Jaeon's name back into the mess. Doyle catches the first hit, and finally looks as ugly inside as he does outside. Another strike folds him over, and the threats only make his collapse more pathetic. The blue-haired boy stays calm, refusing to let the bullying fade into another excuse. Doyle lies twisted on the ground, then spits out a bitter guess about Jeon being rich. The professor-like man blinks, confused, as that claim lands nowhere near the target. Doyle turns back, sweating fear, and admits Jian was once a friend before cutting him off. He writhes under the pressure, trying to salvage his pride with one last ugly question. The glasses-wearing man freezes, stunned that the answer still refuses to make sense. Sang-ho orders the engine started, and the smug confidence on his face cracks the moment the glasses-wearing man asks what happened to him. The van lurches forward anyway, and the reply barely keeps up as the whole chase kicks into gear. A schoolboy bolts down the street, caught in the same frantic mess as the vehicles close in. The professor-like man stares toward a parked bike, suddenly sensing the search has gone sideways. Pain hits hard, and Sang-ho doubles over, cursing through the humiliation as the purple haze of the moment swallows his pride. He spots a blue motorcycle ahead, and starts realizing this mess is turning into a real pursuit. The orange van cuts through traffic, while the crew inside snaps and panics at the strange roadblock ahead. Inside the vehicle, the rumor finally lands as Jaeon and Shin Mireille get connected, and the truth starts looking uglier. Sang-ho loses his temper, furious that the name still means nothing to the man beside him. Then the target becomes clear at last. Shin Mireille, the leader of Eilakon, and that ignorance only makes the chase look even more ridiculous. He finally hears the word Eilakon, and the memory starts clicking into place. The grip on his temper slips as the name drags up another ugly debt to collect. A split second later, the blade is already in play, forcing the other man to freeze. Even with a knife out, the professor's reaction is instant, and the hunt turns into a panic-fueled standstill. The glasses-wearing man scrambles to stop him, but the answer he gets only makes the mystery worse. Now he is demanding the truth about Jaeon, and the chase stops being random noise. The target's connection starts to sound impossible, and even the bully looks shaken by how fast it all unraveled. He keeps pressing anyway, refusing to let the explanation die before it reaches Shin Mireille. The search spills into the street, where rumors and strangers crowd together like the whole city is listening. At last, the truth lands in public, and even the people nearby can only admit they do not know the full story. The radio clicks on, and a smug voice starts mocking someone for being out of touch with the song everyone is chasing. The same tune blasts across traffic, turning the road into a moving parade of noise and gossip. Inside the van, the crew lights up when they recognize the track, as if the clue has finally become obvious. That is enough for the glasses-wearing man to realize the song belongs to Eilakon, and that their leader is Shin Mireille. Black-haired and already irritated, the camo-vested punk locks onto Jeon's name, and admits the connection only makes the target more interesting. Ahead of them, the blue-haired boy tears through the traffic on a bike, refusing to let the chase catch up. The glasses-wearing man sits frozen with the new truth, forced to admit the whole mess points to Bongsan Entertainment. Even after that, he keeps digging, and the name Jeon hangs in the air like a clue he should have understood sooner. The search drifts into a quiet temple neighborhood, where the chaos finally feels far away for a second. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl lies motionless in her bed, still caught in the fallout even while everyone else keeps moving. Her eye snaps open in a panic, and the hangover haze hits all at once. She jolts upright in the temple room, still dazed and trying to make sense of where she is. Looking around in confusion, she finally realizes she got drunk the night before. Outside, the blue-haired boy sits alone in the quiet woods, waiting with his usual patience. He notices her approaching and turns, keeping his guard low but his attention sharp. She freezes under that stare, then awkwardly asks whether he slept well. His silence does not help, and she quickly pivots into a nervous thank you for yesterday. The words keep spilling out as she admits she owes him for dragging him there while she was out of it. Her face burns with embarrassment, but she pushes through it instead of hiding. In the end, she folds into a full apology, clearly realizing just how badly she messed up. She hides her face in shame and finally admits she feels like nothing but a burden. The confession hits harder than she expects, and her eyes well up as the embarrassment turns raw. She keeps spiraling, blaming her own messiness and acting like her temper ruins everything. Her apology deepens as she starts feeling unworthy of standing beside him at all. He stays silent, but his calm stare only makes her realize how badly she has tangled things. She reaches for the real problem at last, remembering the phone that started all of this. The phone becomes the center of her regret as she asks for it back and sees him waiting for an answer. Her confession sharpens into the truth, and she begs to rewind everything before she handed it over. He looks away in quiet patience, letting her finish without interrupting her apology. She asks for the phone back at last, and the silence makes the moment feel heavier than any apology. He answers with nothing but that steady stare, as if he already knows how tangled this has become. She falters, then reaches in for the phone, realizing this is the one thing that can end the mess. The device finally lands in her hand, and her regret only deepens once she sees he truly let it go. She thanks him for everything, and for a second the whole argument collapses into something almost gentle. Then she admits they both need to go back to where they belong, like this chapter is already over. Clutching the phone, she still looks shaken, half amazed that he handed it back without making her beg. He gives her a quiet farewell, and she returns it with a brittle wish for him to stay healthy. He turns away while she stands there, and the space between them starts to feel final. By the time she starts walking off, even the last step sounds like a clean break. She stares at him in silence, finally realizing he knew exactly how this would end. Her hands settle around the phone, and the weight of his surrender makes her regret cut deeper. He sits alone and still, as if the whole mess has already been drained out of him. Even in the quiet, his expression stays unreadable, like he has already accepted the loss. His thoughts drift through the ache, knowing how agonizing this decision must have been for her, and that is why he could not cling to her any longer, however much it hurt. The city rolls on without them, cold and ordinary after such a messy goodbye. She walks on alone, trying to keep her face steady while the split between them settles in. Back at school, Yenna and the black-haired girl corner her with fresh gossip and zero shame. They keep pressing the obvious question, clearly enjoying how awkward her timing looks. Yenna and the black-haired girl corner her with shameless gossip, already smug about the timing. Their teasing turns nastier as they accuse her of flirting and dragging Jaeyeon away from class. Purple-haired girl stiffens under the pressure, but Yenna keeps prying, convinced Jaeyeon only tolerates her out of kindness. The words finally hit home, and tears spill out as her composure starts to crack. She falls silent, shaken by the black-haired girl staring back like nothing she just said mattered. At last, she admits she does not suit Jaeyeon, and the confession comes out like a surrender. She keeps going, saying she got the phone back and should not be a burden anymore. Then she closes the door on it completely, insisting it is over between her and Jaeyeon. Yenna blinks in disbelief as the purple-haired girl walks off, leaving the rumor queens staring after her. The black-haired girl keeps pressing, but the answer is already gone with her, and Yenna is left holding the awkward silence. Yenna and the black-bobbed girl stare at the stunned rumor target, now realizing the drama is uglier than they expected. Yenna keeps going, and the purple-haired girl only lowers her eyes as the pressure finally starts cracking her composure. At last, she blurts out that something is wrong with Jaeyeon, and the black-haired girl's question only makes the wound deeper. The gossip crowd senses the break in her voice, but the joke has already turned into something far more awkward. She admits she is alone again, and the lonely truth hangs there while the teasing keeps echoing around her. With no fight left in her, she walks away through the street, leaving the rumor queens behind in stunned silence. The chase shifts fast as the blue-haired boy tears down the road, forcing the bike to stay steady while traffic blurs ahead. A wheel bites hard against the pavement, and the pursuit only gets rougher as the bike keeps pushing forward. From behind, the black-haired rider with glasses closes in, panicking as the blue bike refuses to slow down. Even with the fuel gauge sinking, the escape keeps roaring on, because stopping here is not an option. The blue bike keeps roaring ahead, every second spent on the road turning into a desperate gamble. Behind him, the glasses-wearing rider lunges harder, already worried that one missed opening will end everything. His eyes sharpen with that ugly certainty that the target cannot be allowed to slip away. By the waterfront, the blue-haired boy finally slows just enough to call out for Jaeyeon, still searching through the chaos. Night settles over the neighborhood as the chase briefly loses sight of its target, but the names keep clicking together in the dark, and now Jaeyeon and Shinmure are suddenly the same tangled problem. The older man reels at the word dating, stunned by how fast the rumor has twisted the whole room. Then the truth gets uglier, with Shinmure dragged through shameless blame and the room turning feral around it. Even the crowd's mockery starts collapsing into a new kind of panic as the gossip about Alicon takes over. And when the woman finally snaps that she was only a fan, the pity in her life sounds almost more pathetic than the scandal. The gossip crowd gets bolder, and curiosity turns into shameless pressure. They keep pushing the rumor, acting like dragging him in will finally make everything fun. Jaeyeon's name becomes the center of the mess, and even his silence starts sounding suspicious. The crew shrugs off the warning and decides silence will not save him. They start framing the whole thing as a payday, treating his private past like merchandise, and now Shinmure gets pulled into it too, because the real target is whatever can be squeezed for money. The logic gets uglier by the second as they realize a rising female idol makes the perfect scandal. From there, the plan snaps into place. Bring Jaeyeon here and dig up every scrap worth selling. Even then, the others hesitate, knowing that dragging in someone that dangerous could backfire hard. But that only makes the leader grin, because a stronger target means a bigger payoff if they can survive it. He snaps at the bastards behind the mess, then says the boy has to come on his own. His stare hardens as he decides weakness is the bait that will drag the target in. The city drifts by in silence, and the plan starts feeling like a trap waiting to close. At home, The purple-haired girl keeps eating while her father notices she has been coming back late. He finally admits he knows it is because of him, and that he pushed too far. She answers with a quiet apology to Ariam, already trying to make amends before the damage spreads. He promises to be careful from now on, but the room stays heavy with guilt. Even so, he keeps talking about how her kindness turns her into someone painfully gentle. She hates hearing it, because that soft habit is exactly the part of her he keeps leaning on. And when he asks about dinner, she gives in with a tired yes, too drained to keep fighting. The crew reaches the building, and the trap starts closing in around the purple-haired girl. At the door, Kang Doyle and his hooded backup move in like they already own the place. Their masked messenger steps forward, hiding his face but not the trouble he brought with him. A nervous adjustment at the door only buys a second, because the ambush is already inside. The purple-haired girl opens up cautiously, still trying to keep the situation from exploding. She stares him down, and the tension turns sharp enough to cut through the hallway. Kang Doyle silences the room and says enough to make it clear this is not a friendly visit. The boy blurts out that Jian sent him, like that excuse can somehow save him. Kang Doyle cuts him off and drags the moment deeper into the confrontation. The girl panics and refuses to go along, but the trap has already snapped shut. The ambush lands hard, and the first blow slams into the school uniform before anyone can breathe. Purple-haired girl's eyes widen as the attack finally reaches the point of no return. Even the smallest stumble turns tense now, because the room already feels like it has chosen a victim. She drops back near the door, trapped in place while the pressure keeps climbing. At the threshold, the masked intruder and his backup stand there like a bad decision that never learned shame. The gray-haired boy hauls in a suitcase, arriving with the same cold timing as the trouble itself. The corridor goes still, but the silence only makes the trap feel wider. Purple-haired girl swallows the panic and tries to steady herself, though the fear is written all over her face. A knife flashes into the warning space between them, and she realizes this is no bluff anymore. She freezes, staring ahead as the threat hangs there, and the whole room waits for her to break. He keeps the knife at her throat and warns her to stay quiet if she wants to live. The room finally fills up with backup, and she sits frozen while the trap tightens around her. He answers her shock with cold confidence, acting like this humiliation is already under control. Her panic spikes as she recognizes Taksu, and the whole mess suddenly feels personal. Taksu proves he remembers her too, turning that recognition into a bitter little victory. He lays out his grudge with ugly pride, blaming the blue-haired boy for ruining his life and taking his girl. The girl pushes back in disbelief, but the accusation only keeps getting nastier. He fires back that Jijan only stepped in because she was violent with Yena, twisting help into guilt. She tries to defend Jijan as the one person who cared, while he keeps insisting the real mistake was hers. By the end, the whole fight has turned into a cruel blame game, and she is left reeling under it. Gray-haired and masked, he snaps at the room to shut up, acting like the chaos is already under control. The trap is laid bare as the purple-haired girl is shown the photo, and Taksu's name hangs over her like a bad omen. Around campus, the rumor machine keeps rolling while a crowd of students drifts in, already primed to watch the fallout. Yena and the others greet each other casually, not realizing the next blow is already being sent her way. A tiny slip in the plan nearly gives everything away, and the tension spikes before anyone can recover. The purple-haired girl freezes, her face draining as the message sinks in, and the humiliation turns personal. On the phone, Taksu makes his intent ugly and clear, treating her like a problem he plans to crush. Her eyes widen in panic, because now she understands just how badly the ambush is closing in. He keeps piling on the threat, boasting that he will wreck her so thoroughly she never causes trouble again. At last, she bolts forward, clutching her phone as the hallway rushes by and the pressure finally breaks her composure. Gray-haired boy answers the call with smug timing, already enjoying how far the rumor machine has spread. The message reaches Seo Taksu, and the situation starts turning ugly for Yena. Inside the campus corridor, the gossip gets louder as students drag Jian and Ariam into the mess. Gray-haired boy hesitates for a beat, hearing the rumor about the breakup and realizing the story has changed shape. Kang Doyle immediately pushes back, treating the whole thing like a joke and refusing to let the pressure ease. Yena finally snaps, demanding to know why Ariam was tied up at all, and the panic in her face gives everything away. Gray-haired boy coolly shrugs off the concern, acting like the threat was only meant to scare her. The purple-haired girl is left rattled and cornered, while the accusation lands harder than she ever expected. The gray-haired boy tries to soften the damage, telling Yena not to worry and pretending the target has changed. Then the real reveal hits. The crew only wants Jan, and the trap is closing in on him instead. The masked enforcer snaps at Yena to tell Janyan, and even names the older brother waiting nearby like a warning sign. Yena is then handed the meeting spot and time, with the message clear enough to make her stomach drop. The threat gets uglier fast, as the crew warns that Aryam could pay the price if Jaeyeon does not show up alone. Yena stands frozen on the court, hearing the final demand and realizing this is no empty bluff. Inside the room, she finally explodes and demands to know what those fools plan to do to Jeon. The purple-haired girl follows with her own desperate plea, begging them to leave Jaeyeon alone before this goes any further. The masked bully only mocks the loyalty on display, grinning like cruelty is some kind of victory. He leans in and lowers the pressure again, warning that Jaeyeon stays alive only if everyone keeps quiet. The scene cuts back to class, where the lesson keeps going while the students sit in uneasy silence. Yena looks rattled among the crowd, realizing the rumor has turned into a trap no one can shrug off now. Yena's face tightens as the accusation lands, and she realizes the trap has finally snapped shut. In class, the silence turns heavy while Yena and the blue-haired boy sit trapped in the same uneasy air. The blue-haired boy stays unreadable, but the rumor around him is already turning into a storm. Outside, the school stands calm on the surface, completely hiding the mess brewing inside. He moves through the building with a bag in hand, looking like trouble has already found him again. When someone calls for Jaeyeon, he turns with a sharp, wary look, knowing this never ends cleanly. Yena steps in hesitantly, clearly rattled, as if even she can feel the situation slipping further away. Someone drops to the ground and begs for forgiveness, because pride has already been crushed. The boys reel in shock as the truth hits them. Aryam has been snatched, and this is no longer gossip. Their panic deepens when they realize Toksu's gang is behind it, turning the rumor into a real threat. Yena reels as the rumor mutates again, hearing that Toksu joined a new family and that Big Bro Yukdu is waiting. The boys stare blankly at the name, then catch on that they have heard it before. Their fear sharpens when they remember the street punks who framed Jaeyeon as a thief. Blue-haired boy stays unreadable, while they realize those dangerous punks were working with Toksu all along. Yena instantly jumps to the worst possible answer, wondering if they should call the police. Jaeyeon breaks under the pressure, and the others panic as they decide anything is better than dragging police into this mess. Yena curls in on herself, terrified that being involved will destroy her at school. Jeon is already collapsing emotionally, convinced he is finished for good. He keeps apologizing while desperately warning Yena, because the blame is coming fast now. At last, the others force the issue, dragging Jeon forward and making it clear that Aryam's life is now on the line. They hear the meeting time and realize this mess is turning into a real showdown. Jaeyeon's side finally hardens, deciding they are going with him instead of watching from the sidelines. The promise gets bigger fast, because now saving Aryam is the only thing that matters. Under the night sky, the rendezvous point comes into view like a bad omen. Blue-haired boy arrives alone at the lighthouse, looking too calm for what is coming. He keeps still, reading the silence before the trap fully snaps shut. Nearby, the other boys grab a bat and swagger around like courage is something they can borrow. Their confidence is already rotting, though, because the tension says the target is almost here. A bright light cuts through the dark, and the approaching figure finally breaks the empty night. One of them spots it first, and the whole group stiffens at the thought that someone is coming. The scooter's wheel tears across the ground, and the rendezvous suddenly turns from waiting game to pursuit. Jeon rolls in and confronts the blue-haired boy, acting like he still controls the pace. But the calm in the boy's eyes never breaks, which only makes Jaeyeon push harder. He snaps for the boy to get on, and the trap starts looking less like a hunt and more like a getaway. The blue-haired boy climbs on behind him, while nearby onlookers freeze at the sight. Inside the store, the news hits the others like a slap, and their confidence starts cracking. Jeon blasts off on the scooter, leaving the stunned crew scrambling in his wake. The boys panic as the target disappears, and their loud threats collapse into helpless shouting. One of them finally admits Jaeyeon really left, and that realization stings worse than the chase itself. With the blue-haired boy along for the ride, Jeon makes it clear Aryam is now his problem alone. Jaeyeon keeps the scooter flying through the dark woods, still refusing to let the chase die. The blue-haired boy rides behind him in silence, while the trail narrows into deeper forest. Ahead, the road opens toward a remote compound, and Jeon starts sounding almost too casual for a getaway. He finally admits the scooter cannot go any farther, pointing the blue-haired boy toward a slaughterhouse up the hill. The boy studies the place without a word, reading the warning in Jaeyeon's calm face. At the gate, a few armed-looking men wait in silence, making the whole area feel like a trap dressed up as shelter. The blue-haired boy steps in anyway, and the tension spikes the moment someone notices him. A massive man turns to greet Jeon, bluntly claiming his place as Dongsik, head of training for Black Fam. The introduction lands hard, because this is not a random hideout anymore, but a crew with real muscle behind it. And with the getaway finally over, the boy is left staring at the next storm waiting inside. The blue-haired boy hears the challenge and stays cold, because this fight is already turning into a trap. The training head steps in with a smug promise of a man-to-man match, like strength alone can settle everything. He doubles down, acting like a simple brute who would kneel for anyone stronger, and the arrogance is almost laughable. Out in the yard, he tells the boy his girlfriend is behind him, then dares him to reach her through him first. The blue-haired boy answers with silence, studying the weapon nearby as the situation finally clicks into place. When someone panics and demands he stop, he has already made up his mind and reaches for the pipe. The moment his hand closes around it, the fight stops being a test and becomes a massacre waiting to happen. The others freeze, shocked that he would grab a weapon so casually, as if their rules never mattered. Then he charges straight at them, pipe raised, no longer playing defense for anybody. The man behind him realizes too late that this calm kid is a complete monster. Blue-haired boy stares ahead, hearing their mockery of fairness like a joke he stopped believing in. He realizes kidnappers do not get to set the rules, and his gaze hardens without a word. Around him, the armed men panic as their bravado cracks, suddenly aware they are losing control. His hand closes around the pipe, and the last bit of restraint drops away. He launches in with terrifying speed, the first blow shattering their confidence along with the barrier. One man barely manages to scream before the boy sends the pipe crashing down, turning defense into punishment. Another attacker swings a heavy block, but the blue-haired boy slips past with cold focus. The brute keeps charging anyway, shouting through the fear as he tries to force the fight back. The boy meets the next swing head-on, his expression flat while the weapon smashes uselessly past him. In the end, the attacker is left stunned, realizing too late that this quiet kid was the real monster. The pipe slams down, and the first brute's confidence shatters with his face. Another attacker freezes in horror, realizing the kid has turned the room into a slaughterhouse. Blue-haired boy slips past the next swing and answers with a brutal counter. The man with the pipe lunges anyway, but the boy reads him coldly and lands another crippling strike. Even as the bastard keeps shouting, the blue-haired kid never breaks stride. One clean blow sends the attacker skidding back, leaving the whole crew stunned. More bodies crash to the ground around him, and the survivors finally start looking small. The blue-haired boy stands over the wreckage, pipe in hand, while the others groan and twitch. The last few attackers lie scattered in the dirt, their chase reduced to a miserable mess. By the end, the blue-haired boy just stares ahead, calm again, like none of this ever scared him. The blue-haired boy slips into the room alone and pushes the door shut behind him, already expecting trouble. Silent footsteps answer from deeper inside, and the place feels wrong before anyone even appears. His stare hardens as he realizes this is no ordinary hiding place. The room opens into stacked crates and cramped storage, exactly the kind of setup used for a dirty surprise. Bottles and supplies line the shelves, making the whole place look even more like a trap waiting to spring. Overhead hooks hang in the dark, and the boy senses this was prepared long before he arrived. A girl in school uniform finally stands there in the shadows, unnervingly still, like she has been waiting for him. The blue-haired boy freezes for a beat, because the situation has clearly gone sideways. Her face turns blank with shock, as if even she did not expect him to reach this room so fast. From behind, he keeps staring at the figure ahead, and now the trap feels a lot less subtle than it wanted to be. Seotaksu savors the setup, already sounding like the boy has walked into a nightmare. The hidden room's owner welcomes him by name and makes the trap feel mercilessly official. Blue-haired boy freezes as he recognizes the girl trapped in the shadows. Kang Doyle steps in with a smug warning, making it clear the girl was never the real distraction. Blue-haired boy snaps back into motion and drives an opening strike into Doyle. Doyle answers by forcing the pressure closer, refusing to let the fight breathe. The blue-haired boy's eyes harden as he absorbs the hit and keeps reading the timing. Doyle's confidence wavers for a split second as the counter keeps coming. The blue-haired boy stares in shock, realizing the exchange has turned dangerous fast. A metal pipe drops to the floor, and the fight suddenly loses its safety net. The blue-haired boy hangs limp for a second, and that hesitation makes the whole room feel darker. Doyle laughs at the girl's presence, acting smug enough to think the trap is already over. A brutal hit sends the blue-haired boy crashing down, and the smugness starts looking a lot less safe. The purple-haired girl trembles behind her gag, helpless as the fight turns uglier. One of the thugs glares down at him, barking in triumph while the others feed on the momentum. The crew starts celebrating too early, convinced they've finally caught their prey. But the body on the floor is still there, and the room is already turning into a grave of bad choices. Night swallows the scene for a moment, like the whole world is holding its breath. A quiet voice cuts through the haze, telling Jaeon to get up and dragging the blue-haired boy back into focus. His eyes sharpen at last, and that little spark says the fight is far from finished. The blue-haired boy lies buried under the floor, still reeling from the brutal hit. A thug's foot stops near his face, and the room's confidence starts getting louder. Even dazed, he keeps looking up as the violence around him turns grim. The crew crowds in, laughing like they already won, which is usually how fools embarrass themselves. Seo Taksu grins over the wreckage. Welcoming Jaeyeon into Black Fam like this was always the plan. Doyle keeps talking from above, saying the whole setup was worth it just to drag him here. Then the real target lands. His hidden identity, the rumors, and every secret people have been whispering about. The gossiping girl and the others keep feeding the fire, treating his silence like another reason to pry. Doyle leans in farther, admitting this was revenge, curiosity, and a trap all at once. The blue-haired boy finally steadies his stare, and that silence says he is done staying buried. Seo Taksu leans in with a cruel grin, already enjoying the fact that this secret is finally being dragged out. He presses closer over the wreckage, deciding the blue-haired boy is talking today, whether he wants to or not. Then he narrows the target down to Shin Mireille of Ilacon, turning the whole ambush into a hunt for personal dirt. The blue-haired boy stiffens as Taksu calls himself a huge fan, twisting admiration into something far uglier. With that same nasty calm, Taksu spits out the rumor that the girl was supposed to be pure, only to have a boyfriend. He keeps digging, demanding the truth about how serious the relationship was, like he already owns the answer. And he still is not satisfied, pushing even harder for the full story from beginning to end. Across the room, the gagged purple-haired girl starts freaking out at the mention of Shin Mireille, and that alone gives her away. The crew catches that reaction instantly, with the gossiping crowd feeding on her panic while the trap keeps tightening. Before she can steady herself, someone rips the tape from her mouth, and the confession game gets even nastier. Taksu twists the interrogation into a threat, but the purple-haired girl panics and fires back, trying to protect Jeon from the dirt they are digging up. She keeps insisting that Jeon would never talk, and her defiance only makes the room feel tighter. Doyle cuts in with a cold grin, promising there are plenty of ways to make Jeon crack, and the smugness is almost worse than the threat. He singles Taksu out as the one who got humiliated by that couple, then drags the blame straight toward the blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy says nothing, but the silence only encourages the bullies, who treat that hesitation like weakness. Taksu snarls that the girl would break if pushed harder, while the blue-haired boy stays frozen under the pressure. The purple-haired girl suddenly explodes, shouting that they can hit her all they want, as if sheer stubbornness could stop the beating. Taksu answers with a vicious strike that knocks her hard, and the trap turns from intimidation into outright violence. She staggers bloodied but still upright, barely hanging on as the whole room keeps breathing down her neck. Even after that, the blue-haired boy gets slammed from another side, proving these thugs were never interested in answers, only cruelty. Doyle grins and taunts Jaeyeon's name, acting like cruelty is just another tool in the box. The blue-haired boy answers with silence, and that hesitation only makes the thugs bolder. Taksu presses harder, using the guy beside him as a warning of what happens to anyone who endures. The girl's panic finally boils over, but her defiance only invites the next blow. A brutal stomp lands, and the room starts selling terror instead of answers. The blue-haired boy is still left standing, while the girl crashes down hard in the background. Taksu and the others realize she has gone limp at the mouth, yet the blue-haired boy still refuses to crack. Doyle watches that stubborn silence and starts thinking brute force alone will not be enough. Even Taksu's bruised confidence wavers when the girl's state turns from intimidation into a real mess. With the pressure still hanging over them, Doyle decides the only way forward is to keep persuading the bastard to talk. Taksu boasts that he can make the boy talk by morning, then immediately starts demanding meat in return. His companion recoils at the absurdity, but the whole thing only makes the thug look hungrier and more shameless. Doyle cuts in, calling out the nonsense, while the others stare at him, waiting to see where this ugly pitch is going. He presses harder, teasing the idea that Taksu will keep persuading the target all night just for a meal. Taksu answers with naked menace, and then tries to dress it up as a serious offer instead of a threat. The blue-haired boy finally gets framed as the prize, and Doyle coolly asks whether Taksu is really willing to keep going. Taksu swallows his pride and says he will come back at sunrise, determined to keep beating the truth out of him. Doyle says the girl needs to be handled separately, and the room finally makes it clear she is just leverage now. The crew starts to move out, with Taksu and the others ready to drag the pressure back into the night. By dawn, they are still set on returning, and the empty sky hangs over a plan that has only gotten uglier. Taksu spits out his contempt, looking down on the two of them like they already lost. He keeps needling the blue-haired boy, whining about a miserable week on nothing but flat cola. The boy stays silent, and that only seems to irritate Taksu more. Taksu presses for a response, pretending this humiliation is somehow a favor. He sneers that the boy does not even have the face of someone willing to beg. With a nasty laugh, Taksu boasts about surviving the week buried in dirt and getting stronger for it. He explains that he kept kneading the ground non-stop, as if hard labor made him untouchable. Then he says he kept changing direction and working the dirt upward, still acting like this proves something. Taksu finally admits it took a whole week, and the blue-haired boy can only stare as the bragging turns absurd. He flexes his twisted arm and laughs again. Calling it bent into a V like that somehow makes him proud. Taksu howls as his buried body keeps clawing upward, convinced he is finally making it back. He boasts that he never sat still. Digging through dirt like revenge was worth every second. At last, his hand breaks free, and he laughs like the ugly stunt proves his toughness. The blue-haired boy stays quiet while Taksu flashes the twisted arm he ruined on purpose. Taksu keeps ranting that he lived on scraps and grit, then swears the struggle changed him. He admits his body is wrecked now, barely able to walk, let alone settle any grudge. Even so, he tries to sell the blue-haired boy on revenge, as if misery should be contagious. Taksu starts barking orders for him to deliver the payback instead, turning desperate fast. He finishes by insulting the Black Cam crew again, while the boy gives him nothing back. That silence says plenty, and it leaves Taksu staring at a wall he still cannot break. The blue-haired boy stays ice-cold while Taksu keeps nodding like his broken arm stunt somehow proved toughness. Taksu suddenly digs into the dirt, lunging for the discarded knife with desperate, dirty confidence. Barely stopping himself, he hisses that he will drag the blue-haired boy out and make this revenge happen. Then he goes for the guilt trip, insisting that even ruined fingers will not stop him from getting them both out. He doubles down on the pressure, ranting that misery changed him and now Jian should be dragged into it too. Taksu keeps barking for the blue-haired boy to handle the payback, but the kid still gives him nothing. Elsewhere, the gray-haired boy keeps venting on the phone, already annoyed that Jian is still the problem. He pushes the call harder, sounding more irritated by the second as the rumor mess refuses to die. By the end, his patience is gone, and he heads off still muttering about the whole headache. Even the door handle gets grabbed with that same restless frustration as the chase keeps moving forward. The gray-haired boy keeps hounding Yenna by phone, already fed up that the rumor mess still refuses to die. Taksu stays buried under the pressure, still trying to drag the blue-haired boy into revenge, like stubbornness alone can win. Blue hair barely moves, because the kid still refuses to give him the reaction he wants. In the darkness, only the silence answers, and that only makes the whole situation feel worse for Taksu. The gray-haired boy grips his phone harder, his irritation snapping into open anger as he keeps calling. He storms down the hallway, still insisting that nobody should blow this up any further. Up close, he is already losing patience, and the apology he wants from the other side sounds more desperate than commanding. Taksu keeps blaming the blue-haired boy and his partner, even as both of them sit half-buried and stone-faced. The blonde brute starts clawing upward, realizing too late that they need to get out before their target arrives. Dirt flies as he digs frantically, but the panic in his face says the same thing loud and clear. The trap is closing in. Gray-haired boy keeps calling in panic, demanding to know where Jian and Ariam vanished to. Across the city, the night already feels too quiet, like the answer is slipping farther away. A clinic voice says the wound is shallow, but the warning to get admitted only makes the mood worse. Taksu stomps forward, grumbling that getting admitted is a joke and refusing to cool off. Someone urges him to get home fast, even as he limps toward the bike and doubts his own condition. The engine roars to life, and the chase spills back onto the streets without waiting for him to recover. Unnamed schoolboy, in glasses and a school uniform, cuts in with Jaeon's name on his mind. He spots the blue bike ahead and realizes the search is still alive, just faster now. His body jolts as the ride turns rough, but he keeps pushing through the pain. Even while wobbling through traffic, he refuses to stop, terrified that he may not make it home in time. The glasses boy jolts in panic as the ride turns brutal and the chase starts to spin out again. The blue bike skids hard, sparks flying as it begins to lose control. It crashes down, leaving him sprawled on the road and rattled. His panicked cry finally makes it clear this ended in a nasty spill, not a clean escape. Yenna rushes in, checking on him while he tries to play it off. He admits he got distracted, then awkwardly turns the concern back on her. She insists she is fine, but the sight of his scraped-up state clearly bothers her. He forces a weak explanation, already feeling the embarrassment hit harder than the crash. Yenna tightens up, irritated as the whole thing starts sounding less like danger and more like a stupid mistake. Her annoyed reply leaves him cornered, and the excuse falls apart completely. The warning lands hard, and he finally snaps out of his own spiral. The pressure keeps building, and even the silence feels like a scolding. He stands in the mess, realizing this stubborn act is dragging everyone deeper. Frustration boils over as he keeps prodding, desperate for a reaction. Another call follows, but the target only answers with a cold, unreadable stare. He keeps needling from the dark, clearly enjoying the discomfort a little too much. Then the ground erupts, and the room turns from ugly to brutal in a heartbeat. One shaken man stares at his phone, unable to process what just changed. The blue-haired boy says nothing, while the bald man's confidence starts to crumble. That final blow of silence leaves him frozen, already realizing the game has slipped away. He finally snaps, but the blue-haired boy answers with a brutal counter that shuts the shouting down. The aggressor staggers as the buried trap starts paying him back, and his bravado goes with it. He lunges at escape, only to get shut down again before the situation can even breathe. The blue-haired boy stays cold and unreadable, which only makes the panicked bastard crack harder. Now the target is the one pressing forward, and the hunter starts sounding desperate. A shoe slams down, pinning him in place as the trap turns into humiliation. For a second, the aggressor freezes at the sight of that stare, realizing the tables have flipped. Dirty hands grip the shoe as the blue-haired boy refuses to stay buried any longer. He rises from the dirt with a hard stare, locking the foot down as if daring another move. And just like that, the one who thought he was hunting becomes the one getting dragged under. The gray-haired aggressor screams as the blue-haired boy clamps down on him and the humiliation sinks in. His footing slips further, and that desperate grip on the shoe says he already knows the fight has turned. The blue-haired boy stays on top of him, forcing the whole mess to breathe on his terms for once. From below, the aggressor stares up in pure disbelief as the calm monster above him refuses to blink. Panic finally cracks through his face, and he realizes he is the one getting buried now. He lunges away, but the blue-haired boy snatches the leg cleanly and shuts the escape down. That nasty little smirk fades into fear as the aggressor understands there is nowhere left to run. The blue-haired boy tightens his hold, pinning him harder while keeping that cold, dead-eyed stare. The aggressor looks over his shoulder in a full-blown panic, already begging the situation to stop. But the blue-haired boy keeps the foot locked down, and the hunter ends up trapped under his own mess. The aggressor still sneers through the blood, acting like the night belongs to him. But the blue-haired boy stays over him, and that smug certainty starts to rot fast. One desperate lunge turns into a full retreat, and now the hunter is the one scrambling. The escape dies instantly when the blue-haired boy snatches his leg and drags him back. Even pinned down, he keeps that dead-eyed stare, making fear creep in before another word is needed. A brutal impact sends the aggressor reeling, and his confidence shatters on the spot. He twists toward the doorway, already realizing he needs Black Fam behind him to survive this. The blue-haired boy only mocks the panic, forcing him to speak like a cornered weakling. Another strike lifts him off balance, and the fight turns into a one-sided lesson in humiliation. Stunned from behind, he can only stare ahead as the blue-haired boy finishes the pressure without mercy. Blue hair flashes as the boy crushes the hunter's escape, slamming him back down hard. The aggressor hits the ground in a heap, and the smug fight he wanted turns pathetic fast. Without even looking shaken, the blue-haired boy promises help, but only on his own terms. One brutal stomp leaves the attacker coughing up pain, and his confidence keeps collapsing. Another strike folds him lower, while the boy keeps him pinned with merciless control. He finally drags the fight into words, coldly calling Jian's name and baiting the weaker man. A battered bald man crawls in, and the blue-haired boy warns that this one can't be trusted. The crawling man insists he found something useful, but the blue-haired boy only stares at the knife. Now the danger is obvious, and the boy mocks how ridiculous it is for a gangster to hide a weapon. With one man frozen and another closing in, the whole room realizes the trap has only deepened. Seotaksu sneers through the pain, warning that lying to a gangster always ends badly. Mr. Choi winces and folds under the pressure, already looking like he regrets every second here. The knife comes back up, and the bald man is forced to reveal where the girl is hiding. He spits out the location, and the blue-haired boy stays icy instead of impressed. The address is good enough, but the boy keeps pressing, asking if that place is the Black Fam hideout. The bald man confirms it with a shaky yes, while the blue-haired boy turns toward Jian's name like a blade. He reminds them gangsters have their own rules, and that rule is simple. Pay up or pay harder. A hand gets pinned, and the next punishment lands before anyone can pretend this is still a negotiation. The blue-haired boy does not even flinch as the plea for mercy starts sounding pathetic. Then the room finally tips into chaos, with blood and panic spilling everywhere at once. The blue-haired boy stands alone while the others beg for mercy, and he stays cold enough to scare them more. A hand tightens around the bat, but he still refuses to rush, keeping the pressure slow and merciless. He lifts the bat onto his shoulder and walks on like the chaos already belongs to him. Behind him, the shaken blonde finally starts cracking, shouting about his finger like the pain just hit him. The blonde tries to sneer through it, but the blood and fear in his voice give away how badly he is losing. Panic spreads as the gray-haired boy shrieks and calls him insane, realizing the tide has fully turned. The wounded boy doubles over, cursing through the pain while the fight keeps dragging him lower. He tries to crawl away, only for the blonde to grab him and drag him back into the beating. The blonde lashes out with the scissors and keeps barking for him to stay, but the whole thing looks desperate now. The tackle lands hard, pinning the gray-haired boy again as the blue-haired boy keeps the trap from ever letting up. Yenna's call lights up the phone, and the chaos suddenly points in her direction. The battered man freezes, already realizing that answer could be his only lifeline. He fumbles for the screen, desperate enough to ignore the pain in his hand. Seconds later, he begs Yenna to pick up, claiming some lunatic is trying to kill him. His bravado collapses into bitter sarcasm, but fear keeps leaking through every word. He blurts out his location anyway, sending the fight toward the slaughterhouse on the hill. The phone shatters on impact as the blue-haired boy walks on with the bat like nothing can stop him. Night swallows the road ahead, but he keeps heading straight for the house. At the gate, he stops at last, silent and unreadable, with the bat still hanging at his side. For a moment, nothing moves except the wind, and the real showdown feels one breath away. His hand slides through the green door first, and the house stays quiet for one dangerous second. The blue-haired boy steps inside with the bat lowered, looking like the calm before a massacre. From deeper in the house, the smug greeting about tomorrow's collection day only makes the tension uglier. He tightens both hands around the bat, already done pretending this ends any other way. The first strike shatters the window, and the ambush starts falling apart instantly. Glass rains down as he keeps moving, and the room learns too late that he came prepared. He stands there with the bat on his shoulder, while the panic spreads, and the cowards finally start shouting. One man stumbles into view, furious and frightened, demanding to know which bastard caused this. The blue-haired boy answers without a word, swinging straight through the noise and the arrogance. The blow lands clean, and the whole trap turns into a wreck in a single heartbeat. The challenger snaps in disbelief, but the blue-haired boy only turns away, already done treating this like a fair fight. His bat slams through the first target, and the ambush starts breaking apart on impact. One of the thugs stumbles back in fury, calling the kid a lunatic as panic spreads. The blue-haired boy answers with another brutal swing, and the room turns red with fear. One body folds into the floor while the attack keeps rolling, leaving the crew scattered and helpless. Farther away, the search party starts losing its nerve as they realize something has gone horribly wrong. Another man finally recognizes the name Jian, and that only makes the confusion hit harder. The shouting spreads through the house as everyone scrambles for help, and the whole plan starts cracking. Blue hair and the bat become a nightmare in the doorway, while the others back away in silence. By the end, even the loudmouths are just staring, stuck in the kind of shock that comes before defeat. The name Jianyan spreads through the rain, and the whole crew snaps to panic, grabbing weapons and rushing for the target. Even the tougher thugs start shouting in disbelief as the house tilts toward chaos, and the rumors finally turn into a nightmare. The blue-haired boy answers first, cutting into the rush before they can surround him. One thug charges with a bat, promising a lesson, but he only looks more desperate than dangerous. The next strike lands clean, and the attacker folds backward while the boy keeps the pressure on. Outside the fight, the others freeze as the shouting turns to confusion, and someone finally catches the name Jian. Another violent blow crashes in, and the blue-haired boy keeps carving through them like the trap never mattered. The loudmouth stares in disbelief, realizing the kid is still standing when he should have been buried already. He spirals harder, demanding answers while the blue-haired boy's stare stays cold and steady. That icy look says enough, because even now the crew can only wonder how he came back from the dead and kept swinging. He tightens his grip on the knife, ready to turn the room into another graveyard. The crew rushes to split up, trusting a pincer move that already sounds shaky. He barks for someone to stab from above, trying to force a gap before the boy breaks through. Panic hits fast as he realizes that gap may never appear if they fail to stop him now. The others glance around for Jian, and the rumor suddenly matters more than the fight. He orders an emergency message out, desperate to call in help before everything collapses. The next swing crashes in from the blue-haired boy, and the ambush keeps getting worse. Furious, he snarls Jian's name and raises the blade, still convinced buried rage can save him. He vows to bury the boy even deeper this time, but the strike lands harder on his side of the trap. From behind, he watches the blue-haired boy keep smashing through the line, and the crew finally starts to crack. The black-haired thug still thinks one clean blow can end it, but his confidence is already cracking. The blue-haired boy answers first, smashing through the blade before the ambush can find its rhythm. Around them, the crew sprawls on the floor as the room turns into a wrecked mess. Seo Taksu reaches the doorway in a panic, then throws his own surrender into the chaos. The thug finally drops the weapon, hoping cowardice will save him now. The knife clatters away, and that desperate retreat only makes him look weaker. Even with the bat in hand, the blue-haired boy keeps advancing while the man behind him begs for mercy. Black hair and pink streaks twist with fear as the hot-headed leader realizes this fight is slipping away. The weapon gets kicked aside, denying him any last chance to swing the situation back. By the end, the blue-haired boy stands unshaken, and the hunted crew is left with nowhere left to run. The hot-headed thug thinks the opening is here, and lunges with his knife raised. The blue-haired boy catches that rush and locks in, refusing to flinch. He snarls that this ends here, but the blue-haired boy slips inside his reach. The counter lands cleanly, and the attacker jerks back off balance. His knife drops away, leaving him exposed and suddenly a lot less brave. The blue-haired boy drives in with the bat, warning that lowering guard only reveals weakness. The blow slams into the thug's chest, folding his confidence in half. Before he can recover, another hit crashes through and keeps him on the ropes. He twists to answer back, but the blue-haired boy is already on him again. The final impact sends the fight spiraling further, and the hunter starts looking like prey. The blue-haired boy drives the thug down hard, and the fight starts slipping fully out of the bully's hands. The wounded man keeps snarling through the pain, still trying to sound dangerous after getting stabbed. His weapon drops away, and the bluff goes with it, leaving him exposed at last. The blue-haired boy answers with a brutal bat swing, reminding him that dropping his guard was a fatal mistake. The blow folds the thug over, and his tough act collapses in a heartbeat. Another hit slams in before he can recover, keeping him pinned and helpless. He staggers, bleeding for space, but the blue-haired boy stays glued to him. A final strike drives the point home, and the bully's body starts giving out. Blood seeps under the shirt, as the desperate attacker can only reach for the wound in disbelief. The blue-haired boy's stare hardens, and even now he knows this fight is already over. He leans in on Seo Taksu's pain, almost taunting him with how badly it hurts. Taksu snaps back in rage, clutching the bat as the blue-haired boy keeps him pinned. He still tries to force the moment, insisting the stabbed man should be taking the worst of it. Desperation takes over, and Taksu swings overhead, refusing to let this chance slip. But the blue-haired boy cuts in first, hammering him in the middle of the charge and breaking his momentum. Another brutal blow leaves the bully stunned, his eyes widening as the fight slips away. Somewhere else, a woman starts dressing a uniformed boy up like it is all harmless fun. She keeps playing along, even sliding glasses into place as if this were just part of the joke. A long-haired man perks up at the spectacle, looking far too entertained by the whole setup. And with a grin, the last step of the makeover lands, turning the tension into a bizarre cosplay gag. The ruthless makeover ends with a smug announcement, as the room is forced to swallow the joke. The purple-haired girl is dressed in a suit, while the black-haired woman keeps playing dress-up like this is harmless. A long-haired man perks up at the sight, and the whole stunt starts leaning into absurdity. The glasses and final touches land cleanly, turning her into a bizarre teacher cosplay. Her face tightens, but the black-haired woman keeps insisting the act will work. The long-haired man circles the idea into something uglier, dragging Janon into the pressure. She freezes for a beat, realizing the teasing has become a trap with a real demand behind it. Then comes the hand on her head, and the bargain turns crude fast. He tells her to forget the other boy and come to him instead, like Jayon never mattered. Under that grip, the whole Black Fam message becomes clear: give in, or get swallowed. A smug, long-haired thug leans in and makes his demand filthy clear, treating Jayon like a prize to be claimed. The purple-haired girl goes silent under the pressure, her nerves finally cracking as the joke turns into a trap. A panicked caller rushes in about Jian, and the whole room snaps to attention at the name alone. The long-haired thug reels at the news, stunned that Jian has barged into the mess and dragged chaos with him. The purple-haired girl freezes, then looks up as if she cannot believe he really came this far. One thug lunges at her while she cries out for Jian, and the bluff turns violent in a heartbeat. Outside, the night stays eerily calm, making the coming disaster feel even worse. Inside the compound, a battered boy begs for help, helpless as the trap keeps tightening around him. Seo Taksu toys with a knife and smirks, pretending mercy while he sizes up the next kill. The blue-haired boy does not flinch, refusing to kill him, but leaving the threat hanging for what comes next. The dead enforcer keeps stomping the fallen victim, making it clear mercy was never part of the deal. Seo Taksu snarls through the blood and strain, shocked that the pressure keeps climbing instead of easing. His hand jerks for the knife, but the blue-haired boy closes in before he can turn the threat around. Seo Taksu chokes out his outrage, furious that someone is still stopping him at the worst possible moment. The blade is ripped from control as the counter lands clean, and the bully finally starts losing his grip on the fight. Even the bystander with glasses flinches at the impact, realizing the whole ambush is collapsing fast. Down below, one of the bruised boys can only groan while the others scramble in the wreckage. Yena rushes to Seo Taksu's side, terrified enough to call his name while the girl beside her panics. The gray-haired boy confirms it is Yena, sounding more shaken than the rumor hunters ever expected. Then the girl breaks completely, staring at a hand near her face and screaming as the fear finally catches up. Yena goes pale, panicking as she realizes this nightmare might need a hospital. Glasses Man stays eerily calm, mocking the whole mess as a punishment for interfering. His words turn sharper, and he demands to know where Jian has gone. The pressure keeps climbing, and his anger finally cracks into a full shout. Black-haired boy 2 gets hammered backward, still trapped in the collapsing ambush. Blue-haired boy answers with clean, brutal timing, cutting through another attacker. Seo Taksu's knife threat falls apart under the counter, and his face twists in disbelief. He snarls for the collapse to finish already, desperate because even stabbing did not save him. The rest of the boys get wrecked in every direction as blue-haired boy keeps carving a path through them. Black-haired boy 2 staggers on the edge of defeat, raging through the pain as everything slips away. Blue-haired boy grits his teeth and keeps moving, already reading the next strike before it lands. Black-haired boy 2 still tries to force the issue, raising the bat like brute strength can save him now. The swing comes down, but blue-haired boy slips it cleanly and leaves the attacker swinging at air. He answers instantly, cracking forward with a ruthless counter that turns the tables without hesitation. Black-haired boy 2's face jerks sideways as blood sprays out, and his confidence starts to collapse with him. His weapon drops uselessly as the blow lands, proving the ambush is already falling apart. Blue-haired boy stands over the wreckage, bat in hand, while the other boy sinks lower under the pressure. Black-haired boy 2 can barely believe it, realizing too late that he has been beaten down like a dog. The pain keeps stacking up, and even his anger starts sounding thin and desperate. By the end, all that is left is a battered thug choking on humiliation, while blue-haired boy stays ice-cold. Blue-haired boy tears through the counterattack, and the bullies' panic starts spreading fast. One stunned glance is enough to show the ambush has already slipped out of their hands. Around them, the crew rushes to threaten the girl, but the bluff sounds desperate now. Blue-haired boy stays cold, as the broken attack force keeps barking orders and losing control. The bully tries to force the girl into fear, yet even his own voice sounds cracked. Purple-haired girl, shaken but stubborn, begs him not to hesitate because of her. The pressure keeps climbing, and the thug screams for someone to finish the job. She breaks harder, admitting she does not want to be a burden anymore. Her voice turns desperate as she urges Brian to keep moving and not stop. By the end, she is crying through the panic, clinging to the fight as if it is her last chance. Blue-haired boy lifts his bat without hesitation, standing like the whole trap already belongs to him. He catches the incoming strike cleanly, refusing to let the thugs dictate the pace. The crew shouts for the knife to be thrown down, but his blade stays aimed at their fear instead. The weapon hits the ground, and the bully suddenly starts sounding less like a leader and more like a man losing control. He mocks blue-haired boy for being strong but too soft, trying to turn kindness into weakness. Blue-haired boy snaps the bat back into place, and even the crowd can feel another opening slipping away. Purple-haired girl breaks into tears and begs John to keep going, terrified the pressure will swallow everything. The gang keeps cheering the violence on, convinced the finish is finally here. Another thug orders them to make sure blue-haired boy can never talk back again, desperate to salvage the wreckage. The final blow lands, and the ambush starts collapsing under its own ugly confidence. Blue-haired boy reels from the brutal hit, blood spraying as the ambush finally lands a real blow. He drops to one knee, battered but still hanging on while the blade menace lingers behind him. The man with tied-back hair snaps for the finish, already sounding less like a mastermind and more like a panicked henchman. The next thug obeys, but blue-haired boy keeps his head down and the opening stays just out of reach. Seo Taksu, bruised and rattled, raises the bat anyway and tries to force the fight back under control. Purple-haired girl breaks down beside the chaos, begging them to spare him before this turns into something worse. She rushes in and shields blue-haired boy, pleading for mercy with everything already falling apart around them. Seo Taksu snarls in disbelief, furious that anyone still thinks he can be stopped now. Purple-haired girl clings to him in tears, desperate enough to promise anything if they will only let him live. Seo Taksu barks back at her, but the threat has already started sounding empty. Purple-haired girl clings to the battered boy, holding him down before the next blow can land. Their faces press together in a desperate pause, and his bloodied eye stays half open through the chaos. Nearby, the tied-back man orders the others forward, while the black-haired woman sneers at how pitiful the pair looks. Seo Taksu snaps that, of course, he will finish it, raising the bat to end this mess for good. Purple-haired girl looks up in shock as the strike comes down, realizing too late that mercy is gone. The bat smashes into the blue-haired boy, and Jaeon's panicked voice cuts through the aftermath as he collapses. He drops lower, barely able to move, while Jeon keeps calling his name like that alone can pull him back up. Seo Taksu snarls that the boy is still stubborn, but he is clearly rattled now. Black-haired boy too mocks the fight's last struggle, acting amused while the bloodied bat stays ready in his hand. Seo Taksu glares in frustration, still trying to sound fearless as the whole ambush slips beyond his control. The blade stays poised over the blue-haired boy as his grip slips and the whole ambush starts feeling rotten. Blood hits the knife, and the first sign of real panic flashes through the attacker's hand. Black-haired boy too snaps in disbelief, still trying to look untouchable while the blue-haired boy hunches forward. He fumes even harder, demanding to know what the others are doing as the crowd starts losing its nerve. The blue-haired boy suddenly moves, and the black-haired punk jerks in shock before the pressure closes in. His face twists as the fight turns against him, and for once the swagger looks forced. The blue-haired boy drives the knife through the trap's confidence, dropping the bigger man into ugly panic. Seo Taksu loses his cool completely, snarling and flailing as the situation slips past saving. Jian screams for the hospital while the blue-haired boy staggers upright, bloodied but still conscious. A bruised woman and a shaken man stare back in horror, realizing the whole mess has gone far beyond control. Blue-haired boy stands bloodied and still searching for Jian, while the purple-haired girl freezes beside him. Sweat and shock roll over his face as the pressure keeps closing in. Across the room, the crew starts cracking, and even the heavyset bully looks rattled. The others snap at him to shut up and focus, but the swagger is already gone. One by one, they start dropping, and the knife in his hand suddenly looks less threatening. Blue-haired boy rises through the chaos, eyes flat, knife raised like the calm before the final blow. The battered boy on the floor barely moves, realizing the whole ambush has gone completely wrong. Seo Taksu finally gives in and grabs the blade anyway, choosing violence over humiliation. The knife comes down in a white-knuckled grip, but there is no confidence left behind it. Even the last fallen boy can only stare in silence, because the trap has already eaten its own. He roars that only one of them will leave alive, and the whole room feels the panic snap loose. The blue-haired boy steps in with a knife, battered but steady, and meets the threat head-on. His first strike lands clean, turning the bully's confidence into pure shock. The long-haired thug staggers back, still barking excuses as the violence starts slipping from his hands. Another hit caves him in, and the swaggering brute finally starts looking like a man begging for mercy. The blue-haired boy keeps advancing, cold-eyed and bloodied, while the fallen one barely holds himself together. One more savage blow drops the heavy-set bully hard, and his threats die with the breath in his chest. The blue-haired boy does not slow down, driving the knife strike through the chaos like he already knows the ending. The last battered thug lies spread out and helpless, realizing the trap has turned into a slaughterhouse, and the boy in blue stands over the wreckage, still breathing, still coming, while the whole ambush lies broken at his feet. She panics over the bloodied thug, screaming for him to get up while he lies crushed and broken beneath the wreckage. The blue-haired boy answers with another brutal stomp, and the bully's panic finally turns into helpless pleading. He keeps looming over the battered face, knife ready, while the fallen man stammers out a shaky, desperate question. Unmoved, the boy leans in and strips away whatever dignity is left, making it clear the loser has nothing worth asking for. His punishment keeps landing, and the bruised thug starts realizing this is no warning anymore, just a slow execution. Even the rain feels heavier now as the blue-haired boy's rage keeps building, cold and merciless. The bully finally starts breaking, gasping in fear as he realizes the name he dragged into this has sealed his fate. Another vicious strike hammers that truth home, and the boy treats him like trash, unworthy of even speaking her name. The same contempt lands again, sharper this time, while the dying confidence on the ground keeps fading fast. By the end, the blue-haired boy's fury leaves no room for mercy, and the fallen thug is reduced to nothing more than a warning. Jian finally breaks through the panic, shouting for the blue-haired boy to stop before he bleeds out. She clutches him and begs him to get out of there, but he can barely keep standing. On the dark street, he leans on her as she keeps urging him to hold on and move. A brutal hit lands hard, and even the bully's confidence starts folding under the punishment. The blue-haired boy looks on the edge of collapse, yet he still insists on getting to a hospital. The night seems to swallow the whole neighborhood as Jaeon struggles to steady him through the chaos. Then he drops to one knee, and her voice cracks as she realizes he is slipping away. In the darkness, he can only stare ahead while the pain locks up his body completely. His face tightens as he admits he cannot move anymore, and the fight finally catches up to him. A motorcycle roars in close, cutting through the silence just as the rescue reaches them. A sudden impact flashes through the dark as the rescue finally reaches him. Blood and grime cling to his face, but his eyes still fight to stay open. On the scooter, the glasses man shouts for Jaeon while trying to keep the blue-haired boy upright. The boy's stare goes distant, and even his stubbornness starts cracking under the pain. Jian catches him before he slips away, panicking as she begs him to stay conscious. He can barely hold on now, while she keeps pressing him not to shut his eyes. Their backup arrives at last, the motorcycle's lights cutting through the night like a lifeline. Morning breaks over the city, calm and bright, almost mocking how ugly the night turned. News spreads fast, and the Black Fam crew gets pinned as a violent gang behind the chaos. The whole mess collapses into arrests, exposing the crew as criminals hiding behind bigger syndicates. The hospital stands over the city as word spreads that he's still unconscious and bled far too much. Even so, the doctors sound relieved, since the knife missed his vital organs and a full recovery now seems possible. Outside the ward, everyone settles into a tense wait, because nothing else matters until he wakes up. Inside, the blue-haired boy lies hooked to oxygen, still looking like a body dragged back from the edge. For a moment, even his breathing seems uncertain, and that tiny silence says more than any panic could. The glasses man stays close, gripping his hand like haze, refusing to let the story end here. That quiet pressure finally works, and the boy stirs as if he can hear someone calling him back. The older man leans in immediately, checking his arm and his face while relief slips through his usual composure. At last, the boy opens his eyes, dazed and weak, clearly realizing he somehow survived the worst of it. The glasses man watches the return carefully, asking the only question that matters now, whether he is truly okay. Relief finally breaks the silence as the older man leans in and tells the blue-haired boy he has been unconscious for 3 days. Up close, the boy still looks half lost in the aftermath while the man admits this mess was his mistake as a father. He keeps talking, saying he only wanted to raise him strong, yet all he managed was dragging him into danger. The regret deepens when he praises the friends the boy saved, then quietly admits that being a father means the boy matters more than anything else. The boy stays wordless under the oxygen mask, and the man's apology hangs there with nowhere to hide. A doctor steps in to report that the vitals have stabilized, and that discharge should come after a few more days of observation. The older man thanks him, and the medical equipment beside the bed makes it clear the worst is finally over. That is enough for Jian, the shaved-head boy, and the purple-haired girl to burst in, stunned that he is really awake. Their panic turns into relief as they crowd around him, rattling off how terrified they were while they waited through the night. Jian breaks down hardest of all, crying that he barely slept from fear, and even the rest of the group can only keep staring in disbelief. The older man snaps at the room to move aside, still too worked up to hide how badly the night has shaken him. The blue-haired boy only stares back weakly, worn down but awake at last. The tension spills into apology, and the glasses-wearing man admits the boy vanished without a word, before reappearing in this condition. Outside the room, the others are already flooding in, stunned that he is really conscious again. The gossip crowd keeps chattering about the so-called rich kid, while the rumor turns uglier and more ridiculous by the second. Jian breaks first, crying from pure relief as the fear finally pours out of him. Even with tears in his eyes, the blue-haired boy looks exhausted enough to wonder how much more of this he can take. Jaejon and the shaved-head boy both panic over his condition, then cling to the chance that he is still alive. The glasses man keeps pressing the point, now angry at how many people crowded into the boy's life while he was gone. By the end, the hospital itself becomes the quiet proof that the worst of the chaos is finally behind them. The glasses-wearing man keeps pressing the point, still rattled that the boy vanished without a word. The others start crowding in, stunned that he is conscious again at all. The gossip only gets louder, turning the rich kid rumor uglier and more absurd. Jian breaks first, relief hitting so hard that he starts crying. Even half dead with exhaustion, the blue-haired boy looks like he can barely endure another second. Jian and the shaved-head boy panic over his condition, then cling to the fact that he is still alive. The glasses man snaps again, clearly fed up with how many people dragged themselves into the boy's life. He drags the story back to the real problem, asking about Shin Mireille and Jian. Purple hair girl tenses at the name, then starts wondering what happened between the two. In the end, the quiet sky and the hospital lot feel like proof that the worst of it is finally over. They started by calling it a good-looking couple, the kind everyone envies before jealousy poisons the whole story. The gossip twists harder, and even the smallest rumor suddenly sounds like a scandal. Then the tale jumps back to a quiet hospital room, where the real beginning starts to surface. The blue-haired boy wakes weak and hollow, looking like even breathing takes effort. It all traces back 2 years earlier, when Cheonji-hai still looked ordinary enough to hide a mess. That was when a new transfer student arrived, and the whole school began whispering. The blue-haired boy stiffens at the name Go Taesik, as if that answer just cracked something open. He falls into memory, realizing this was never a random rumor but the start of a long collapse. The flashback sharpens, and the ordinary school day starts feeling like the calm before the damage. Then a sharp-looking boy steps forward and introduces himself as Go Taesik, already acting like he owns the place. Go Taesik bursts into class acting like a star, whining that Gangnam is basically some foreign land. The students stare back, already sensing this transfer is more trouble than he is worth. He doubles down with a smug plea for help, selling his study abroad life like a grand tragedy. Even his bow feels practiced, like the whole room is supposed to applaud his desperation. The gossip starts immediately, and the others joke that he reeks of gangster energy. One girl falls silent, studying him with uneasy curiosity while the rumor mill keeps spinning. The laughter keeps building as the class admits he really does have that rough, dangerous vibe. At the front, the blue-haired boy raises a hand and gets pointed out for the next move. Taesik steps up, grinning like he already owns the room in the future. The transfer saga begins with one arrogant smile, and that is never a good sign. Taesik keeps bowing like a trained act, selling his transfer drama with practiced desperation. The class bites immediately, and the blue-haired boy watches as gossip starts circling his flashy entrance. Even the taller, rougher boys admit the new transfer has that dangerous kind of charm. The blue-haired boy raises a hand, and Taesik grins like he already owns the room. Then the school itself becomes the stage, while the rumor mill keeps humming through the halls. Inside class, the chatter only gets louder as students trade jokes about his confusingly handsome face. The blue-haired boy is surrounded by curious classmates, and even he starts wondering what game Taesik is playing. Taesik casually steers the conversation toward writing plans, making the whole thing feel weirdly social. The questions turn bolder, and the room starts treating the new transfer like the center of its own little orbit. By the end, a blonde girl studies him in silence, realizing this smug newcomer is already shaking up everything. The blonde girl breaks down the move step by step, stressing chest isolation like it matters more than the rest. Around her, the class starts following along, and even the transfer's attention stays fixed on her directions. The girls lean in for another demonstration, already hooked on the idea of seeing her do it again. She adds the next layer of movement, making the whole routine look smoother and far more technical. By the time she straightens into the pose, the dance already feels like her territory. The onlookers can only stare as she keeps flowing through the sequence, and the room's mood shifts with it. One boy falls silent, realizing her trainee experience is not something to laugh off. She continues the routine with sharp, elegant lines, and the others can only watch her dominate the practice. Her expression stays calm and focused, but the room already knows she is setting the standard. With that last beat, her confidence lands harder than any speech, leaving everyone else a step behind. His eyes narrow as the room's praise starts hitting a nerve. The class keeps gossiping that Mireille could have become an idol if her agency had not collapsed. The girls crowd in around her, thanking her for the demo like they already know she is different. Blue-haired boy stays quiet, while the others admit she is still the best. Mireille leans in close, teasing him with a thirsty little challenge to go out. The awkward pause hangs in the hallway as the mood turns personal. Outside, the path ahead looks empty, but the rumor mill is already moving faster than ever. He and Mireille end up locked in a hug, and the whole thing starts feeling far less like practice. Nearby, whispers twist the story again, turning his donation into a fresh school rumor. By now, the gossip has done what it always does best, and made a simple moment sound huge. Cheonjihai's gossip machine already decides the transfer came in by money, and nobody looks impressed. One student keeps smirking that even a lowly loach could crawl into this place. The crowd needles the blue-haired boy, while the others mutter that the transfer's sudden rise still smells fake. The pressure shifts into a blunt challenge, as if money alone should make everything simple. That smug confidence cracks when the response lands colder than expected. The tension turns physical fast, and someone drops hard before he can recover his pride. Even then, the questions keep coming, and the room starts wondering what kind of trouble this transfer really brings. He kneels over the stunned student, half checking on him, half realizing the joke has gone too far. The blonde girl and the blue-haired boy are left staring at him, both caught off guard by how quickly the mood changed. By the end, the new transfer has everyone watching him, and that only makes the rumor storm worse. Taesik's face tightens at the noise around him, but the new transfer still refuses to look rattled. The blonde girl studies him carefully, already sensing the trouble his polished entrance is hiding. Around them, the crowd keeps circling the boy on the floor, turning the whole thing into another ugly joke. One smug classmate rushes in with a cruel laugh, acting like the fall proves nothing at all. The argument keeps rolling, and the transfer's presence drags even more eyes onto the blue-haired boy and the blonde girl. They stare back in silence, both realizing the room has already made up its mind about him. Behind them, the rumors keep spreading as the transfer walks off, and the others start dissecting every little gesture. One boy insists his hands were shaking during the introduction, as if that alone exposes the act. Another voice twists it further, pretending the transfer only looks tough from the outside. By now, the gossip has done its work, and even his silence only makes the rumor storm hit harder. The school morning drags on under a bright sky, and the rumor about the transfer keeps spreading with the bell. Across the courtyard, students in black uniforms cluster and drift, turning the whole campus into a quiet gossip machine. Outside, stern men in suits wait by the car like they already know this story is about to get expensive. One of them narrows his eyes from the back seat, already sizing up Gangnam's so-called prestigious school. He settles into the car with a smug little grin, acting like the entire place is just another market to read. The transfer's face and the girl beside him get appraised like products, while the man decides their quality is anything but ordinary. Even then, he keeps talking, judging their polish and style as if the kids are the ones being inspected, not the other way around. The students passing by start whispering, wondering if the men are gangsters, and the nerves in the crowd spread fast. One sharp glance from the man is enough to show he has noticed the stares, and the mood turns colder at once. By the end, he is still watching in silence, and that silence feels a lot more dangerous than the gossip itself. The blue-haired boy walks beside the blonde girl, and even their calm chatter feels like trouble waiting to happen. Her expression sharpens with quiet interest, as if she already knows the transfer has stirred something bigger. In the car, a stern man realizes the school's reputation is changing fast, and he is not impressed by the noise. The boy spots the men waiting for him, while the schoolyard tension turns into a full-on family inspection. He freezes for a beat, then offers the awkward explanation that he came to pick him up, not start a scene. The transfer mutters that he has to put on a show or get dismissed as some country bumpkin. The older man notices the scratch on his face and presses harder, suspecting the kid already took a hit. The boy covers it with a flimsy excuse, but the lie only makes the situation look uglier. Traffic crawls around the black car and the white one, while the whole city seems to slow for whatever comes next. Inside the car, the older men keep circling the same problem, and the transfer knows this visit is no casual ride. The chairman's 3-month deadline hangs over the ride, and the men already know one last piece is missing. The stern passenger says he only came to do market research, then throws a pointed jab about the girls from Cheonjigo. The younger man stammers through a weak denial, and that only makes him look more pathetic. Outside, the road crawls along as the black car and white one trap the city in a slow, uneasy crawl. Inside the car, the pressure keeps closing in while the transfer realizes this is no casual pickup. A scooter slips through traffic with the boys riding together, and the older man instantly recognizes trouble. He snaps that they look like kids from Cheonjigo, mocking the reckless bike ride and the girl on the back. The gray-haired man keeps watching from his seat, cigarette in hand, already calculating what this little stunt means. His companion grumbles that the sight is enough to confirm it as punk behavior, not some innocent errand. And just like that, the ride stops feeling like transport and starts feeling like an inspection no one can afford to fail. The signal flips green, and the city's traffic keeps crawling like nothing good is about to happen. The scooter threads between cars with the boys packed tight, while the road around them still feels boxed in. The blue-haired boy keeps his eyes forward, and the older man quickly realizes this kid is anything but harmless. He mocks the reckless ride and the girl behind him, treating the whole thing like a delinquent parade. The gray-haired man watches in silence, cigarette hanging loose, already measuring what this stunt says about them. His companion dismisses it as trash behavior, and the blue-haired boy's stare only makes the judgment feel worse. The blonde girl turns slightly as if sensing the pressure, her face tightening under the helmet. The black-haired executive calmly reaches for a card, turning the whole exchange into something far more serious. He reveals the Bongsan Entertainment name, and the younger man finally realizes this is no ordinary contact. One cold look later, the card tells the truth. The girl might be the last piece he still needs. The card lands the point hard. Bongsan Entertainment is no small-time name, and the man starts treating the girl like a valuable piece. The blue-haired boy stays unreadable, but the silence around him says he understands exactly how serious this has become. The other man stares from the car, clearly weighing whether this kid is useful enough to keep around. Soon the bike rolls through the city with the girl on board, and the whole thing starts looking less like a ride and more like recruitment. She turns back in nervous confusion as the black-haired man closes in, already acting like this meeting was inevitable. He hands over his pitch without blinking, dangling idol debut like a shiny bait in the middle of traffic. The boy hears the real message underneath it all. If he has talent, they want him under their control. Then the offer sharpens further, with the promise that his uncle will train him properly, whether he likes the setup or not. Right after that, the new transfer arrives, and his polished look instantly drags the class into another round of gossip. He only smirks and calls the boy promising, while his uncle's training offer makes the whole school feel even smaller. The older man's hand snaps forward, cutting the hesitation short. Helmeted students brace on the bike while the pressure keeps building. The black-haired boy stiffens, realizing this is no casual conversation. The blue-haired boy stays unreadable, letting the man think he is in control. The bike blasts ahead through the city, the so-called ride turning into a moving recruitment trap. The car's shadow hangs over him now, and the pitch gets even colder. He chews out the sloppy handling, then reminds the boy who is supposed to be obeyed. The younger one folds fast, calling him CEO instead of uncle, without a shred of pride. The order lands cleanly, and the man treats obedience like the only answer that matters. By the roadside, the whole deal feels sealed, whether the kid likes it or not. The city keeps roaring around the transfer boy, as traffic cuts past him like the world never stopped moving. He stands there in silence, already looking less like a student, and more like someone being led somewhere on purpose. 1 week later, the scene shifts to a community sports center, where a new routine is already waiting. Inside, even the safety rules feel ominous, as if the pool itself expects trouble before anyone dives in. The swimmers move through their lanes, and the blonde girl drives forward with the same polished discipline she used everywhere else. She rises into the water with sharp control, making the whole practice look easy enough to fool the careless. But the next breath proves it is work, and even she gets hit with the strain once the dive settles into a swim. Still, she powers through, surfacing with a steadier look that says quitting was never on the table. At the edge, she catches her breath and looks up, already measuring who is watching and what they expect next. A single green eye tightens with resolve, and the routine stops feeling like practice and starts feeling like a test. The pool routine gets interrupted when the lean newcomer steps in shirtless, already looking too relaxed for a place this serious. The blonde swimmer turns toward him, clearly thrown off, and wonders why he has shown up here. He answers with that same smooth confidence, claiming he came to lose his country boy edge through swimming. Then he pushes closer, sounding casual, while asking her to teach him a little. She immediately suspects he followed her, and he admits he only came because he needed a place to talk. His excuse lands thin, and he keeps poking at her patience until the conversation starts feeling less like flirting and more like a setup. Still, he slips out a Bongsan Entertainment business card and says the CEO is waiting for her. She keeps testing him, asking for just one meeting, while he keeps pressing the offer like time is running out. He insists there is no spare time left, because they are choosing the last member now. And with one last look, he decides she is exactly the kind of talent he wants. Go Taesik catches the woman's wrist in the pool, stopping her cold before she can brush him off. He launches into a flashy dive, but she only watches with a flat, unimpressed stare. The splash hits hard, and his little display lands about as gracefully as a rock. He surfaces confused, realizing she is far harder to rattle than he expected. She coolly brushes him off, saying she already outgrew childish dreams like becoming an idol. He pushes the act anyway, insisting that wanting to be a star just because of looks is ridiculous. She fires back that growing up only means accepting reality, and that reality has crushed plenty of dreams. Go Taesik starts to see the point, remembering how naive his country boy assumptions really were. She spells it out for him. Life in Gangnam is not some rich fantasy, just a harsher game with fewer illusions. By the end, he understands she is not impressed by his confidence, and that only makes him want her more. Go Taesik keeps rambling about Gangnam's semi-basements, already exposing how little he understands the people living there. The blonde swimmer listens in silence, looking far less impressed than he hoped. He keeps pushing the flirtation, but she only gives him a dry hum and coolly turns his curiosity back on him. Instead of getting flustered, she asks whether he followed her here just to keep chasing trouble. He reaches for her, but she slips away before his confidence can land a single clean hit. She stops him cold, saying her living situation does not make her weak. The sting lands harder than any splash, because she sees through his little superiority act in an instant. He tries to recover, only to find her calm stare even sharper than before. She makes it clear he has not uncovered some secret weakness, just a reality he was too naive to notice. And that only leaves him wanting her more, because embarrassment has never stopped a stubborn man like him. The blonde swimmer keeps his attention, but her calm stare already says he is the one being tested. Go Taesik stands there in the pool area, silent for once, as his confidence starts to crack. She walks off without giving him a clean answer, leaving him to trail after her like a stubborn fool. A sharp little reaction follows when he closes in, but she is already turning the tables on him. In the recovery room, the blue-haired boy lies back while the scooter sits nearby, proof the chaos finally slowed down. She leans over him to check his condition, and for once the flirtation is gone, replaced by concern. He asks when she arrived, clearly wishing he had gotten the chance to play host, but she only keeps smiling. Her answer lands with effortless confidence, making even his smugness look a little childish. She stays close as she tends to him, and the blue-haired boy finally gets a rare moment of quiet. With their faces close now, the whole atmosphere turns strangely intimate, and he realizes her composure is still winning. Her hair flutters in the wind, and even before she speaks, she has already stolen the scene. Her confidence stays effortless, the kind that makes his own boldness look embarrassingly small. In the recovery room, the blue-haired boy lies quiet at last, finally out of the storm. He watches her with a soft, stunned look, realizing her concern has replaced all the teasing. His thoughts drift to Mirai, as if that past still sits heavier than his bruises. Elsewhere, Go-Taesuk stands in the pool area, trying to look composed while waiting for a reaction. Back on the move, the two of them ride together, with her clinging close as they speed away. She suddenly panics and tells him to take her far away, which only makes the situation more chaotic. He asks where they are even going, but she answers with a smile and no real plan. Then she admits anywhere is fine, as long as she gets to stay with him. The bike tears through the city as she clings tight, barking for him to just go already. By the time the sky turns dusky, the whole ride feels less like freedom and more like escape. The front wheel hums over the asphalt, and he keeps pushing forward without easing up. At last, they pull up to a lavish house, and she realizes this was the destination all along. She brushes off the trip like a joke, saying one lap around the neighborhood was enough. He worries her father might scold him, and his thoughts drift back to Mirai's intimidating dad. She only looks mildly amused, admitting that was exactly the point, before telling him to hurry inside. But the moment still slips away fast, and he rides off with a casual "see you tomorrow." Left at the gate, she stares up at the estate and starts wondering just how rich this family really is. The place keeps looming over her, and that quiet shock says she has already seen enough to be impressed. A mansion rises against the sunset, and the scale of the place already hints that nothing here is ordinary. She stares up at the estate, realizing this is Mirai's home, and that the truth is finally sinking in. Across the city, the blonde girl heads through the crowd, already thinking she has to warn Jian. By nightfall, she keeps walking alone, still uneasy as the weight of the day follows her home. Her steps slow at the gate, and even her shoes seem to pause before the family's hidden world. At the entrance, she stands there for a beat, quietly stunned by how huge the place really is. A familiar voice cuts through the silence, and she turns as Miri's mother greets her back with wary relief. Beside her, the father appears in a wheelchair, looking worn down as the household's broken state becomes obvious. The mother urges her to come inside, while the girl admits the walk already showed enough about this family. Even so, she keeps staring, because this awkward welcome makes it clear the house is rich, tense, and deeply troubled. She greets her father at home, trying to sound normal despite the unease clinging to her face. He answers weakly, and the worn-out look on him makes the whole house feel even heavier. Her thoughts drift to Jeon and that intimidating father from before, already feeling the trouble has moved on. She realizes nothing around her has stayed the same, except for the person she is trying to protect. The collapse of her father seems to have shattered the family's old balance, and she admits it all changed after that. Her mother calls her in, but the girl hesitates, already sensing another uncomfortable lecture. The family starts talking about moving far away, like distance alone could erase the mess. Her mother snaps at the idea of graduating from Cheonilgo, acting like that diploma is the only shield left. She keeps pushing harder, saying the family will pay whatever it takes to keep that future alive. Even in a wheelchair, her father insists she keep swimming and act normal, and the warning lands like a chain. She watches the blonde girl call out Mirai's father, and the silence that follows already feels dangerous. The older man answers with awkward praise, but it only makes the warning sound colder. Mirai blinks in stunned confusion, realizing this conversation is heading somewhere she does not like. Her mother breaks down again, wishing they could afford proper treatment and a life that was a little easier. The girl's face tightens as she takes it in, understanding how fragile the family really is now. Outside, the school looms quietly, as if normal life is still waiting for everyone to pretend nothing is wrong. Inside, money changes hands, and the adults treat it like another small price for keeping control. One boy greedily wants his share too, proving how fast generosity turns into entitlement. The suited man coolly reminds him that the others are his younger brothers, and that hierarchy still matters. Even then, his expression stays sharp, as if the family business is only getting started. Gray-haired boy bites back at the older students, snapping that the whole act is just them hiding behind age. The smug front cracks for a second as the schoolboys stare, stunned that he just admitted 2 years off school. He keeps pressing them, mocking the idea that being older means anything worth bragging about. The shove finally lands, and the hallway tension turns physical as the entitled boys start losing their cool. Gray-haired boy stands his ground and reminds them they still have tomorrow's allowance to hand over. Blue-haired boy appears again, and the older students immediately try to pin fresh blame on him. Their aggression only makes him colder, his stare saying he is already tired of their low-class nonsense. One of the tougher boys hangs back in silence, clearly waiting for the others to do the dirty work. The group closes in around the transfer student, but the pressure looks far weaker than they think. He answers with a flat, unreadable stare, already treating their threats like a joke. The older students sneer that the low-class troublemaker is the one who took 2 years. Still acting like rank makes them untouchable. But the blue-haired boy's stare stays flat, and the hallway pressure starts feeling smaller by the second. One impatient shove finally lands, and the weak little hierarchy turns physical at last. He steps in close anyway, shrugging off the excuse that they were only handing out allowance to cute kids. Their leader tries to backpedal, but the blue-haired boy cuts him off and warns they will be the ones taught a lesson. The threat lands hard, and the once bold bully starts stammering as his confidence drains away. He keeps talking like the whole thing was getting boring, then swears he will never touch the boy again. The blue-haired boy just shrugs it off, calling them all talk and reminding the leader how terrified he looked at the start. Even the apology sounds fake now, so he drags the moment back to that first introduction and exposes the panic underneath. By the end, he is calmly washing up like none of it mattered, while the classroom sweet talk has already turned into humiliation. The blue-haired boy steps back into school after a long absence, already feeling how badly he stands out. One bully prods him for answers, sneering about the world of pampered rich kids he never knew. The blue-haired boy fires back that Mireille deserves more than that kind of treatment, and the room goes quiet. He keeps going, saying her dream was crushed once already, so nobody gets to mock it now. His expression hardens as he admits he cannot stomach seeing her hurt again. The bully pushes harder, but the blue-haired boy cuts through the nonsense and exposes how little he really knows her. From the back of the scene, the real weight behind Mira's future starts to show, and the transfer student senses this is bigger than school gossip. He stands his ground, insisting she is no delicate greenhouse flower, but someone who had to grow the hard way. Cut to the city at night, where the story widens beyond the classroom and into the corporate world. Bongsan Entertainment comes into focus, and the pressure around Mireille suddenly feels a whole lot more serious. Outside Bongsan Entertainment, the transfer student pauses for a drag, already looking like trouble. He lingers in the dark, calm on the surface, but clearly measuring the place before stepping in. Even his sharp stare says it all, because this isn't a schoolyard rumor anymore. Shin Mireille finally arrives, and the meeting that brought her here starts to feel very real. He greets her with that ugly little grin, sounding pleased she showed up at all. Mireille stays guarded, still wondering whether any of this can actually be trusted. He answers by leading her inside, as if the deal has already been sealed. Bongsan's sign hangs above them like a warning, and the scale of the plan starts to show. The building's inner halls are being prepared, because the company is already moving pieces into place. And even then, he notes one missing member, proving the whole operation is still waiting on its final pawn. The corridor finally opens into Bongsan Entertainment, and the whole place feels less like an office than a trap. Mireille keeps her guard up, but the woman in the cap doesn't slow down for even a second. She pushes ahead with quiet confidence, leading Mireille deeper before second thoughts can set in. The pair pass the practice room, where trainees are already moving in sync under the company's eye. Mireille flinches at the pressure, realizing this isn't some casual visit anymore. The man beside her keeps talking like the deal is already done, which only makes the air feel colder. The company's inner structure looms overhead, neat and controlled, just like the scheme behind it. A call finally breaks through the tension, announcing that Shin Mireille has arrived. Mireille stares at the CEO room sign and hesitates, suddenly aware of who is really waiting inside. Even the woman pauses for a beat, then pushes on, because backing out now would be too late. The room falls silent at the invitation, and Mireille is finally told to come in. She steps inside with the woman leading, while the suited man waits like this was planned from the start. The greeting turns suspiciously warm as he presents Kim Seki, a rising composer, as if that should impress her. ManhwaCapped hides her expression, but the praise lands hard enough to make her tense. The man keeps smiling, satisfied that the bait is working, and the door behind her is already closed. He reminds her that she has kept refusing every meeting, then acts curious about what changed. Mira's eyes narrow, and she makes it clear she did not come here for small talk. She says she came for one thing, and the air immediately turns sharper. The woman listens in silence, while Mireille finally spells out the promise that dragged her here. She reminds them that they said they would make her a star, and now she is here to collect. The room freezes on the question, and both men stare back like the answer should already be obvious. The suited man throws back a laugh, treating the challenge like a joke before any real fight begins. He keeps smiling, then admits he will be honest about just how risky this whole setup is. For Bongsan Entertainment, turning a newcomer into a star sounds less like a plan and more like a gamble. The company sign hangs over the pressure like a warning, because miracles do not come cheap. He then flips the script and asks if she truly has what it takes to become a star. After checking the dance room, he decides she is already better than the others they have seen. The compliment lands cleanly, and even he looks amused at how hard her confidence hits back. Another man leans in with a grin, saying he likes her more than expected and that her spirit is good. The praise keeps coming, but it only makes the deal feel bigger, sharper, and harder to walk away from. Glasses Man keeps smiling as he warns that turning a newcomer into a star is a risky gamble. The blonde trainee listens in silence, her confidence steady, even under all that pressure. Outside Bongsan Entertainment, the invitation turns almost mocking as they demand she prove herself right now. Inside, the black-haired boy and the blonde woman realize there is no stage, no music, and no real setup for excuses. Orange Jacket Man cuts in with a smug jab, reminding everyone that an amateur should not be picky. The blonde woman answers by grabbing his jacket, refusing to let the conversation drift away from the challenge. The moment stalls when his phone slips free, the atmosphere suddenly hanging on her next move. She resets her posture like a performer on cue, coolly showing she has not cracked at all. Then she snaps into motion, her body turning sharp and deliberate as the room starts to lose control. By the end, even her expression says it clearly. She is ready to dance, and ready to be judged. The office settles into tense silence as she steps up, ready to turn this awkward demand into a real performance. A cap flies free, and that tiny slip makes the whole room feel even more unsteady. The young man freezes as the hat spins away, realizing the situation has already slipped past excuses. She straightens with effortless poise, still looking polished enough to make the challenge seem foolish. The pressure finally cracks the room, and even the watchers start to feel her confidence take over. With one sharp turn, she launches into the dance and drags every eye onto her. The man in the suit stares ahead, suddenly unsettled by how natural she makes it look. Her hair whips through the motion as he watches, stunned by the force behind every step. He admits the performance is enough to make anyone's heart race, and the tension only climbs higher. By the end, even he is caught in it, as Mira's dancing leaves the whole room breathless. Her sharp clap cuts the tension short, and the dance test finally gets the approval it was chasing. With that settled, the man in the suit smoothly turns the challenge toward vocals, still acting like this is all under control. She sets up the backing track while the orange-jacketed man checks the song, already looking a little too pleased with himself. The music starts, and she eases into it with a breath that makes the whole room go quiet. Her eyes lower, then lift with a calm that says she already knows exactly how this song should land. She begins the line, her voice carrying that soft, aching pull that makes even a simple lyric feel dangerous. By the next phrase, she is fully inside the song, and the room starts forgetting there was ever a challenge at all. The man in the suit leans back, realizing the mood has shifted completely under her control. Her vocals keep rising, polished and emotional, turning the audition into a performance nobody can casually dismiss. Even he ends up impressed, because her tone does not just sound good, it grabs attention and refuses to let go. The CEO lingers on Mireille's name, already smirking like he has found his final piece. Her confidence doesn't shake, and the room stays trapped under that steady, polished presence. The orange-jacketed man casually calls for her to start, and the test turns into a real audition. Mireille agrees, and takes the lead without hesitation, making it clear she intends to impress. The cap-marked Alicon lands on the table, and the woman keeps the company name hanging in the air. The CEO leans back, admitting the songs and choreography are already set, leaving only one slot open. He says the last missing member is the one he wants, bluntly turning the offer into pressure. Mireille freezes for a beat, caught off guard by how directly they are trying to claim her. Even so, the bait is obvious, and the higher they reach, the more it feels like they want her for the group. The room tightens as the audition shifts into the real thing, and her confidence never wavers. The orange-jacketed man pushes her to begin, turning the whole meeting into a polished trap. Mireille answers without hesitation, ready to prove she belongs on that stage. The company name lands on the table, and the CEO keeps the bait hanging in the air. He admits the lineup is already set, then makes it clear only one opening remains. Mireille catches the pressure in the offer, realizing they are trying to claim her fast. He keeps smiling through it, selling the deal as if the answer is already obvious. The terms get uglier by the second, and the contract starts sounding less like a chance and more like control. Even so, the pitch stays smooth, with Bongsan behaving like this audition is just business. She stiffens under the promise, and Bongsan's control over her schedule starts sounding less like help and more like ownership. The blonde girl hears the trap closing around Jaeon too, and her hesitation says the breakup is already happening in her head. The polished pitch keeps going, with the suit-clad man mocking how unreasonable it would be to expect any real freedom. He needles her harder, acting like a rising star should be grateful for the leash. She gives in just enough to keep them talking, but the room already feels like a contract dressed up as opportunity. A new presence arrives, and the whole meeting snaps to attention at the sound of those footsteps. The heavyset man steps through with a briefcase, carrying the kind of authority that ends debates fast. His order lands cleanly, and the room instantly turns toward the girl as the test finally begins. Even the others fall in line, because Bongsan is no longer pretending this is a conversation. A briefcase full of cash lands like proof that this is no ordinary offer anymore. The blonde girl freezes, already feeling the trap close around her future. In the office, The suited man coolly sells her a prepared path, while the elder beside him waits to back the play. He smiles like a shark, insisting she is here to bet something of her own, not just take a handout. The pressure sharpens as he pushes the choice onto Miss Mireille and makes freedom sound like a joke. Mireille stares back, cornered but still trying to decide how much of herself she can afford to lose. He doubles down, framing the whole thing as a rare chance she should be grateful to accept. Outside, the city keeps glowing under the night while the deal hangs over her like a cage. Her shoes shift in place, and the hesitation says the decision is already costing her. Mireille walks in stiff silence, briefcase in hand, already looking like the deal is swallowing her whole. The case swings heavy at her side, a fitting weight for a future she clearly never asked for. She keeps moving, but every step says she is not convinced this path is freedom at all. The hesitation grows as she slows near the entrance, trying to hold herself together. Her grip tightens, and the choice starts feeling less like an opportunity and more like a trap. Even the tremble in her face gives her away, because the pressure has finally cracked through. Nearby, the dark-haired man watches with a cigarette in hand, cool as ever while the tension builds. Mireille bends in on herself, tears rising as the cruel weight of the offer finally hits full force. By the end, she is left shattered in place, with his silent stare making the whole thing feel even colder.